A Noble Pursuit, a Regency Romance. Prologue. Canada, 1813. Lord Dudley Beauchamp reluctantly opened his right eye with a great effort. Immediately, the thought of closing it and returning to the darkness was too appealing to resist. His whole body ached, and his head pounded fiercely. Someone said, "He is stirring." From next to him, he heard booted steps coming closer. "Lieutenant Beauchamp." The familiar voice of the ship's surgeon started. "How are you feeling?" Dudley groaned as he shifted slightly on the uncomfortable bed, attempting to ignore the scratchy straw poking through the thin mattress covering. "Like death," he responded hoarsely. "That is to be expected," Mr. Barnett replied. "You were dealt quite a blow." Raising one hand to his head, Dudley attempted to open his eyes again, but only succeeded on the right side, as his left was covered with bandaging. "What happened?" "You don't remember?" Dudley shook his head and immediately regretted the action. His headache had intensified since he woke up. The short, red-haired surgeon sat down on the chair next to the bed. "The Americans captured the Penance." "They did." He dropped his hand back to his side. "I was sure that schooner could outrun any ship the Americans have." Barnett nodded. Dudley dreaded the answer to his next question, but he asked anyway. "And the crew?" Barnett said. "The casualties were many," lowering his gaze. "How many?" 56 men killed and 94 wounded, Barnett admitted, bringing his gaze back up. Dudley felt as though someone had punched him in the gut. "That many, AI," the surgeon confirmed. "And what of Captain Monroe?" Barnett winced. "Dead, dead, dead." Tears burned in Dudley's eyes as he let the horrific news sink in. Many of his friends, his comrades, had perished. Yet, he was alive. "How was that possible?" Barnett said. "You are not without injury," as if reading his thoughts. "You have been unconscious for nearly 3 days now." 3 days. "Aye," Barnett confirmed. "Do you recall the explosion that injured you?" "The cannonball took out the main mast and blasted you nearly the length of the ship." "I thought you were dead for sure." Dudley attempted to recall the memory, but his mind felt befuddled and heavy. "I don't remember the blast." "I am not surprised," the ship surgeon reasoned. "Your body experienced a terrible physical injury." A lanky boy walked over with a bucket of water in his hands. He lowered it down next to the bed. "Would you care for some water, sir?" Dudley said. "I would, lad," as he started to sit up. "Be careful, Lieutenant," Barnett warned as he helped him. Once Dudley was sitting up on the straw mattress, the boy handed him a ladle full of water, which he swallowed in a few gulps. He said, "Thank you," extending the ladle back to the boy. "Do you mind if I look at your wounds?" the surgeon asked as he pulled the chair closer to the bed. "Suit yourself." Barnett reached out and started unwrapping the bandage from the left side of his face. The blast burned the area around your left eye. It will heal in time, but you will have some scarring." "I can handle a scar," he grumbled. "This is going to be more than a minor scar," Barnett told him. "Your skin and eye have been badly burned." The surgeon stepped back with the bandage in his hand, his alert eyes watching Dudley closely. "You able to see out of your left eye?" Dudley closed his right eye and attempted to open his left eye. When he finally managed to open it, he couldn't focus on anything. "Everything is blurry." "That is disconcerting but not surprising." Barnett reached up and touched near his left eye. "Can you feel that?" He shook his head. "I cannot." "Just as I suspected," the surgeon said. "This area is numb. I don't know if it will regain feeling again." He held up the bandages. "Allow me to put these bandages back on. That will allow your eye to rest." As Barnett placed the bandage over his left eye, Dudley's good eye scanned the crude one-room structure with its dirt floor. Along one wall, 2 small windows provided the only source of light in the room. Are we?" "Not sure," Barnett informed him. "All I know is that we are waiting on a prisoner exchange." "When is that supposed to happen?" Barnett shrugged. "Again, I am not sure. The Americans haven't exactly been forthcoming with information." "Blasted Americans. Frankly, if I hadn't revealed that you were the brother of the Marquis of Northampton." Dudley spoke over him, his voice taking on an edge. "Why would you reveal that?" "Because Barnett began, giving him an exasperated look. "If I hadn't confessed that, the Americans would have been content to allow you to die of your wounds aboard the schooner. I had no choice." Dudley grunted in response. Barnett lifted his brow. "I believe a thank you is in order. I have been tending your wounds since the attack." "I would rather have died," Dudley thought. He rose from the bed, feeling immense relief that his headache was starting to subside. Stepping over to one of the windows, he looked out. He could see American soldiers standing guard outside the door. "So much for attempting an escape," Barnett said. "I know what you are thinking. Coming to stand next to him, Condit will not work. There are too many American soldiers milling around outside." Dudley ran a hand through his tousled hair. "I cannot very well just sit around and wait for the Americans to decide my fate." "That is exactly what you will do," Barnett asserted. Before he could reply, the door was flung open, and a tall man with a long, thin face ducked into the room. He wore an American uniform. His blue coat had broad lapels trimmed with gold lace. His white trousers were less than spotless, but still contrasted sharply with the coat. He carried a bicorn hat in his left hand. Looking at Dudley, his face was expressionless, giving nothing away. "Lord Dudley Beauchamp, I presume." "You presume correctly," he answered, seeing no reason to deny it. "However, I prefer that you disregard my title and address me simply as Lieutenant." The man nodded approvingly. "Captain Fitzwilliam has agreed to the terms of your release. I am here to escort you to the HMSS Victorious." He asked, "Just my release?" with an indignant huff. "Of course," the man replied, placing the black hat back on his head. "You are the only one of the crew that warrants a ransom, being a lord and all. May I ask what will happen to the remaining members of my crew?" "You don't need to concern yourself with their welfare," the man replied in an irritated tone. "Another prisoner exchange has already been scheduled for later this month. I would prefer to stay with my crew." The soldier cut him off. "Nonsense. You are injured and will report to the Victorious immediately." His eyes perused the length of him, disapprovingly. "Would you care to ready yourself, Lieutenant?" Glancing down, Dudley saw that he was dressed only in a light, collarless, white shirt and white trousers. He turned towards Barnett, and was pleased to see him holding up his dark blue uniform jacket and black bicorn hat. Barnett gave him a knowing look. "I assumed you would need these." "Thank you," Dudley acknowledged as he accepted the proffered clothes. The soldier spun back towards the door. He said, "Come. It is time you go home, Millard," dryly. Home? Absolutely not. He wasn't going home. He was going to stay and fight these blasted Americans until his last dying breath. 2 months later, Dudley knew he was scowling. But frankly, he didn't care. He felt miserable, and he wanted everyone to know it. He had been forced to attend the ball his brother, Everett, the Marquis of Northampton, was holding in honor of his return to society. He scoffed. What a waste of an evening. He wore a high-cut black coat with tails, a green brocade vest, black knickers and white hose. The green jabot around his neck felt tight and restrictive. His scowl deepened as he leaned his shoulder against the column in the lavish ballroom, watching as the men and women made fools of themselves as they danced the cotillion. They were dancing the night away, while their countrymen were dying on the peninsula and in America. How he wished he was still fighting those American blackguards, but he had been relieved of duty and thanked for his service. Honorably discharged. The Admiral had cited the loss of vision in his left eye as the reason he was unfit for service. Dudley adjusted the black eye patch. His vision wasn't completely gone in that eye, but he couldn't seem to get it to focus. The doctor recommended keeping it covered until his eye healed, if his eye healed. He had serious reservations about that. It had already been 2 months, and he had seen no change in his vision. When he attempted to go without his eye patch, he developed terrible headaches. A servant walked past him with a tray of glasses filled with champagne. He reached out and took one. At least he could drink and forget this night ever happened. He downed it in one gulp. Dudley watched as a few women bravely glanced his way, but they always averted their gaze when he caught their eye. There were no coy looks, only ones laced with pity and disgust. It mattered not, he told himself. He had no intention of dancing this evening, with any woman. He was just biding his time until he could leave this blasted ball. His blonde-haired friend, Evan the Viscount of Ludlow, approached him, winding his way through the hordes of people. "I have come to inform you that your scowl is frightening the ladies." "Go to the devil," he muttered, gripping the glass tighter in his hand. Evan grinned. "I would prefer not to." He came to stand next to him. "What the perpetual scowl? I don't want to be here." Evan bobbed his head. "I see. That is a problem, since Everett is hosting this ball in your honor." "I never asked for a ball." "And yet, you got one," his friend said in an amused tone. Dudley's eye scanned the golden chandelier that hung from the center of the domed ceiling. Thousands of glittering candles lit the room, making it deucedly warm in the rectangular ballroom. He tugged at his jabot. "Balls are frivolous." "Balls are enjoyable," Evan countered, "especially when you dance with a pretty lady." He huffed. "I don't dance." Evan shook his head. "That is not a true statement, my friend," he challenged. "You used to attend balls every time you were on holiday from the Royal Navy. As I recall, you danced nearly every set." Dudley clenched his jaw. "Times have changed," Evan replied. "That they have," with a reflective glance. The music came to a stop, and the men escorted their dance partners off the floor. Dudley watched as the men turned to the ladies with enamored looks on their faces. What fools! Dancing, flirting, none of that mattered. If Napoleon's campaign succeeded, then all of Europe would be under his rule. Evan turned to face him. "Have you considered my offer to join me when I travel to my estate in Felixstowe?" "I have, and my answer is no. I think you should reconsider," Evan pressed. "I only plan to be there for a fortnight." "My answer is still no," Evan asked. "Pray tell, what pressing problems are keeping you in London?" With a knowing look on his face, Dudley didn't have an answer. He had no foreseeable engagements, nor did he want any. Truth be told, he spent the majority of his time in his bedchamber, alone. That is how he preferred it. Before he could turn down his friend's offer again, his brother, Everett, and his lovely wife, Madeline, approached them. Everett asked, "Why aren't you dancing, brother?" Smiling, Dudley frowned. "I don't see a point." Not deterred by his lack of enthusiasm, his brother continued. "Madeline and I just finished the cotillion ball." "Good for you," he muttered. Ignoring his response, Everett turned his attention towards Evan. "How are you enjoying the ball?" "Quite well," Evan answered. "I have already secured Lady Marian for the dinner dance." A smile came to Madeline's lips. "Lady Marian is a lovely choice," Evan replied. "I thought so, as well." Another servant walked by with a tray of champagne glasses. Dudley traded his empty glass for a filled one. He downed the drink in one gulp and placed that empty glass back on the tray. "Careful, brother," Everett warned. "You don't want to become inebriated at your own ball," he asked. "Does it matter?" Everett cast him a disapproving look. "Madeline worked hard to prepare this ball for you. You could at least attempt to enjoy it." "I never asked for a ball." He tossed his hands in the air. "I never asked for any of this. It is too much." Hurt flashed in Madeline's eyes as she slipped her hand out of Everett's arm. "If you will excuse me, I believe I just heard my friend, Penelope, being announced." Dudley said, "Wait, Madeline," feeling a twinge of guilt for his rudeness. "I am sorry for being such a jackanap. You truly outed yourself planning this ball." Madeline gave him a weak smile. "Thank you for that, Dudley," she murmured before she disappeared into the crowd. Everett watched his wife walk away before he turned his heated gaze back towards Dudley. "I should challenge you to a duel for insulting my wife." "I didn't mean to insult her," he countered. "Besides, I believe I made my intentions known before you insisted that I needed a ball to re-enter society." "Be that as it may," Dudley interrupted him. "No, I have no intention of enjoying this ball." "Why not?" Everett questioned. "Are you so opposed to having fun?" Evan interjected. "I am still attempting to convince Dudley to join me for a holiday at my estate in Felixstowe." Everett said, "You should go," decisively. Dudley replied, "No, I have no desire to go to Felixstowe." Everett sighed. I think it would be good for you. And why is that? Taking a step closer to him, Everett lowered his voice. You have been sulking around the townhouse for over a month. You haven't even visited the gardens. I have not been sulking, Dudley defended, crossing his arms over his chest. I just saw no reason to tarry outside. Mother mentioned you spend a great deal of time in your bedchamber, and you turn away visitors. I do, he admitted. I prefer to be alone. Evan frowned. It is not good for you to spend so much time alone. Besides, you could have joined Madeline and me for the theater, or any of the social events we attended this past month, he pressed. Dudley asked, What is the point? Everett glanced over at Evan, the frustration evident on his features. The point is to enjoy oneself, to be entertained. I will pass, he remarked dryly. There is a war being waged in Europe and a deadly skirmish in America. But no one from society gives them any heed. A stern look came into Everett's eyes. That is not a fair appraisal. Many people in this very room have family members who are fighting in one war or the other. As Dudley opened his mouth to argue with his brother, the commanding voice of Nicholas, the Duke of Blackbourne, spoke first. Nicholas asked, May I speak to you for a moment, Dudley? Gruffly. His tone indicated that it was anything but a request. Dudley nodded as he followed the tall, broad-shouldered Duke out the French doors and onto the veranda. You are a hard man to talk to, Nicholas announced as he turned to face him. You have turned me away the last few times I have come to call. I have been busy, he muttered. Nicholas gave him a look that clearly indicated he didn't believe him. You need to go to Felixstowe. We have all decided you need a holiday. Dudley's brow lifted. I beg your pardon. Nicholas's face was stern but not without compassion. You have lost a part of yourself, Dudley, and you need to discover it again. He asked. You think I will find it in Felixstowe? Incredulously. I don't know, the Duke admitted. But you are not likely to find it in London. Dudley placed his forearms onto the iron railing surrounding the veranda and leaned in. I don't want to bloody be here, Nicholas, he shared. I want to be back with my crew, fighting alongside them. Nicholas said, I know that feeling well, but you have been discharged from the Navy because you were injured. I only need one eye to fight, Dudley stated, tugging on his eye patch. Nicholas chuckled. In your case, I am inclined to believe you. Dudley turned his attention towards the ballroom. Look at them. He started. Those people have no idea what we must sacrifice to ensure their freedoms. They are blissfully unaware, Nicholas agreed. But that doesn't mean they don't appreciate everything that our troops have done for them. Dudley felt raw, unadulterated anger building up inside of him, a rage that he couldn't seem to control. Not that it mattered if he did. The wrath was the only thing keeping him going. Nicholas placed a hand on his shoulder. Go to Felixstowe with Evan, he encouraged. Take the time to reflect on what you truly want out of life. I want to fight, he admitted. Nicholas gave him an understanding smile. That part of your life is over. It is time to find a new purpose. Dudley hung his head. There is no point. My life is over. What do you say that? Without my military career, I am nothing, he admitted reluctantly. Nicholas let out a deep sigh. It may seem that way now, but you must not give up. That is easy for you to say. Lowering his arm, Nicholas took a step back, and his voice laced with understanding. I was practically dragged off my ship and forced into retirement by the Navy Board. If I would had my way, I would still be the captain of my own ship. Dudley turned to face him. He said, I look like a pirate, pointing towards his eye patch. Everyone looks at me with either disgust or pity. Let them look, Nicholas advised. That eye patch proves you are a hero. A hero? Dudley scoffed. Think not. I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and the cannonball blast blew me across the deck. Nicholas gave him a pointed look. He replied, See a hero. But it doesn't matter what I see. Does it? It only matters what you believe. I only see a cripple when I look in the mirror. Nicholas didn't immediately respond. Are you carrying a pistol? He finally asked, changing the subject. He replied, I am. Too. In fact, Nicholas smiled approvingly. It becomes a habit, doesn't it? Does. Trust me when I say. The Duke started, that every day is a new beginning. Embrace life, he huffed. For what purpose? Life hasn't exactly been kind to me. Nicholas gave him a knowing look. You are alive, aren't you? I don't want to be. He opened his mouth to reply when Evan's voice came from the doorway. As he agreed to go to Felixstowe yet, Nicholas nodded. He has. I have. Dudley questioned. The Duke gave him a stern look. He said, You have, in a tone that brooked no argument. Hallelujah! Everett cheered as he came to stand next to Nicholas. We have been anxiously waiting in the ballroom for Dudley to come to the right decision. You are all imbeciles, he mumbled as he walked down the footpath and into the gardens. He wanted to be alone. It didn't matter if he stayed in London or traveled to Felixstowe, nothing would change. He was still disabled. He was still a failure. The moment that Cannonball exploded, it obliterated his dreams. After 2 days of riding in the saddle, Dudley was relieved when a sprawling estate appeared in the distance. He kicked his horse into a run, and didn't stop until he arrived in the paved courtyard. Evan reined in his horse next to him. Welcome to Hartfield Manor. Dudley took a moment to admire the three-level Baroque structure with its 2 symmetrical wings projecting out on each side of the estate. Along the north front were Roman Doric pilasters, coronets, cherubs, and ciphers. Hartfield Manor is impressive, Dudley praised. Evan's eyes roamed the estate with pride. It took nearly 100 years to complete my great-grandfather's design. He turned to face him. In the rear, there are diverse and extensive gardens overlooking the ocean. Dudley nodded, but didn't say anything else. Despite his relief at having finally arrived, he still resented being here in the first place. We made good time, Evan commented, turning back towards the road. I imagine the coach will not arrive with our trunks until later this evening. A liveried footman exited the estate and waited while they dismounted their horses. As he led the horses away, Evan waved Dudley towards the main door. Come. Allow me to introduce you to my mother and cousin. Dudley stifled a groan as he overheard Evan introducing him to the butler. He didn't want to exchange pleasantries with anyone right now. He was tired from being in the saddle, and he just wanted to adjourn to his bedchamber. Perhaps he would find the drink cart and an attempt to forget that he had been forced here for the next 2 weeks. Why his friends and family thought bringing him to Felixstowe was a good idea was beyond him. No doubt this holiday would be a wasted trip. He had no intention of reflecting on why he was miserable. He already knew the answer. He wouldn't be happy again unless he was reinstated into the Royal Navy. The butler's voice broke through his musings. Good afternoon, Lord Dudley. Dudley tipped his head to acknowledge him before scanning the vaulted entry hall and admiring the dark blue wallpaper. A dominating staircase was against the opposite wall leading to the second level. Evan asked, Are my mother and Josie in the drawing room, Clark? As he extended his riding gloves to the butler. Your mother is, but Miss Josie is on the east lawn. Evan looked displeased as he stepped further into the entry hall. Is she practicing archery again? I am afraid so. I see. Evan muttered. Will you send a footman to inform her of my arrival? Clark bobbed his head. Yes, Millard. Evan said. Thank you, before turning to face Dudley. I am afraid my cousin is rather consumed with archery, he asked. Is that so? In a bored tone. Frankly, he could care less about how his friend's cousin spent her time. Evan nodded. It appears that her obsession has intensified over the past year. She must be rather good. She is, Evan admitted. I have never seen someone wield a bow as proficiently as her, but that will not help her in the marriage mart. Dudley scoffed. Marriage mart? What a waste of time. Evan lifted his brow. You don't desire to marry? No, came his quick reply. A frown came to Evan's lips. Then you and my cousin have something in common. She refuses to go to London for a single season. Dudley asked. She does. Surprised. It was his experience that all women were looking to get married, thus securing advantageous matches. Evan turned towards a room off the entry hall. My cousin may not have been here to greet us, but I can introduce you to my mother. Dudley followed Evan into a neatly furnished drawing room. The ivory-colored walls made the room feel brighter, almost cheerful. He had a sudden desire to walk over to the drapes and close them. He preferred being in the dark. It provided him with solace. A handsome, petite woman rose when they walked into the room, placing her needlework on the side table. Her brown hair had started fading, but her smile was bright and inviting. She said, "Evan," holding out her hands, "you have come home." Evan hurried over to his mother and pulled her into an embrace. He replied, "I have. And I brought a friend with me." The matron's kind eyes traveled towards him, immediately setting him at ease. "You are most welcome." Keeping his arm around her shoulder, Evan provided the introductions. "Lord Dudley Beauchamp, allow me the privilege of introducing you to my mother, Lady Ludlow." Dudley bowed. "It is a pleasure, Lady Ludlow." Evan turned his gaze back towards his mother. "I understand Josie is on the East Lawn again. You know how she gets." Lady Ludlow remarked lightly. Evan replied, "I hoped she would be practicing her needlework with you," glancing down at the embroidery on the table. "She already finished the handkerchief I assigned her," Lady Ludlow said in an amused tone. "Then you should have asked her to embroider 2 handkerchiefs," Evan countered. Lady Ludlow grinned. "A lady only needs so many handkerchiefs, my dear." Evan opened his mouth to speak, but a young woman's voice filled the room. "I apologize that I wasn't here to greet you, dear cousin. But I assure you that it couldn't be helped." Dudley turned towards the doorway and found himself awestruck. A beautiful young woman with an oval face, high cheekbones, and dark eyebrows walked into the room. She was wearing a simple white gown, which only seemed to enhance her natural beauty, even though her dark brown hair was slightly disheveled. Evan turned towards his cousin. "Josie," he started in an exasperated voice, "I understand you were practicing archery on the East Lawn again." Josie placed her hands on the back of an upholstered chair. "I was," he said. "I thought we discussed this. You cannot spend all your time practicing archery." "I don't," Josie countered with a mischievous smile. "I also practice shooting pistols and throwing daggers." Evan pressed his lips together. "Those are hardly appropriate pastimes for a young woman such as yourself," Josie said. "I disagree. I only work on those pastimes after I have finished my studies and practiced the pianoforte." Lady Ludlow cleared her throat. "Perhaps you two can discuss this at another time," she encouraged as she glanced over at Dudley. Tugging down on his riding jacket, Evan gave her a curt nod. "Wes, of course. Lord Dudley Beauchamp, please allow me the privilege of introducing you to my cousin, Miss Josie Mowbray." Josie turned her gaze towards him. He expected to see the usual glance of pity or disgust at the sight of his eye patch. However, to his surprise, he saw kindness reflecting back at him. Josie curtsied. "Lord Dudley, it is a pleasure to meet you," he said. "Likewise, Miss Josie," as he bowed. Their gazes met, and Dudley found himself staring at her. There was something about her that intrigued and irked him at the same time, but he didn't know what it was. Josie shifted her gaze towards Evan. "Would you care to go riding with me?" Evan shook his head. He said, "I am afraid not. I have been in the saddle all day." He turned towards Dudley. "Would you care to go riding with my cousin?" "No," he answered decisively. "I would not." "I assumed as much." Evan turned his gaze back towards his cousin. "Be sure to take a few footmen along on your ride." "I don't require footmen to escort me," she declared. "I only ride on our lands. And I can protect myself from any miscreant. Regardless, it is not safe for you to be riding alone," he stated. "On your lands." Evan straightened to his full height. "Do not defy me on this." Dudley saw Josie's eyes flash with annoyance. "As you wish, my lord," she answered dismissively. "Cousin." Evan huffed. "I hate it when you call me lord. Family does not use titles." Josie started walking backwards towards the door. "Is there anything else?" Evan said no. "I shall see you at dinner." Without saying another word, Josie turned and exited the drawing room. Evan let out a deep sigh. "I apologize for that. My cousin can be rather unruly at times." Not entirely sure what to say, Dudley chose to remain silent. Frankly, he found Josie's forthrightness to be refreshing. She didn't attempt to hide behind coy looks or flirty glances. Lady Ludlow spoke up as she started walking towards the door. "If you will excuse me, I will ensure that our cook is aware of our dinner plans for tonight. I intend to go over some ledgers before dinner." Evan informed him after his mother was gone. "Would you like me to show you to your bedchamber first?" Dudley nodded. "Yes. I prefer to be alone right now." "I assumed as much." Evan walked closer to him. "How I envy you, Dudley." Dudley reared back. "Envy me?" Evan chuckled. "You don't have a cousin to contend with." "That is a true statement." "I believe Josie is going to send me to an early grave." Evan shared. Dudley lifted his brow. "She surely cannot be that bad." "Oh, I assure you she is." Dressed in a pink gown with a round neckline, Josie Mowbray stood outside of her cousin's study, dreading the forthcoming conversation. Her cousin, Evan, was kind to her, but he didn't understand her. Frankly, he didn't try. She was just a burden to him. Someone he had to take care of to protect. But she didn't need his protection. She could handle the world on her own. Josie knocked on the door before entering the room. Her cousin sat at his desk with his head down, writing something in a ledger. "Aunt Claire said you wished to speak to me." Josie spoke as she walked further into the room. Evan rose from his chair. "Wes, please come in." He pointed at the chair in front of his desk. "Have a seat." Josie sat down in the chair, keeping her back rigid. She knew what her cousin wanted, and he was going to be disappointed again. Evan lowered himself down onto his chair and smiled at her. "How have you been, Josie?" "I am well." "And your studies?" Josie clasped her hands in front of her. "I am 19. Requiring me to study every day is rather insulting." "Until you go to London for the season," he explained. "I feel it is in your best interest to continue to learn and grow." Josie smirked. "I couldn't agree more, which is why I have started learning about logic and physics." Evan gave her a disapproving look. "Those are hardly appropriate subjects for a woman of your station." "So I disagree. I believe it is much more beneficial than embroidering on a handkerchief." Evan threaded his fingers together and placed them onto the desk. "I would like you to accompany me to London after I have concluded my work at Hartfield Manor. You need to have a season." "No, thank you." Ignoring her refusal, Evan pressed forward. "Mother will join us, as well." Josie shifted her gaze towards the window. The sun was setting, casting bright, bold colors across the darkening sky. "I would prefer not to go to London," she stated. Evan sighed. "Your aversion to marrying is getting rather irksome." "I am only 19, she declared. "I am much too young to consider marriage." "I argue that is not true. My mother was 18 when she married." Josie rose from her chair and walked over to the window. She said, "I have no desire to go to London and participate in the marriage mart. Besides, I cannot leave Felixstowe right now." Evan asked. "Why?" Her eyes scanned the well-maintained gardens. "You know why," Evan grunted. "Please say that you are not referring to the smugglers." "I am." She turned back to face her cousin. "Someone needs to stop them." "That someone is not you, Josie," Evan declared, leaning back in his chair. "You must stop obsessing about the smugglers," she asked. "How can you say that to me?" Her voice rising. "The smugglers killed Harry." Evan shook his head. "No. Harry died when he went for a late-night swim." "You truly believe that, do you?" Josie questioned. "My brother was an excellent swimmer. Furthermore, why would he go swimming at night? It just doesn't make sense." Evan gave her a look filled with pity. How she hated that expression. Her aunt looked at her that way whenever they talked about Harry. "I know you want to blame someone for Harry's death, but it was just a tragic accident." Evan attempted. "You need to let this go. To start healing." Josie pursed her lips together. She said, "I cannot. Not when I know that smugglers are still coming ashore in Felixstowe." Evan asked, "And how do you know that?" Dryly. "Harry told me about them." Harry didn't know for certain. Evan responded with disapproval in his voice. "He only suspected smugglers." "It is not just me who believes there are smugglers," she contended. The villagers all fear them and will not go to the beach at night. Ivan furrowed his brow. You are spouting nonsense. There are no smugglers on our shores. An uncomfortable silence descended over them. But Josie wasn't in a hurry to speak up. They had been having the same conversation for over a year now. Ivan rose from his chair and buttoned his brown jacket. Harry loved you very much, and he wanted what was best for you. So do I, he stated. I want to ensure that you are being taken care of. No, you want me to marry so I will be someone else's problem, she declared. Ivan said, You are an heiress, as he came around his desk. I'm the only daughter of Sir Jasper Mowbray. You don't have to marry, but do you truly wish to become a spinster? Josie met his gaze. I don't know what I want, but I refuse to enter a marriage of convenience. Nor would I expect you to, her cousin replied gently, which is why I propose a different arrangement. Josie said, I am listening, walking closer to her cousin. Ivan leaned back against the edge of his desk. I plan to be here for a fortnight on business, he began. During this time, I encourage you to seek proof that smugglers are coming ashore in Felixstowe. A smile came to Josie's face, but it vanished with Ivan's next words. However, he hesitated, growing serious. After the 2 weeks, you will not speak of the smugglers again, and you will accompany me to London, where my mother will host a ball in your honor. Josie took a moment to mull over Ivan's words. Would a fortnight be enough time for her to discover enough proof to make Ivan a believer? What if I find proof of the smugglers? Ivan blinked. He said, Then we shall go report your findings to the constable. His voice filled with exasperation. Do we have a deal? Josie nodded. We do, on one condition. Which is? While I am gathering proof, I am free to come and go from the estate. Without an escort? Ivan frowned disapprovingly and shook his head. I cannot agree to those terms. You are a woman of gentle birth, and you require an escort at all times. She replied, Then I am not going to London. Firmly, crossing her arms over her chest. Her cousin considered her for a long moment. Fine, but I must implore you to use caution. No unnecessary risks, Josie said. I can agree to that. Uncrossing her arms, Ivan smiled. You will find that I am not completely heartless. Josie returned his smile. I know that. On a separate note, please be patient with my friend, Lord Dudley, Ivan requested, straightening from the desk. The image of Lord Dudley Beauchamp came to her mind. He was a tall, handsome man with broad shoulders and stern features. He had a commanding presence about him, indicating that he was not a man who should be trifled with. However, it was his eye that intrigued her. It was filled with pain and heart-ache. What had he experienced that caused him to have such anguish? May I ask why? Ivan shifted his gaze towards the door. He is struggling. Aren't we all? Dudley is in a dark place right now, he admitted, bringing his gaze back to her. He is trying to find himself. Oh, she muttered. I am sorry to hear that. Just stray on the side of kindness with him, Ivan remarked. Josie asked, Is Lord Dudley a pirate? Lowering her voice. Ivan chuckled. No, he is not a pirate. But he is wearing an eye patch, she joked. He injured his left eye while serving in the Royal Navy, Ivan informed her, growing serious. She replied, That does sound more logical. Although the eye patch gives him an air of danger, I could see him being a pirate. Perhaps it would be best if you just don't speak to Lord Dudley, Ivan commented. Josie smiled. I promise I will behave, cousin. See that you do. With an empty glass in his hand, Dudley sat alone in his darkened bedchamber. The sun had set, and he was waiting for the dinner bell to ring. A servant had come by earlier to light a fire in the hearth, but he had sent her away. He preferred to sit in the dark. It reminded him of how truly alone he was in the world, and how empty he felt inside. This was not how his life was supposed to go. He should have had a distinguished military career. He would plan to make his fortune while at sea. Now he had no wealth and no profession. He had nothing except loneliness. Dudley turned his gaze towards the eye patch lying on the table next to him. That piece of cloth marked him as a crippled, disabled, a failure. He heard the faint sound of the dinner bell ringing downstairs, beckoning everyone to come to the drawing room. He rose from his chair, placed his glass on the table, and retrieved his eye patch. He reluctantly put it over his eye. He had no desire to converse with Ivan's family over dinner. Frankly, he had no desire to mingle with anyone. He preferred to be alone. As he walked down the hall, his eye wandered over all the portraits on the walls. He would just turn the corner when something collided with him. Something that smelled delightfully like rosewater. It was Miss Josie Mowbray. He immediately put his hands on her shoulders to steady her. "I sincerely apologize, Lord Dudley," Miss Josie said as she took a step back. "I am afraid I was rather preoccupied." He dropped his hands to his side. No harm done." Miss Josie smoothed out her yellow gown. "Would you like me to escort you down to the drawing room?" "No," he said. "That is not necessary." A smile came to Miss Josie's lips. "I only ask because Hartfield Manor has 2 different drawing rooms and 2 dining rooms. I wasn't sure if Avon told you which drawing room we would be assembling in." He tugged down on his waistcoat. "He did not. I assumed as much." Miss Josie gestured towards the stairs. "Shall we? I suppose we must." Dudley extended his arm towards her. He didn't want to escort her, but it was the polite thing to do. Glancing down at his proffered arm, Miss Josie gave him a knowing look. She said, "You don't have to escort me, Lord Dudley. I am perfectly capable of walking on my own." He eyed her curiously. How did she seem to know his thoughts so precisely? "It is my privilege as a gentleman to escort you to the drawing room." There. That was the partial truth. Miss Josie stepped closer and placed her hand on his arm. "Thank you, Lord Dudley." "You are welcome," he responded curtly. As they walked down the stairs, Miss Josie glanced over at him. "Did you enjoy the nice weather we had this afternoon?" "Weather?" He hated talking about the weather. He replied, "I did." "Did you as well?" She nodded. "It was delightful," she responded in a cheerful voice. "I spent the remainder of the afternoon riding my horse through the fields surrounding Hartfield Manor. It was the perfect way to end the day." "There are few things better than riding," she said. "I agree." As they stepped into the entry hall, "Did you have a chance to visit the gardens in the rear of the estate yet?" "No, I have not." Miss Josie offered him a side glance. "They are exquisite." "So I have heard." He was surprised when he heard Miss Josie giggle. "I am afraid I find this conversation rather dull," she stated, smiling. "I believe we have covered all the polite conversational topics." He almost smiled but stopped himself. "That we have." Miss Josie led him down a narrow hall. "My cousin informed me that you served in the Royal Navy." He stiffened. He had no desire to talk about that. He replied, "I did," dismissively. To his relief, Miss Josie didn't continue her line of questioning, choosing to remain silent instead. They turned another corner, and Dudley was grateful that Miss Josie was leading him towards the drawing room. He would have gotten dreadfully lost had he tried to find it on his own. As they stepped into a room with dark green, papered walls and wood panels, Evan greeted him. "Evening, Dudley," Evan stated, his eyes glancing between them. "Did you have a pleasant afternoon sitting alone in your room?" He nodded. "I did. It was uneventful." "I can only imagine." Miss Josie removed her hand from his and stepped to the side, creating distance between them. Evan turned his attention towards his cousin. "Thank you for escorting Dudley to the green drawing room." Miss Josie offered Dudley an amused glance. "I found him wandering the halls, and I took pity on him." Evan asked, "Is that so?" Surprised, Dudley frowned. He would know, "It is not," gruffly. He knew Miss Josie was teasing, but he was not in the mood to play along. Miss Josie offered him a private smile, which he found oddly charming. "The truth is that I ran into him in the hall. Literally," she shared. "I collided with Lord Dudley as I left the library." Evan shook his head disapprovingly. "You must be more careful. A lady should always carry herself with decorum and grace." "You are right, as usual," Miss Josie said in a bored tone. "I am serious, cousin," Evan insisted. "If you had collided with a gentleman in London, there could have been serious consequences." "Meaning?" Evan crossed his arms over his chest. "I have seen people compelled to marry for less." Miss Josie's lips parted. "Are you implying that I could be forced to marry someone just for running into them?" He nodded. Yes. That is ridiculous. Miss Josie muttered. I would refuse to marry anyone for such a silly reason. Then you would become an outcast of society. Even pressed. So be it, Miss Josie said, her chin tilting defiantly. If I do marry, it will be for love. Dudley scoffed. Love? What a fantastical bunch of nonsense. Very few people found a love match, his brother being one of them, but most members of society were destined for marriages of convenience. Miss Josie turned her gaze towards him. I take it that you don't believe in love matches. I believe they exist, but they are rare. Dudley admitted. To hope for a love match is a futile waste of time. I disagree, Miss Josie stated. Dudley shook his head. You are young and naive. In time, you will realize that mutual toleration is what most people achieve in a marriage. Mutual toleration. Miss Josie repeated. You cannot possibly believe that. Dudley's eyes scanned the room, and he saw the drink cart in the corner. How had he not seen that earlier? Vehemently, he mumbled before he headed across the room. He took the stopper off the decanter and poured himself a generous drink. After gulping it back, he poured himself another one. Even approached him and reached for the decanter. Tomorrow, I am meeting with some of my tenants, he shared. Would you care to join me? He asked. What would be the point? Before taking a sip from his glass, Even poured himself a drink and placed the decanter back on the cart. You may learn something about being a landowner. But I am not a landowner, Evan said. Yet, you could buy an estate and live the grand life of a landowner. Perhaps even serve in the House of Commons. Pass. A deep frown furrowed Evan's brow. You cannot keep going as you are, he stated. You need to move forward. What is wrong with how I am living? Evan's eyes darted towards his empty glass. For starters, you are drinking too much. I am not, he challenged. I have seen you drink brandy with your breakfast. Evan responded with a knowing look. My drinking habits are none of your concern, Dudley remarked coldly. Evan placed a hand on his shoulder. Come with me to the meeting. You may find that you enjoy it. He replied, I highly doubt it. But I suppose I will go with you if it means that much to you. Evan removed his hand. That pleases me immensely. Dudley just grunted. Why would he want to attend a landowner meeting? What a colossal waste of time. The moon was high in the sky as Josie crept along the shoreline. With a longbow in her right hand and a quiver attached to her back, she searched for any signs of the smugglers. However, so far, she had found no sign of them. She would looked in every crevice along the cliff, but found nothing. Drat! Her cousin couldn't be right. He couldn't be. There was no way her half-brother died during a late-night swim. That was unfathomable to her. Yet Evan was so quick to believe it. Why? It didn't make sense to her. She wasn't the only one who believed in the smugglers. The villagers had often spoken in hushed tones about smugglers who appeared on their shoreline in the middle of the night. Everyone knew it wasn't safe to be on the beach after sunset. If that was the case, why couldn't she find proof of them? It didn't make sense to her. She was missing something. For the past month, after everyone was tucked safely in bed, she would sneak out and comb the shoreline, but she never saw smugglers coming to shore. They were certainly elusive. Josie sat down on a rock and looked out at the ocean, listening to the waves crash on the shore. Her shoulders slumped as if the burdens she carried overwhelmed her. She had wanted to bring her half-brother's killers to justice. She was well aware that she had become consumed with it. Yet, she had nothing to show for all her time and effort. She had failed Harry. To prepare herself to confront the smugglers, she had spent countless hours practicing her archery. It had become a compulsion for her. In addition to becoming proficient at the longbow, she also excelled at shooting her pistol and throwing daggers. How she missed Harry. He had practically raised her. She would only been 8 years old when her mother died during childbirth, and her father died shortly thereafter. Many people speculated that he would die from a broken heart. After all, both of his wives had perished during childbirth. Upon hearing the news of his father's death, Harry had withdrawn from Oxford and had come home to take care of her. They had been exceptionally close, and his death had taken an enormous toll on her. How she wished she could turn back time and be with him again, just for a day. What am I doing?" she muttered to herself. Here she was, sitting alone on the beach in the middle of the night. Furthermore, she was wearing trousers, a white shirt, and a pair of Hessian boots. Hardly the attire of a lady. But she only had a fortnight to find proof of the smugglers, and then she would be forced to go to London for a season. How she dreaded going to London. She would be a social outcast from the moment she stepped into town. They would never accept her for who she was. She wasn't the prim and proper lady that everyone expected her to be. Josie rose from the rock and dusted off her trousers. Another night wasted. It was time to sneak back into Hartfield Manor. She made her way up the footpath that ran along the cliff near the estate. Once she reached the gardens, she hurried towards the servants' entrance and tried to open the door. It was locked. Drat! The servants' entrance was never locked. That is why she always exited that way. She sighed. What was she going to do now? She glanced up at her window on the second level, but it was closed. There was only one window open, and it led to the guest bedchamber. Lord Dudley Beauchamp's room. Could she climb up to his bedchamber and sneak out before he realized that she was in his room? Well, she didn't have much choice. She either had to climb up to his bedchamber or sleep outside. Frankly, neither option sounded appealing at the moment. Josie hid her longbow and quiver in some shrubbery outside of the servants' entrance. Then, she placed her hands on the uneven stones and started climbing up the side of the manor. It was relatively easy, and in only a few moments, she would reach Lord Dudley's window. Glancing in, she saw that it was dark inside. No candle was lit. That boded well for her. Lord Dudley was probably asleep, and he wouldn't even hear her entering his bedchamber. Josie pulled herself through the window and very carefully entered the bedchamber. She saw that Lord Dudley was lying in the large four-poster bed, snoring softly. With light steps, she hurried across the room. She had just placed her hand on the door handle when she heard the cocking of a pistol. She froze. "Who goes there?" Lord Dudley demanded. Josie slowly turned to face him. "It is I, Josie." Lord Dudley lowered the pistol to the bed. "Miss Josie, what are you doing in my bedchamber?" "I am afraid I got lost," she lied. "If you will excuse me." She turned back towards the door. Lord Dudley sat up in his bed. He asked, "Were you attempting to force me into an unwanted marriage by breaking into my bedchamber?" In an accusing tone. Josie's mouth gaped. "How dare you presume that? What am I supposed to think?" Lord Dudley asked, his voice rising. "Shush," she implored as she took a step closer to the bed. "Are you mad?" Lord Dudley's brow lifted. "Am I mad?" he questioned. "You are the one in my bedchamber dressed like a boy." "These are the clothes I wear when I go to the beach at night," Josie admitted, glancing down at her trousers. "It isn't safe for a young woman to be near the shoreline at this time of night," Lord Dudley pointed out. She replied, "Thank you for that," dryly. "Now if you will excuse me." Her voice trailed off as she reached for the door handle. "No. No." Lord Dudley removed his covers and placed his feet over the side of the bed. Fortunately, he was wearing a white shirt and trousers rather than a nightshirt. "What were you doing down at the beach at this time of night?" "It is none of your concern, my lord." Lord Dudley rose. "You made it my concern when you snuck in through my window." She glanced at the opened window. "You heard that. I am surprised the whole manor didn't hear that." He frowned. "You would make an awful thief. I have no intention of stealing from you, if that is your concern. That is a relief. If you must know, the servants' entrance was locked." Josie shared, meeting his gaze. "I needed another way to enter," he asked. "Why did you select my room?" Crossing his arms over his expansive chest. She shrugged. "Your window was the only one open." Lord Dudley gave her a look that implied he didn't believe her. He walked over to the window and made a point of looking out. He said, "I am relieved to discover that you are capable of speaking the truth." After a long moment, Now, may I leave, or do you wish to interrogate me further? I have a few more questions, Lord Dudley said, turning to face her. Starting with why you were on the beach at this late hour, Gar. I am a light sleeper, and the crashing of the waves helps soothe me, she attempted. Try again, Lord Dudley said gruffly. I was looking for some seashells, Lord Dudley grunted. Do not take me for a fool. Pray tell, why do you think I was down at the beach? She questioned. Lord Dudley gave her a pointed look. Were you meeting someone? Josie reared back, stunned. How dare you assume that I was having a tryst? I tire of your games, he declared. If you don't tell me the truth, I will march you up to Evan's room. You wouldn't dare. Lord Dudley took a commanding step towards her, his piercing gaze watching her. Try me, Miss Josie. Pressing her lips together, Josie knew it was time to tell the truth. She said, Fine. I was down at the beach waiting for the smugglers to appear. Smugglers. She nodded. Yes. Smugglers killed my half-brother, Harry, and I intend to bring them to justice, Josie revealed. Lord Dudley furrowed his brows. I knew it. You are mad. I am not, she contended. Let us say you found these smugglers. He began, pressing his fingers against the bridge of his nose. What were you going to do with them? I was going to shoot them with my longbow. Lord Dudley dropped his hand and stared at her. You what? She said. I was going to shoot arrows at them. Slowly, enunciating each word. But you don't have a longbow on you. She placed a hand on her hip. I stashed it by the servants' entrance, along with my quiver. She informed him. I couldn't very well scale a wall with a longbow in my hand. Now could I? Lord Dudley gave her an exasperated look. You were planning to shoot the smugglers with arrows. Yes. That is a terrible plan, Lord Dudley remarked with a shake of his head. She frowned. I think it is time I go to bed, he said. Wes. I agree. But we will continue this conversation tomorrow. Josie stepped to the door and placed her hand on the handle. Are you going to tell Evan? I am afraid I am honor-bound to inform him. She nodded. I understand. Lord Dudley met her eyes, his gaze unyielding. It isn't appropriate for you to climb into a gentleman's bedchamber, Miss Josie. The repercussions could have been dire for you, if the circumstances were different. She said. I understand. Again. Furthermore, you were most fortunate that I make it a habit to sleep in my clothing. He waved his hand towards the door. Check the hall before you slip out. We wouldn't want anyone to see you leaving. She turned her gaze towards him. Thank you, Lord Dudley. If your window hadn't been open, then I would have been sleeping outside in the gardens, he replied. Then I am glad that I chose to sleep with my window open this evening. With a hint of sincerity, she said, Good night. As she opened the door, Josie glanced both ways before she exited Lord Dudley's room, and was relieved to find the hall was clear. She hurried towards her bedchamber. Once she was safely inside her room, she heaved a sigh of relief. She had no doubt that Lord Dudley would speak to Evan about her errant behavior, but she would deal with that tomorrow. It was only then that she realized Lord Dudley hadn't been wearing his eye patch. Dudley raced his horse across the expansive fields as the morning sun began to rise over the ocean. He was up early because he found that he couldn't sleep. After Miss Josie had left his bedchamber, he would toss and turn for the remainder of the evening. What a foolish girl. He couldn't even count how many ways her plan could have gone horribly, terribly wrong. Besides, what was she thinking? Didn't she realize how dangerous confronting smugglers would be? They would have killed her without any hesitation. Dudley knew he needed to tell Evan what his cousin was doing. He couldn't ignore the fact that Miss Josie's idiotic actions were going to get her killed. He reined in his horse near the edge of the cliff and stared out over the expansive ocean. The rising sun was reflecting off the water, causing the crests of waves to sparkle with explosive brilliance. The morning wind caressed his face and rustled through his brown hair. How he hated mornings! They just reminded him that he had another day to live. Another day of being a failure. Another day of being him. The sound of a horse whinnying caused him to turn his head towards the adjacent cliff. He saw Miss Josie sitting atop her horse, staring out into the water. She had a deep, contemplative look on her face. Dudley took a moment to admire her without her knowing. She wore a dark blue riding habit that perfectly fit her comely figure. Her hair was tied back into a low bun, but a few tendrils had escaped. With her creamy, white skin and expressive eyes, Josie was breathtaking. But it mattered not. A young woman like her would never accept a cripple like him. Why would she? She would have a horde of suitors vying for her attention in London. Regardless, he had no intention of marrying anyone, especially not the infuriating Miss Josie. He turned his horse back towards Hartfield Manor but didn't urge him forward. Miss Josie was riding without an escort. He stifled a groan. The gentlemanly thing to do would be for him to escort her back to the manor. Not that he wanted to. He preferred to ride alone. However, he would never forgive himself if something happened to her. Reluctantly, he turned his horse and kicked him into a run. He didn't stop until he reined in next to Miss Josie. She turned to face him, her expression unreadable. "Good morning, Lord Dudley. What brings you this far from Hartfield Manor?" He adjusted the reins in his hand. "I have come to escort you back to the manor." Miss Josie turned her attention back towards the ocean, dismissing him. "That is not necessary. I am perfectly capable of returning home on my own." "Vexing woman. I have no doubt, but I couldn't help but notice that you don't have an escort with you," he stated, attempting to keep the irritation out of his voice. "I do not require an escort." "Every woman requires an escort," he stated flatly. "Not I, especially you," he pressed. She shot him a frustrated look. "If you must know, I am carrying an overcoat pistol in my reticule." He glanced down at the small handbag hanging from her left wrist. "An overcoat pistol only gives you one shot." "Trust me." Miss Josie started slowly. "I only need one shot." The way she said those words, he knew that she believed them. But he doubted that she even considered that she might be accosted by two assailants. "What then?" "Regardless, it would only be proper for me to escort you home." "Suit yourself, Lord Dudley," Miss Josie said, turning her attention back towards the water. They sat without speaking, just staring out into the ocean. It was a comfortable silence, and he was grateful that neither of them felt the urge to fill the quiet with meaningless words. After a long moment, Miss Josie turned towards him. "You have traveled quite a distance from the manor, have you?" "We are actually on my lands now," Miss Josie said as her horse pawed at the ground. He asked, "Your lands?" surprised. She nodded. "My land's neighbor, my cousin's da." She pointed towards a stately estate in the distance. "That is my ancestral home. Why don't you reside there?" "After my half-brother died, I came to live with my Aunt Claire and Ivan," she revealed. "I suppose I saw no reason to return home with Harry gone. I was remiss for not saying this earlier, but I am sorry for your loss." Miss Josie gave him a weak smile. "Thank you. I miss Harry every day." "How long has he been gone?" "A little over a year now," she shared, pain crossing her features. "May I ask what happened to your parents?" She arched an eyebrow. "You are asking some rather personal questions," he said. "I apologize." "If you prefer not to answer," Miss Josie spoke over him. "I was only teasing, Lord Dudley." "I should have assumed as much," he responded curtly. Her eyes filled with pain, and she looked back at the ocean. "My mother died during childbirth, and my father died shortly thereafter from a broken heart." He said. "Again, I am sorry for your loss," knowing his words were not sufficient. "It was a long time ago," she murmured. "But it was Harry's death that shattered my world." "Why is that?" Miss Josie sighed. "After my father's death, Harry left Oxford to take care of me. He was the best big brother I could have asked for. He sounds like an honorable man." "He was," she gushed. "The most honorable man I know." Dudley shifted his gaze towards the ocean. "You mentioned smugglers killed him. Why do you suppose that was?" She replied, "It matters not," in a sad, resigned voice. "No one believes me. You must admit it does seem rather far-fetched," he pointed out. Miss Josie winced. "Before his death, my half-brother told me that he suspected smugglers were using our shores to drop off goods." "He did," she said. "He intended to catch them in the act. That is why he was on the shore that night." Are you sure that he just didn't go for a late night swim? She replied, I am positive. Firmly. Harry never went swimming late at night. What did the constable say? He ruled it as an accidental death by drowning. He asked, did he open an investigation? Glancing over at her. She replied, no. Looking back at him, he didn't believe smugglers had anything to do with his death. Did your half-brother have any enemies? Miss Josie shook her head. Everyone loved Harry, including his tenants. Dudley dreaded asking the next question, but he decided he needed to know. Have you considered that he may have killed himself? Miss Josie's eyes flashed, obviously angry. No. I had not considered that, because Harry would never have killed himself. I apologize for offending you, but I had to ask. Harry loved life and he would never have intentionally left me, she defended. He put his hand up in surrender. I am sorry for even bringing it up. Miss Josie tilted her chin up. You should be. What does Evan say about the smugglers? She said. He doesn't believe me, averting her eyes. He thinks I am on a foolhardy pursuit. Dudley frowned. Other than Harry's suspicions, do you have any proof of smugglers along the coast? She shook her head. No. But the villagers all seem to believe it. But you haven't come across any proof when you have snuck out at night. Again, she shook her head. Do you always go out before midnight? I do. Dudley lifted his brow. Smugglers aren't considerate, nor are they consistent. Have you considered they may show up in the early morning hours? She replied. I had not. Dejectedly. Just as I supposed. He sighed. Smugglers are a dangerous lot. They will kill you without remorse. She replied. Not if I kill them first, defiantly. Dudley scoffed. Smugglers are bloodthirsty men who are only interested in lining their own pockets. They will not hesitate to kill you. A determined gleam came to Miss Josie's eyes. I am aware of that fact. No, you aren't, he countered. You are just a young woman. You couldn't possibly understand the dangers associated with tracking down smugglers. I may only be a woman, but I am proficient with the longbow. I could fill them all with arrows before they even realize they are under attack. Then what? Miss Josie gave him a baffled look. Then it is over. I will have brought my half-brother's killers to justice. By killing them. I don't think they would just let me walk up and arrest them, she remarked dryly. Dudley lifted his head and looked up at the sky. You are going to get yourself killed. I will not. You are a foolish, naive girl. Miss Josie cut him off. You have no right to speak to me like that, he said. Someone needs to, gripping the reins tighter in his hand. Now you are starting to sound like Evan, he scoffed. Good. At least someone has some sense in your family. I refuse to sit here and be insulted by you, Lord Dudley, Miss Josie declared, turning her horse around. Good day. Dudley watched as Miss Josie kicked her horse into a run and raced back towards Hartfield Manor. What a foolish girl. Nothing but utter nonsense filled her head. She didn't even have sense enough to allow him to escort her back. A few hours later, Josie was still reeling with anger as she rode along the main road towards the village. She couldn't believe that Lord Dudley spoke to her in such a high-handed manner. He had no right to speak to her in such a way. What a maddening lord. She pitied the poor woman who would agree to marry him. As she neared the village, Josie slowed her horse's gait. A group of children came running out into the road to greet her. A young girl with freckles waved up at her. She wore a simple, loose-fitting, white shift. Good morning, Miss Josie, she called in a sweet voice. Good morning, Amy, Josie greeted. How are you faring today? Amy pouted. She said, It is wash day. My mama is making me help her. Oh, I am sorry, Amy. A boy with soft curls spoke up. Are you here to play football with us? We even have a pig's bladder to use, she replied. Not today. I am visiting Mrs. Knott, Amy said. You always visit her. Josie nodded. I visit her every week. After all, she used to be my governess and now she is blind. The boy stated, interrupting her. Josie replied. I was going to say lonely, with a shake of her head. Amy asked, What is in the basket? As she pointed to her left hand. Biscuits, she shared. The boy groaned. Don't go visit her today. I was hoping you would be on my team. Josie grinned. Perhaps another time. No, you cannot be on John's team, little Timmy complained. That wouldn't be fair for the rest of us. Maybe your team isn't as good as my team. John announced proudly. The only reason you won last time was because Miss Josie played on your team. Timmy stated. Josie bobbed her head. She said, Timmy is right. I will play on his team the next time we play football. John squared his tiny shoulders. Then, you shall taste defeat, Miss Josie. She laughed. I wouldn't be so bold, John. As Josie continued to ride through the cobbled streets, she politely tipped her head to the men and women who acknowledged her. She heard the piercing noise of metal striking metal as she passed by the blacksmith shop. She reined in her horse in front of a small cottage near the outskirts of the village. It was a one-level, stone home with a thatched roof. Josie dismounted and tied her horse to a post out front. She was so distracted that she was startled when she heard a man's voice behind her. My apologies. Miss Josie, the man said. I didn't mean to scare you. She turned towards the constable with a polite smile. He was a tall, portly man with white hair and a beard. No harm was done, Constable Welker. It is a fine day today, is it not? The constable asked. She replied, It is. The constable took a step closer to her and lowered his voice. It sure is kind of you to visit Mrs. Knott, she said. It is the least I can do. Mrs. Knott is a dear friend of mine. He raised his hand and rubbed his beard. I hope you have a good rest of your day, Miss Josie. Likewise, Constable Welker. As the constable walked away, Josie walked towards the main door and knocked. She waited for a long moment before she rapped again. I am coming, an elderly voice said from inside. Who is there? It is me, Josie, she answered. It was still another moment before the door opened. Miss Josie. Mrs. Knott greeted, opening the door wide. Welcome, how are you faring today? Mrs. Knott shrugged. I am alive, aren't I? Josie smiled. That you are. The aged woman stepped to the side, allowing her to enter. Come in, child. Josie stepped into the small, darkened cottage and turned to face her former governess. Can I help you with something today? Mrs. Knott nodded, her eyes expressionless. You can sit down and talk to me for a spell. I would love to. Josie stepped over to the small, round kitchen table and pulled out 2 chairs. And my cousin Even wants me to go to London with him and have a season. Slowly, Mrs. Knott came to sit down next to her. It sounds like you don't want to go to London. No, I have no desire to go to London and participate in the marriage mart. Why see? Mrs. Knott murmured. What is it that you want to do? Josie placed her arm on the table. I want to stay in Felixstowe. Would going to London be that awful? Josie replied. It would be dreadful. Most likely I would trip on my gown as I exited the coach, and I would immediately become the newest scandal. Mrs. Knott smiled. Surely, it wouldn't be that bad. Trust me, it would be a disaster. You will eventually need to go to London to find a suitor, Mrs. Knott said, leaning forward. I don't want a suitor. Josie pressed. I am content being alone. A wistful expression came to Mrs. Knott's face. You say that now, dear, but you will tire of being alone. She leaned back. Life is much more enjoyable when you have someone to travel the journey with you. Perhaps. Josie muttered, not entirely convinced. Her eyes scanned the main room, and she noticed the lime-washed wood floor was filthy. She rose to retrieve the broom in the corner. What are you doing? Mrs. Knott asked. I am sweeping. Don't worry about that, dear, Mrs. Knott said. I can do that later. Josie replied, Nonsense, as she began brushing the broom across the floor, gathering the dirt and debris into a pile. I am perfectly capable of sweeping a floor. Mrs. Knott sat back in her chair. I do appreciate it. I admit that sweeping is rather a difficult chore for me to manage. I can only imagine. How is Lord Ludlow? Mrs. Knott asked. Josie stopped sweeping and leaned against the broom. My cousin as well, but he brought the most infuriating friend home with him. He did, Mrs. Knott said, perking up. Do tell. Lord Dudley wears an eye patch. And he has the commanding presence of a pirate captain. she informed her. He is argumentative and handsome, Mrs. Knott interjected. Josie pressed her lips together. I suppose if you are interested in tall, dark, and brooding lords, she admitted reluctantly. Isn't every young lady? I most assuredly am not, she declared as she continued sweeping. I find Lord Dudley to be quite maddening. Is that so? Mrs. Knott asked in an amused tone. He is constantly chiding me for my behavior, she shared. It is rather exhausting to speak to the man. Mrs. Knott's glazed eyes met hers. You will have to bring him to visit me, she said. Perhaps. Then, you will see how truly annoying the man is. And Lady Ludlow. Josie opened the door and swept the dirt outside onto the cobbled street. Aunt Claire as well. After she finished, she returned the broom to the corner before returning to her chair. I brought a book with me today. Would you care for me to read to you? Mrs. Knott smiled. Would you? Josie slipped a book out of the pocket of her dress. I hope Gulliver's Travels is all right. You are a godsend, child, Mrs. Knott murmured as she rested her arm on the kitchen table and leaned back in her chair. Reading from the book, Josie started. My father had a small estate in Nottinghamshire. I was third of 5 sons. Sitting in Evan's study, Dudley rested the back of his head against the wall as he listened to tenant after tenant gripe about one thing or another. How Evan could sit there patiently as he took notes was beyond him. He would have told them all to go to the devil. Then he could have gone out for an afternoon ride. Instead, he was listening to someone rant on about how the rain will spoil the harvest, unless Evan invests in draining the new field. It was exhausting to listen to, and he was only on the receiving end. He didn't care what Evan decided to do with his time and money. Although, it did make him appreciate that he was not a landowner. He had no desire to own an estate and keep it operational during the war. His mood soared again. How he wished he was back fighting in the war. Either war, the one on the peninsula or the skirmish in America. His usual scowl appeared on his face. Evan's voice broke through his musings. He said, Lord Dudley, do you have anything that you wish to add? Dudley's eye scanned the room and realized that all the tenants were looking at him expectantly. No, was his quick reply. Very good then, Evan stated, closing the file in front of him. We shall adjourn for 1 month. If something comes up before then, please inform Walford immediately. The tenants all rose from their chairs and filed out of the room. A balding man with narrow shoulders rose from the chair next to Evan. He said, That went well, Millard. That it did, Walford. Evan agreed. Do you have any thoughts on how to recruit more hands to man the cider press? Not this again, Dudley muttered under his breath. For the first 2 hours of the meeting, they would discuss how they were going to seek new hands to man the cider press, and how much to pay them. Walford nodded. I will place an advertisement in the morning newspaper stating that we need additional workers. With any luck, we will receive a few applicants. Evan said, I hope that works. Turning his gaze towards Dudley. Do you have any ideas, my friend? Dudley crossed his arms over his chest. All able-bodied men should join the military, he answered gruffly. Evan frowned. If they did that, we would be left with no workers to till and take care of our lands. You could always put signs up in the village, he suggested. Walford began shuffling a pile of papers. That is a decent idea, Mullard. I am sure I could pay Barker to put one up in the window of his general store. Evan smiled at him approvingly. We will make a landowner out of you yet, Dudley. He huffed. I doubt it. Every one of your tenants complained about something. I dare say I would have told them all to go to the devil and be done with it. Evan tapped the file on his desk. My job is to ensure my tenants are happy. I may employ solicitors, bailiffs, and Walford as my steward, but ultimately I am responsible for the success or failure of my estate. Besides, repairing my properties affects the overall prosperity of the estate, which not only affects me, but generations to come. It is a staggering amount of responsibility to shoulder with much at stake. Walford spoke up. On a good note, there were many tenants who didn't show up today. That is a sign that they don't require any repairs or assistance. Let us hope. Walford gathered up his pile of papers. Did you want to tour the property in Ipswich? Evan replied, I do. When would you like to go? Evan opened the file on the desk and picked up a piece of paper. He said, the sooner, the better, his eyes scanning the document. I cannot imagine this property will be on the market for long. It is rich in timber and has an extensive chalk quarry. Walford asked. Tomorrow, then. Evan bobbed his head. Tomorrow? He directed his next question towards Dudley. Do you want to travel with us to Ipswich to look at a potential property? Dudley replied, not at all. Oh, honestly. Walford glanced between the two men. He said, I should go, then bowed. I shall see you tomorrow, Millard. Dudley watched as Evan's steward walked out of the room. Walford is a good man, Evan remarked. He used to be Harry's steward, and I was lucky enough to acquire him. I was even able to convince him to live at the manor, since we are both early risers. That way, we can begin work at dawn. Dudley remained silent, not having a thought on the matter. You should come with us to Ipswich. Evan attempted. Dudley rose from his chair and stepped over to the drink cart. I would prefer to stay at Hartfield, Manor. You are no fun, Evan teased. Taking the stopper off the decanter, Dudley poured himself a drink as he decided to broach an uncomfortable subject. I went for a ride early this morning, and I saw your cousin. You should know that she was alone, unscorted. The humor dropped from Evan's face before he joined Dudley at the drink cart. Josie is rather relaxed about her safety. She may be able to get away with this unruly behavior in Felixstowe, but her reputation would be in tatters if she ever went for a ride without an escort in London. It would. Dudley agreed, taking a sip of his drink. She also spoke to me about the smugglers. Evan groaned as he poured himself a drink. Josie is obsessed about uncovering smugglers on our shores. Do you believe her? Downing his drink in one gulp, Evan placed his empty glass back onto the tray. No, I don't. And you shouldn't. Either. Why not? Evan turned his gaze towards the open door and lowered his voice. There have been rumors of smugglers using our shorelines for years, but they are just that, rumors. Even the constable doesn't give them any heed. He asked. But what if it was true? France is just on the other side of the channel. Evan shrugged one shoulder. The Royal Navy protects our channel, he contended. I highly doubt a band of smugglers could get past them. I dare say it is possible. Walking over to the door, Evan closed it. I beg you not to encourage her. If you did, I do not doubt that she would become more obsessed than she already is. Dudley said, You do realize that she is sneaking out in the middle of the night to look for the smugglers. Leaning his shoulder against the wall. Bleezes. Evan muttered. What is my cousin thinking? I fear that she might not have a lick of sense. It is ludicrous for your cousin to continue this behavior. Evan walked closer to him. I agree, which is why we have struck a bargain. She has a fortnight to find proof that the smugglers are using our shores. After that, she will travel with us back to London and attend a ball held in her honor. Aren't you encouraging her to seek out the smugglers? Evan shook his head. She will not be able to find proof because there are no smugglers. Dudley straightened from the wall. He said, Your cousin is hurting. She is mourning the loss of her half-brother greatly, and she wants to obtain justice for him. Evan replied, I know, but that is impossible. His death was an accident, so there is no one to blame. I want to take her far away from Felixstowe, so she can start healing. You think taking her to London will stop her from demanding justice for her half-brother? Evan tossed up his hands. What would you have me do? He questioned. Josie spends all her spare time preparing to go to war with these non-existent smugglers. Dudley replied, I don't know. Fortunately, it is none of my business. Thank you. Evan responded wryly. Dudley walked over to the door. If you will excuse me, I would like to be alone until dinner. Dressed in a white gown with a puce net overlay, Josie ran her fingers along the spines of the books in the library. She was looking for a book that piqued her interest. Fortunately, her cousin had an impressive number of books in his library, and she could read to her heart's content. How she loved reading! It gave her an escape from her life. She finally decided on a book by William Shakespeare. Then she went to sit on a settee near the window. As she opened the book, Lord Dudley walked stiffly into the room. He stopped when he saw her and bowed. "Miss Josie," he greeted cordially. She tipped her head. "Lord Dudley," he said. Apologize for disturbing you." His eye scanning the shelves of books. "But I wanted to select a book to read until dinner." Josie turned her attention to the book-filled wall. "What did you have in mind?" "I am not sure," Dudley admitted as he stepped closer to the books. "Do you have a suggestion?" Josie placed her book down on the settee and rose. "Are you interested in logic or poetry?" "Neither," she replied. "I see. What about Shakespeare?" Dudley frowned. "I find that Shakespeare does not interest me, either. Truly. He speaks flowery words of love and endearment, which, frankly, sickens me." Josie's hand came to her mouth, and she tapped a finger against her lips as she contemplated what book she should recommend. "What about Gulliver's Travels?" "I have already read it." "Robinson Crusoe?" "I found it boring." "Candide by Voltaire?" Dudley shook his head. "I found it too optimistic." "That does not surprise me," she quipped. Reaching out, Dudley selected a book and brought it to his side. "This will do." "What did you select?" Dudley glanced down at the book and read. "The Sorrows of Young Wertherdaw." Josie nodded in approval. "You will enjoy that one. It is filled with much Hartachian sorrow." To her surprise, Dudley returned the book to its previous location. "I am not interested in reading about Hartachian sorrow. Perhaps I will select a book on physics." "May I ask why?" Dudley's eyes scanned the spines. "I have faced enough Hartach and sorrow in my own life. I have no desire to read about someone else's experience. I believe you are doing yourself a disservice thinking that way." Dudley sighed. "Why am I not surprised that you have an opinion on the matter?" Josie said. "When you read about someone else's journey," ignoring his snappish remark, "it puts your own experiences into perspective, or it depresses you even more." Josie lifted her brow. "If that is the case, then you are reading the wrong types of books." Dudley randomly selected a book and gripped it in his right hand. "I am not here to debate with you, Miss Josie. I only came to retrieve a book and adjourn to my room until dinner." A smile came to Josie's face. She replied, "My apologies. I can be rather passionate about books." He asked, "Just about books?" Knowingly. She replied, "Fair enough," laughing. "I tend to become overzealous about a lot of things." I hadn't noticed. A barely discernible smile came to his lips. But it was so subtle that she feared she might have imagined it. Josie watched Lord Dudley for a moment, and she found herself curious about this odd, boorish man. "I am afraid I know very little about you, my lord." She watched Lord Dudley grow rigid. "That is because we are barely acquaintances, Miss Josie." He held up his book. "If you will excuse me." His voice trailed off as he moved towards the door. "Did you come from a large family?" Lord Dudley stopped and turned back to face her. "I have 2 brothers and a sister. Are you close to your siblings?" She saw a flash of guilt come into his eye. "We used to be," he admitted softly. She asked, "May I ask what changed?" Boldly, Lord Dudley's eye narrowed. "That is rather a personal question." She gave him a timid smile. "I apologize if I have offended you with my question," he said. "I would be remiss if I did not inform you that it is wholly improper for a woman to ask direct personal questions of new acquaintances." In a gruff tone, "It is best if you remember to discuss only polite conversational topics," she asked, "such as weather and the state of the gardens." With a smile, Lord Dudley pressed his lips together, his eyes sparking with irritation. "You may joke, but do you wish to embarrass yourself or your family with your bold speech?" He chided. "The heart of polite sociability is conversation, and ladies must develop the art of pleasing and polite exchanges." I do know how to behave in polite society, my lord," she remarked dryly. Lord Dudley's eyes perused the length of her. "You may look the part of a lady, but you certainly do not act like one." Her mouth gaped. "I beg your pardon." "A lady maintains an elegance of manners and deportment," he explained, taking a step closer to her. Furthermore, she responds to any social situation with calm assurance and no awkwardness. I am well aware of what society expects of me. Are you? She tilted her chin up. I am. Lord Dudley smirked. You are deceiving yourself, then, he stated. I give you 1 day in London before you tarnish your reputation. 1 day. He nodded. If you last that long. Placing her hands on her hips, Josie met his gaze, unflinching. How can you be so cruel? Cruel? He chuckled dryly. No, my dear, I am simply being realistic. You have no concept of how cruel the ton can be. They are a fickle lot and will pounce on the latest scandal, she asked. Or you finished insulting me? Raising her chin defiantly, standing taller and stiffening her back. He considered her for a moment before replying. That was not my intention. Then what was your intention? Lord Dudley took a step closer, and she had to tilt her head to look up at him. I am merely informing you that you are deucedly lacking in decorum and grace. She replied. I see. However, I contend that you are not being a gentleman. He shrugged unrepentantly. I tire of that role. And I tire of being in your presence, she declared as she brushed past him and walked out of the library with her head held high. What an infuriating man. He was no gentleman. How dare Lord Dudley speak to her with such rudeness? She knew she had flaws, but she never thought he would have been so cruel as to point them out so flagrantly. It would be in her best interest to avoid Lord Dudley while he was visiting Hartfield Manor. No good would come from associating with that horrid man. Dudley sat across from the table from Miss Josie, and he found great amusement in her refusal to look at him. He watched as she spent most of the meal moving the food around her plate. It appeared she did not have much of an appetite. It was a shame that she was such a vexing woman, because she was rather pleasing to look upon. If she could manage to curb her tongue, then she could be quite popular amongst the ton. Miss Josie pursed her lips and stole a glance at him, and then promptly returned her attention to her dinner plate. His lips twitched. Yes, she was definitely attempting to ignore him. Good. Let her ignore him. It didn't bother him. She was rude. To him, anyway. Do you come from a large family, Lord Dudley? Lady Ludlow asked from next to him. He wiped the corners of his mouth with his napkin. I have 2 brothers and a sister, he informed her as he laid the napkin in his lap. My sister, Isabella, is attending Miss Bell's finishing school in Bath. Lady Ludlow bobbed her head in approval. That is a fine school. It is, he agreed. Evan spoke up from the head of the table. Dudley's brother, Lord Hudson, recently became a district judge. That is impressive, Lady Ludlow praised. Dudley nodded. Hudson has worked hard these past years and won an impressive number of cases as a barrister, providing him with enough accolades to be promoted to a district judge. Your mother must be proud of all her children's accomplishments. Lady Ludlow commented, smiling. Including your own. Not bloody likely. Dudley adjusted the patch over his left eye. Unfortunately, I have done nothing to deserve my mother's praise. That cannot possibly be true, Lady Ludlow contended. Evan informed me that you served admirably in Canada as you fought those troublesome Americans. Uncomfortable with the praise, Dudley shifted in his chair. He said, U.S. Well, that was in the past. Dismissively. Dudley is a hero. Evan raised his glass towards him. Dudley gave him an exasperated look. I am not a hero, he insisted. I was merely a lieutenant in His Majesty's Royal Navy. And what do you intend to do now that you are out of the Royal Navy? Lady Ludlow asked as a servant cleared her plate. I haven't decided. I am trying to convince Dudley to become a landowner. Evan shared. Dudley shook his head. I am not interested. All the work that is associated with being a landowner appears rather tiresome. Evan said. Make no mistake about that. Returning his glass to the table. As a landowner, you spend a very great deal of time and effort in managing the estate. I have become an expert on the Norfolk 4-course system. Dudley asked. What is the Norfolk 4-course system? As he placed his napkin onto his plate, Evan leaned forward in his chair. It is a crop rotation system which increases fodder production. Typically, the first year, fields are sown with wheat, the second year turnips, and the third, barley. In the fourth year, Flubber and ryegrass are grazed for feed. Ivan explained. Ideally, this method would produce 3 cash crops and 2 crops for animal grazing. It is brilliant. Dudley replied. That sounds rather exhausting. To his surprise, Josie met his gaze and asked, Are you afraid of hard work, my lord? I am not. It appears that way, Josie challenged. You are mistaken. Am I? Dudley nodded. You are. Miss Josie, he confirmed. Hard work does not intimidate me. If I am truly passionate about something, then nothing gets in my way. Josie lifted her brow. What exactly are you passionate about? Many things, he answered. Such as. Lady Ludlow spoke up. Josie, you are being rude to our guest. She chided. An awkward silence descended over the group as Josie continued to stare at him with contempt in her eyes. Even said. And with that. Tossing his napkin onto the table. Dudley and I shall adjourn for some port in my study. Lady Ludlow rose. Will you be joining us for games in the parlor after your drink? Evan glanced over at him. He asked. What do you say, Dudley? Are you up for a rousing game of whist? Dudley nodded with a side glance at Josie. I suppose so, he answered, earning a look of disapproval from Josie. Evan replied. Excellent. As he rose from his chair, Dudley followed Evan towards his study in the rear of the estate. Once they stepped into the room, Evan stepped over to the drink cart and poured 2 glasses of port, extending one to him. Evan said, I apologize for what my cousin said back there. I don't know what came over her. Dudley took a sip of his drink. Your cousin has a wicked tongue. That she does, he agreed, but I have never known her to make disparaging comments to our guests before. She is normally well behaved in front of company. He huffed. I can scarcely believe that. No, it is true. Evan took a long, lingering sip of his drink. I must admit that I do feel bad for her. Why is that? Evan sat on a velvet settee. She lost both of her parents at a young age, and then she lost Harry in such a tragic fashion, But she has you and your mother, he contended. That is true. But it is not the same as having your parents around. I can agree with that. After her mother died, Josie was practically raised by her governess while her father withered away. Evan shared. I believe that my Uncle George lost his will to live after losing his second wife to childbirth. Sadly, not even his own daughter and son were enough to keep him going. That still does not excuse Miss Josie's behavior. Evan bobbed his head. That is true, but it makes you appreciate her more. She has endured much in her life. Much more than any one person should have too. Dudley took a sip of his drink, and felt a twinge of guilt for how he would responded to Miss Josie. He was all too familiar with how the death of a loved one could affect you, both mentally and physically. He had witnessed many deaths serving in the Royal Navy, and he too had lost his father at a young age. After a long moment he acknowledged, Death comes and goes as it pleases, it is no respecter of persons. Very true, my friend. Evan agreed. Dudley sat in an upholstered armchair and rested the glass on the armrest. Are you and Josie close? Evan winced. He said, We may be family, but Josie and I are 2 vastly different people. She does, however, get along splendidly with my mother. Besides, I spend the majority of my time in London, whereas my cousin prefers Felixstowe. I can see why. Dudley acknowledged. The air is clear and waking up to the sounds of crashing waves is spectacular. That it is. Evan placed his empty glass onto the table in front of him. What do you suppose I should do with Josie? Dudley replied. I don't know, with a shake of his head. She is a rather troublesome young woman. Her whole focus seems to be on smugglers and revenge. Dudley leaned back in his chair. I understand that emotion well. I know you do. Evan agreed, sliding up to sit on the edge of his seat, which is why I am hoping you can speak to her about it. Pardon. Hear me out before you object, please, Evan requested, putting his hands out in front of him. Talk to her and help her see that revenge is not the answer. Perhaps that will convince her to stop seeking out these smugglers. Dudley asked. Why me? Because, frankly, you are my last hope. Dudley took a sip of his drink, choosing his next words carefully. You may not have noticed, but I am confident that your cousin hates me. Evan smirked. I have noticed, and that has convinced me even more that you are the perfect man for the job." "I disagree," Evan said. "Just speak to her, please. I am at my wit's end with her." Dudley leaned forward and placed his empty glass onto the table. He could hear the plea in his friend's voice, and it threatened his resolve. "I cannot make any promises," he stated. "After all, your cousin is an extremely vexing person. I understand. Furthermore, this assumes that Miss Josie will even speak to me," Evan said. "I have no doubt that you will find a way to break down her defenses," with a tip of his head. "And why would you think that?" Evan's smile returned. "Call it a hunch. Your hunches are generally wrong. Not this one." Before he could respond, Evan rose abruptly from his chair. "Shall we join the ladies for a game of whist?" Dudley replied. "I suppose we must." Standing. As he followed Evan out of the room, Dudley wondered what he had gotten himself into. How was he going to convince Josie to give up the thought of revenge? He himself felt hatred towards the Americans who attacked his ship and took his eyesight. So, he could understand how she must be feeling. Dudley shook his head. He was definitely not the man for this job. Josie was having a most blissful sleep when she felt someone shaking her right shoulder, waking her up. Her eyes flew open, and she saw Lord Dudley standing above her. He was looking at her in a most peculiar fashion, which made her nervous. She reached for the covers and quickly covered herself. "What are you doing in my room?" she demanded. He put his finger up to his mouth, encouraging her to be silent. "Shishi," he whispered. "Do you want me to be discovered in here?" "No." She definitely did not. "What are you doing here?" she pressed in a hushed voice. "I thought we could go together to search the shoreline for any signs of smugglers." She hadn't expected that answer. She asked, "You what?" Surprised, Lord Dudley frowned. "Your mind is rather addled in the morning. Pray tell, will I need to repeat everything that I say to you?" "It is not addled," she defended. "I am just curious as to why you are now willing to help me." Glancing over at the closed door, Lord Dudley asked, "Can we have this discussion when I am not in your bedchamber?" "I suppose so." Lord Dudley took a step back from the bed. "And then I shall wait for you in the hall." Josie's eyes tracked Lord Dudley as he exited. Once he closed the door behind him, she threw off her covers and hurriedly rose. She stepped over to her armoire and removed a pair of tan trousers and a white shirt. After she was dressed, she opened the door. Lord Dudley was leaning against the wall, but he straightened when he saw her. He put a finger up to his lips and started walking down the dark hall. She followed closely behind him as they went down the stairs. He turned down a narrow hall and proceeded towards Evan's study. He opened the door and approached one of the windows. He opened it before turning back to face her. "I came down earlier and unlocked this window. It will allow us to come and go as we please." "Smart." Lord Dudley ducked out the window first, then turned back to assist her. She slipped her hand into his and exited the window. Once her feet were on solid ground, she immediately withdrew her hand. "Follow me," he ordered, turning towards the gardens. Lord Dudley's stride lengthened as he started moving down the footpath leading them through the gardens. Josie hurried to keep up, using the moonlight to help guide her way. He didn't stop until he reached the cliff that overlooked the ocean. He spun back around. "What has been your strategy up until now to find the smugglers?" she said. "I already told you. I walk up and down the shoreline, looking for any sign of them." "Why, see. Do you think that is productive?" She nodded. "I do." "Do you have any indication of where your half-brother suspected the smugglers came ashore?" "No. He never said." Lord Dudley huffed. He asked, "Then how do you know where to look?" "I only recently started coming out at night to search for them," she explained. "I start here, and I walk down the beach until I start getting tired." "That is a foolhardy strategy, and one that will get you killed," he remarked dryly. Josie pressed her lips together. "Thank you for that, my lord." Lord Dudley met her gaze, and she could see irritation flash in his eye. "You are an impertinent thing. And you are a pompous jackanapes." He turned his back towards her, and she heard him mumbling something under his breath. After a moment, he spun back around. "You are making it increasingly difficult for me to want to help you." Josie eyed him suspiciously. "I must admit that I am curious as to why you would want to help me at all." Lord Dudley grew solemn. "Because I know what it is like to want to seek revenge." "You do?" He pointed towards his eye patch, and his voice became thick with emotion. "If I could track down every member of the American crew responsible for attacking my schooner and taking my eyesight, I would, and gladly. Then, I would ensure that every one of them suffered the most painful, excruciating death possible." He did understand. Lord Dudley lowered his hand. "While serving in Canada, I had some experience tracking down smugglers." "You did?" he replied. "Did. Which is why I am not fully convinced smugglers still use these shores. You must prepare yourself for that." "I understand." Lord Dudley ran a hand through his brown hair. "You should know that your cousin asked me to talk you out of seeking revenge." "That does not surprise me. Revenge can consume you if you allow it to," Lord Dudley said in a firm tone. "That is also why I felt compelled to help you. I don't want revenge to deprive you of your future like it has mine." Josie stared out towards the ocean. "What time is it?" he replied. "It will be dawn in a couple of hours. Smugglers come at all hours of the night, usually when there is no moon. Furthermore, if they were consistent, people might start recognizing a pattern. So, they inevitably vary their arrival times. That does sound logical." He glanced over the cliff. "How do you get onto the beach from here?" "I will show you." Josie walked over to a well-traveled footpath, which led to the beach. They exchanged no words as they made their way towards the sand. Once they stepped onto the beach, Josie turned to face Lord Dudley. "What now?" He gestured that she should go first. "I propose we begin walking and look for any sign of the smugglers." "I thought you said previously that was a waste of time," he replied. "Make no mistake about that. But since we are here, I might as well understand how the land lies." Josie turned and started walking in the sand. Lord Dudley matched her stride. He asked, "How far is your estate from here?" Clasping his hands behind his back, she said, "About a mile down the shoreline," pointing towards a cliff in the distance. My estate sits on that cliff. I think it would be beneficial to walk the shoreline during the day. It will be easier to see signs of the smugglers when it is light," he suggested. "That sounds like a wise idea." Lord Dudley glanced over at her with a smug smile on his face. "Did you just compliment me, Miss Josie? Arrogant man." "No. It sounded like a compliment," she replied. "Well, that was not my intention." Increasing her stride, Lord Dudley easily caught up to her. "Are you carrying a weapon?" "I am." "May I ask what?" She stopped in the sand and reached for the dagger in her left boot. She held it up for his inspection. "I carry a dagger in my left boot and an overcoat pistol in my right boot." He arched an eyebrow. "That sounds rather dangerous." "It is not," she assured him. "Normally, I also carry my longbow with me. Regardless, these are not enough to take on a group of smugglers," he pressed. "You may be able to kill 1 or 2 men before they overtake you, but then they will kill you." Josie returned the dagger to her left boot. "It depends on how many smugglers we are talking about." "But," Lord Dudley's face turned expressionless, "if you want my help, then you must promise me that there will be no killing unless it is absolutely the last resort." "I cannot promise," he cut her off. "Once we find proof of the smugglers, then we will notify the constable and let him arrest them. And deprive me of the justice that I seek." Lord Dudley's gaze bore into hers. He said, "Smuggling is a crime punishable by death. Thieves will receive their punishment, but not by your hands." Josie shifted her gaze away from his. She had so much hatred for these killers. If they did find proof of them, could she truly just inform the constable and let the law demand justice? "Josie," Lord Dudley started, "you need to trust me." "Trust you," she huffed, ignoring the fact that he had just called her by her given name. "As you graciously pointed out, we are barely acquaintances." "That we are, but that doesn't mean that you cannot trust me," she asked. "Why should I?" Lord Dudley took a step closer to her. "Because if the smugglers are using this shoreline, I will find them." "How can you be so sure?" Lord Dudley smirked. "That is where the trust comes in." Josie knew she didn't have much choice, despite her inability to trust easily. Searching the shoreline had yielded no success. Perhaps Lord Dudley could help her track down the smugglers. He seemed cocky enough. "I will trust you." She hesitated. "But only about the smugglers." In response, he gave her a curt nod. "Shall we continue our search?" "I think that would be a good idea." Dudley awoke in a tolerable mood, which was odd. He generally woke up in a full mood, frustrated that he was alive for yet another day. Furthermore, he was surprisingly well rested, considering they had searched the shoreline until dawn. For the most part, neither one of them spoke, each content with their own thoughts. However, they saw no sign of smugglers. Not that he was surprised. He wasn't fully convinced that the smugglers were even using this shoreline, but he found himself softening towards Miss Josie. Perhaps it wouldn't be the worst use of his time to help her. He understood the need for revenge, and he was in a position to help her seek the justice that she so desperately craved. Besides, if he didn't help her, then he was fully convinced that she would manage to get herself killed, and that was something he did not want on his conscience. No, he definitely did not want that. His conscience was already burdened enough. With his decision made, he tossed the covers off and rose from the bed. After he put his eye patch on, he dressed in a gray jacket, white waistcoat, dark trousers, and black Hessian boots. Then, he headed down to breakfast. As he stepped into the family's private dining room, the butler greeted him. Clark said, "Good morning, my lord." "Good morning. Would you like me to prepare you a plate?" Dudley shook his head. He replied, "That is not necessary." Stepping over to the buffet table, "I can fix my own." "Very good." The butler replied, "Lord Ludlow wanted me to inform you that he has departed for Ipswich. He intends to return home before breakfast tomorrow, if all goes as planned." Dudley nodded his understanding as he continued filling his plate with food. He walked over to the table and sat down. In blissful silence, he ate. He glanced over at the open door and wondered if Miss Josie would be joining him for breakfast. Not that he wanted her to eat breakfast with him. Heavens, no. She would talk incessantly, annoying him to no end, but he was curious. Shifting in his chair, he turned towards Clark. "Does Miss Josie eat breakfast in her bedchamber?" Clark replied, "No, Millard. Miss Josie generally eats with Lord Ludlow. However, Lady Lowe does request a tray in her bedchamber." Dudley started to turn back around when the butler added, "If I may, Miss Josie already finished her breakfast this morning and is out on the east lawn practicing her archery." "She is already awake." Clark nodded. "Miss Josie tends to be an early riser?" he asked. As she now, genuinely surprised, it had been his experience that women sleep later than men. "Yes, Millard." His eyes drifted towards the window. He had to admit that he was curious to see if Miss Josie was as proficient with the longbow as she claimed to be. There was only one way to find out. He quickly finished eating, then rose from his chair. Dudley left the dining room and headed towards the main door. The bright sun beamed into his blue eye as he stepped outside. He walked towards the east lawn but stopped when he saw Miss Josie remove an arrow from the quiver strapped to her back. She wore a simple, white gown, and her hair was piled high on top of her head with curls framing her face. Miss Josie knocked the arrow and brought the longbow up to aim at a target about 60 yards away. She released the arrow, and he watched as it hit dead center of the red spot on the target. He was about to make his presence known when she quickly pulled another arrow out of her quiver, knocked it, and pulled the string back to her chin. He watched in amazement as she released the arrow, and it landed with a thud right in the center of the target, next to her first arrow. Impressive shot. As she reached for another arrow from the quiver, Dudley spoke up. "Good morning, Miss Josie." Miss Josie muttered something under her breath before reluctantly turning towards him. "Good morning, Lord Dudley." He almost grinned at the forced smile on her lips. Almost. For some reason, he found it amusing that she found him so irritating. he said. "Frankly, I am surprised you are already awake after searching the shoreline so early this morning. I am an early riser." He glanced over at the target. "I was watching you practice, and I must admit that you are rather good." She replied, "Thank you," knocking the arrow and turning back towards the target. He walked closer to her as she released the string, hitting the red spot on the target once again. "How long have you been proficient at archery?" Miss Josie gripped the longbow tightly in her hand. "Harry hired an archery tutor for me when he discovered I had a knack for it," he said. "That was a wise thing to do. You are a natural." She smiled, and her green eyes lit up. "No. I became good at archery because I practice constantly," he said. "Regardless, you managed to hit 3 arrows in the center of the target." Pointing at it. "What is the distance?" 65 yards, she answered proudly. His eyebrows shot up. "That is quite a feat for a woman." Miss Josie extended the longbow towards him. "Would you care to try?" he said. "I would," accepting the longbow. "But I should warn you that I haven't shot an arrow since I started wearing this eye patch." She removed an arrow out of her quiver and extended it towards him. Dudley knocked it, feeling the familiar tension of the string, and brought the longbow up. His alert eye focused on the target as his feet naturally adopted a wide stance. He held his breath as he released the arrow and was immensely pleased when the arrow hit the red center of the target, albeit slightly to the right of the center. Miss Josie turned to face him with surprise on her features. "You can shoot." Dudley puffed out his chest with pride. "You sound surprised." "I suppose I am." Miss Josie's eyes turned calculating. "I propose a competition then." "A competition?" She nodded. "We will move the target back 10 yards. Whoever makes the best shot can ask the other person any question of their choosing," he replied. "I am amenable to that idea." Dudley extended the longbow back to her before he walked up to the target and moved it back approximately 10 yards. He pulled the arrows out and returned them to Miss Josie, who placed them in her quiver. As he came to stand next to her, she knocked an arrow, aimed at the target, and released it. He watched as it sailed straight for the center. "Well done," he praised. Miss Josie smiled. She replied, "Thank you," extending the longbow towards him. Dudley accepted it and an arrow from Miss Josie. He knocked the arrow and quickly aimed, taking a steady breath in, releasing as he exhaled. It hit the red center, but it was slightly to the right again. Blazes! Miss Josie's smile grew victorious. "I get to ask you one question now," he replied. "Go ahead," gruffly. She eyed him curiously, and he prepared himself for the forthcoming question. He did not doubt that it would be extremely personal. "What is your favorite dessert?" His eyebrows rose. He hadn't expected that question. "Pudding." She let out a puff of air. "Pudding," she repeated. "Isn't that rather vague?" Dudley shrugged one shoulder. "I enjoy all types of pudding, including rice pudding and spotted dick pudding. Those were common desserts that were served aboard my ship." He pointed towards the target. "Do you want to have another go at it? Are you prepared to lose again?" Miss Josie asked in a cocky voice. His lips twisted into a wry smile. "I believe you are getting ahead of yourself, Miss Josie." "Oh my," Dudley gestured towards the target again. "Let us see if your luck has run out." "Luck?" she questioned. "Luck has nothing to do with it," he replied. "We shall see." Miss Josie smiled, and her whole face brightened. He stared back at her, baffled. How was it possible that she was so quick to smile? He knew she was dealing with heavy burdens from her past. Wasn't she angry? Dudley realized that he must have been staring at her longer than he intended, because he saw a faint blush appear on her cheeks. She averted her gaze from his. He cleared his throat. "My apologies, Miss Josie," he stated. "I am afraid I was wool gathering." She brought her gaze back up to meet his. "Would you care to go first this time?" he said. "Laddies first." With a shake of his head. Miss Josie removed an arrow from her quiver and knocked it. She pulled back the string and released the arrow. The arrow sailed towards the target, hitting the center, but slightly to the left. He almost laughed when he heard Miss Josie mutter, "Drat." Dudley accepted the longbow and arrow, adjusted the arrow on the string, and took aim. He studied the board and shot, the whizzing arrow flying out of his fingers. His eyes never left the mark. Dead center. He felt triumphant. Dudley turned towards Miss Josie and extended her the longbow. I believe I get to ask you one question now. What do you wish to know? What is your favorite dessert? She looked amused by his question. Jam tartlets, she answered. He said, Eh? Jam tartlets are delicious, and the perfect picnic treat. That they are. Ah, Dudley glanced up at the sun. Would you still care to walk along the shoreline this afternoon with me? I would, thank you, he said. Then I shall see you later. His eyes roaming her charming face. Miss Josie tipped her head. That you will, my lord. Dudley had a sudden desire to linger, but sanity prevailed. No good could come from spending additional time with Miss Josie. He bowed and hurried back towards the manor where he could spend time alone. Alone. Yes, that is what his soul craved. Ouch! Josie exclaimed as the needle poked her finger. She hastily removed her hand before the blood stained the white handkerchief. She brought her finger up to her mouth as her Aunt Claire laughed softly. You poor child, her aunt teased. I dare say you poke yourself with the needle at least once a day. She replied. That is true. I am hopeless at embroidery. Aunt Claire brought her needlework down to her lap. You are not a lost cause yet, however. A lady is expected to produce beautiful stitch work. Josie removed the finger from her mouth and was pleased to discover that it wasn't bleeding anymore. Wouldn't it be grand if women of our station could be judged for their intellect? She questioned. Aunt Claire smiled complacently at her. It would. However, that isn't likely to happen anytime soon, she said. I am not sure why I am even embroidering my initials into these handkerchiefs. It is not as if I have anyone to give them to. What about Lord Dudley? Her aunt asked with an innocent look. What of him? Aunt Claire's gaze darted towards the open door of the drawing room, and she lowered her voice. It hasn't escaped my attention that you and Lord Dudley are spending quite a bit of time together. Josie frowned at the direction that this conversation was going. That is not a true statement, she declared. I hardly know the man. My window faces the east lawn, and I saw you this morning with him. Aunt Claire said with a knowing look. You two appeared quite enamored with each other as you practiced archery. Josie replied. You are quite mistaken, firmly. We are merely acquaintances. Aunt Claire smiled sweetly. If you say so, I do. I understand, her aunt said, her smile growing. Josie laid the handkerchief on the settee next to her. I am serious, Aunt Claire, she stated. I hardly know Lord Dudley, but I find him to be a boorish, stubborn man. I hadn't sensed that about him, her aunt responded. Have you attempted to get to know him? I have, in fact. Josie shared. I have recently discovered that he is a fan of pudding. Aunt Claire lifted her brow. Pudding? That is rather vague, is it not? She shrugged one shoulder. It is, but he said he enjoys all kinds of pudding. I had not taken Lord Hudson for a man with a sweet tooth, Aunt Claire said. I believe I shall request our cook to have plum pudding for dessert tonight. Josie nodded in approval. That would be most thoughtful of you. A servant entered with a tray in her hands. She walked over and placed it onto the table in front of Josie. Would you like me to pour, miss? Josie shook her head. That is not necessary, Janet, she responded. But thank you for the offer. But Janet dipped into a curtsy before she spun on her heel and left the room. Josie leaned forward in her seat and poured 2 cups of tea, extending one towards her aunt. Thank you, dear, Aunt Claire murmured as she accepted the cup. Picking up her own, Josie shifted back in her chair and enjoyed the warm drink. However, she almost choked on her tea when her aunt asked, Shall we discuss your upcoming ball? Josie lowered her cup and saucer down to her lap. I suppose so. You seem reluctant, her aunt said, looking over the rim of her teacup. She sighed. I must admit that I am not looking forward to the ball. She asked, and why not? Every young woman dreams of having her own ball. Josie lowered her gaze to her lap. I am afraid the ton will find me lacking, she admitted softly. I know that I am rather a peculiar girl. Nonsense, her aunt declared with a wave of her hand. You shall be the toast of the season, the belle of the ball, the cream of the crop, the flower. Josie interrupted her, laughing. Thank you, Aunt Claire. I think I got your point. Her aunt smiled at her. Not only do you come from an impressive lineage, but you are an heiress in your own right. Men will be flocking to meet you, she said. But I want a man who is interested in me, and not my inheritance. Setting her empty cup onto her saucer. Leaning forward, Aunt Claire put her teacup on the tray. That is when you will need to listen to your heart. It will guide you in these matters. How did you know that you were in love with Uncle Joseph? A wistful expression flashed across her face. I knew that I was in love because every time I thought of him, I smiled. He was more than my best friend, he was my everything, she said. One day, I hope I can find someone who adores me as much as Uncle Joseph loved you, wistfully. Aunt Claire bobbed her head reassuringly. She replied, You will, trust me. How can you be so sure? I am remarkably astute for my advanced age. Josie arched an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Nothing, her aunt replied dismissively. Now, back to your ball. Cannot you just plan the ball? She said. I could, but I would like your input. I would plan on only having half an orchestra, unless you prefer a full orchestra. Half an orchestra is fine with me. Would you like the floor chalked with Evan's crest, or would you prefer flowers? Josie groaned. She didn't care about these trivial details. If she had her way, she wouldn't even be having a ball. A deep clearing of a throat came from the doorway, and Josie turned to see Lord Dudley. He was impeccably dressed in his gray jacket and dark trousers, looking rather handsome. Where had that thought come from? She quickly banished it, and cursed herself for even having it in the first place. Aunt Claire spoke up. Lord Dudley, please come in, she greeted in a cheery voice. He said, My apologies. I don't want to intrude. That is utter nonsense. You are always welcome, her aunt declared. Please come and sit down. Lord Dudley came to sit down next to her on the settee. The delightful scent of orange wafted from his person, and Josie suddenly had a desire to lean into him. Fortunately, she was in control of her faculties and shifted in her seat, creating more distance between them. Josie asked, Would you care for some tea? Gesturing towards the teapot. Lord Dudley nodded. Thank you. Josie leaned forward in her seat and poured the tea. She extended him the cup and saucer before sitting back. In silence they watched Lord Dudley sip his tea. Finally, Aunt Claire inquired, Are you enjoying yourself in Felixstowe? I am. Lord Dudley replied, lowering his cup to his lap. Have you had a chance to tour the medieval ruins yet? Her aunt asked. He shook his head. I have not. That is a shame, really, Aunt Claire said. Perhaps Josie will be gracious enough to take you on a tour. Josie pressed her lips together, attempting to hide her displeasure. I would be honored, she finally managed to say. Lord Dudley glanced over at her. Shall we ride out tomorrow? She replied. That sounds delightful. Hoping her voice sounded cordial enough. Glancing towards the window, Lord Dudley said, Are you ready to tour the shoreline? She replied, I am, in an eager voice. If you will give me but a moment, I will go and change into a different gown. Lord Dudley rose with the teacup in his hand. He replied, Oh, of course. I shall wait for you in the entry hall. She said. Thank you, Lord Dudley. As she headed towards the doorway, she hurried up to her bedchamber. A thrill of excitement shot through her at the thought of spending additional time with him. What an odd reaction, she thought, considering she didn't even like him. That was a lie. She didn't dislike him anymore, but she didn't particularly like him, either. And for some unknown reason, she was beginning to spend far too much time thinking about him, wondering what exactly it would take for him to smile at her. Dudley let out a sigh as he waited for Miss Josie at the bottom of the stairs. It always baffled him how much time it took a young lady to get ready. He felt as if he had spent hours waiting for her. But it was probably only a short while. Why couldn't a woman be more like a man when it came to dressing? Most gentlemen of his station used valets, but he preferred dressing himself. It was not overly taxing, but rather methodical. Furthermore, his clothing was practical, the buttons were a decent size, and he didn't require changing multiple times a day, as a woman did. He glanced up and saw Miss Josie gracefully descending the stairs with a straw bonnet in her left hand. She wore a white gown, and her hair was pulled back into a low bun. Finally, she was ready. Miss Josie stopped in front of him. "Thank you for waiting, Lord Dudley." He stared, transfixed. Her big, expressive eyes were the most unusual shade of green. How had he not noticed that before? Lord Dudley tipped his head. "It was my pleasure, Liar," he asked. "Shall we?" Placing his hand out to indicate she should go first. Miss Josie glanced over at him as they started walking towards the rear door. "I must admit that I am rather excited to tour the shoreline during the day," he asked. "Is there a particular reason?" Clasping his hands behind his back, a footman opened the rear door for them, and he stepped aside as Miss Josie exited first. Once they started walking down the paved path through the garden, she continued, "It isn't appropriate for a woman to walk along the beach during the day alone." He cut her off. "But it is at night." She waved her hand dismissively. "No, but no one can see me at night," she asserted. "I surreptitiously walk near the cliff's edge," he said. "I see." Amused. "You don't think anyone would notice a boy wandering the shoreline?" she replied. "So far, no one has, smugly. That you know of." Dudley's gaze wandered over the garden, which was organized into 3-tiered terraces, with a greenhouse, which sat in the corner. The trees and flowers were diverse, and their colors were vivid and bright. "This is an impressive garden," he commented. Miss Josie smirked. "Oh dear. We are back to talking about the gardens again." "No," he defended. "This is just the first time I have walked through it during the day." Her eyes scanned their surroundings. "The gardens are truly magnificent," she agreed. "My uncle enjoyed botany, and he spent the majority of his time in the greenhouse." "What was your uncle kind to you?" A sad smile came to her face. "He was a good man and an even better uncle." She offered him a side glance. "He showered me with love from the time I was a little girl." "That pleases me," said Lee. "He passed away a few years after my father did." Miss Josie stopped and leaned down to pick a red flower that was starting to grow onto the footpath. "I have been fortunate to have never lacked for love in my life." She straightened and brought the blossom up to her nose. "What about you?" "What about me?" She laughed. "Have you ever lacked for love?" He replied. "No. My mother is the most kind-hearted person that I know." "And your father?" He tensed. "My father was a complex man, and he rarely showed emotion in front of me." "Oh, I am sorry to hear that," she murmured. Dudley's brows were drawn together in a frown as he shifted his gaze away from Miss Josie's sympathetic gaze. He didn't care for it much. He didn't need her pity. He didn't want it. Miss Josie surprised him by touching his sleeve. "I am sure your father loved you very much, but he didn't know how to express it." Before he could stop himself, he found himself admitting, "But that wasn't the problem. He did know how to express love. My brother, Everett, informed me that my father had a whole other family that he showered affection upon." Rather than withdraw her hand, Miss Josie stepped closer to him. She said, "I am sorry." Dudley wanted to shout at her, rail at her, tell her that he didn't want her to feel sorry for him. But instead, he looked deep into her eyes and murmured, "Thank you." Miss Josie held his gaze for a moment before she dropped her hand. "I am glad that you have such a wonderful mother." "How did you know my mother was wonderful?" She smiled. "Because I know you." "Perhaps I am the black sheep of the family," he remarked. She replied, "That would not surprise me. But I know you have a good heart, albeit guarded." Dudley reared back. "Why would you think that?" Miss Josie resumed her walk along the path, and he easily met her stride. "It is simple," she answered. "You are helping me look for the smugglers, even though you have nothing to gain from this escapade." "Ah. I am helping you because I want you to receive the revenge that my soul so desperately craves." He pointed out. "True, but also because you are a good person." Dudley grew stiff at her praise and stopped on the path. He opened his mouth to release a tirade when she looked back at him and winked. She said, "Don't worry, I will not tell anyone." Miss Josie continued to walk along the path, and he found himself staring at her retreating figure. How was it possible that she thought he was a good person? He had spent most of his time berating her. Perhaps she was daft. No, that most assuredly was not it. Stubborn, infuriating, but definitely not daft. He hurried to catch up to her as she started down the footpath towards the beach. He followed her down, and they didn't speak until they reached the sand. Miss Josie turned to face him with an expectant look on her face. "Where do you propose we start looking?" Dudley's eyes scanned the shoreline. As I stated before, smugglers use the darkness of night as their cover. They pick moonless nights to hide their illicit acts of loading and unloading their goods. He brought his gaze back up to meet hers. It is not uncommon for barrels of brandy to be washed up on English shores by the tide. The smugglers haul them to another location. We need to look for any signs of a secondary location or a secret cave or tunnel, she said. I have looked in every crevice along the shoreline. Her eyes scanning the cliffs. I have never seen a tunnel ball. If smugglers are hauling contraband like lace, silks, or tea, then they wouldn't risk them becoming wet by tossing them into the sea, he remarked. They would transport that type of contraband very carefully. Then I would have seen them walking on the beach, Josie stated. Dudley shook his head. He replied, "Not necessarily. I believe that you patrolled the shoreline too early. Possibly. Besides, the smugglers wouldn't be out in the open," he pointed out. They would use a cove or a seawall as a cover. Miss Josie perked up. There is a cove further down the shoreline, but it is very rocky. I suspect that the smugglers anchor their ship off the coast and send in rowboats to collect the contraband. He winced. Need I remind you that this is assuming the smugglers are using these shores? She replied, I know. But I still believe they are. He frowned slightly at her. I just don't want you to be disappointed when we don't find any smugglers. Miss Josie gave him a timid smile. I do appreciate all that you are doing for me, Lord Dudley. I know that it is no small feat for you. A smile threatened to touch his lips, but he fought it back. Let us go visit that cove you mentioned. It was only a cove. Her lady's maid Judith grinned as she continued to style her hair. Were you expecting something different? I was, Josie admitted. To be honest, I was half hoping we would find casks of brandy in the waves. You know that wasn't likely to happen. Josie pouted a little. She said, I know. We didn't even find a secret tunnel. Judith laughed. Now you are being overly dramatic, she responded. You have scoured that shoreline for a while now looking for any sign of smugglers. If there'd been a secret tunnel, you would have found it already. She replied, I know. I keep hoping for some sign. Something to convince me that my time spent looking for them has not been in vain, Ba. You will find it. Josie met Judith's gaze in the mirror. Do you truly believe that? Judith nodded. I do. I must admit that I am starting to lose hope, she shared. Perhaps my half-brother was wrong. Don't lose hope, Judith encouraged. Because of your insistence that there are smugglers, you have become proficient at archery, shooting, and throwing daggers. Josie laughed. I dare say that will not help me fit in with members of the ton. It couldn't hurt, Judith encouraged. Besides, you never truly understand the reasons behind something until time has passed. Don't lose faith. Da. Thank you. I don't know what I would have done without you these past few years. Judith replied, likewise. I am just grateful you hired me as your lady's maid with my lack of experience. She said. You came highly recommended by my housekeeper, smiling, who happened to be my mother. Her lady's maid pinned her hair into place and stepped back. Are you pleased with your hairstyle? Josie turned her head to the side to look at her reflection in the mirror. Her hair was piled high on top of her head, and two long curls framed her face. You outdid yourself, Judith, she praised. Thank you, miss. Judith stepped over to the bed and picked up a white gown with green flowers embroidered into the round neckline. Would you care to change for dinner now? Josie replied, I would, as she rose from her chair. The dinner bell should ring at any moment now. Just then, Josie heard a bell chime with polite insistence from downstairs. After she was dressed, Josie stepped into the hall and hurried towards the drawing room. She stepped in and saw Lord Dudley near the mantel of the fireplace. He wore a black jacket, white waistcoat and cravat, and black trousers. He looked dashingly handsome in his dinner attire. Lord Dudley looked up when she walked further into the room. He bowed. Miss Josie. She dipped into a small curtsy. Lord Dudley. His eye perused the length of her, and she saw approval. The way he was looking at her made her feel desirable, something she had never felt before. Lord Dudley's gaze snapped to the door when Clark stepped into the room and announced dinner was ready to be served. Turning towards the butler, Josie replied, If you don't mind, we will wait for my aunt to join us. Clark glanced between them. He said, My apologies, but I thought you knew. He knew what? Your aunt had a headache and requested a tray to be sent up to her bedchamber. He shared. But she insisted that dinner be served as usual for you and Lord Dudley. Josie forced a smile to her face. She had a suspicion that her aunt was attempting to play matchmaker. How kind of her, she murmured. Lord Dudley came to stand next to her and extended his arm. Eating dinner with me will not be so bad, will it? It will not, my lord. Lord Dudley led her into the dining room and pulled out a chair for her. Once she was seated, he pushed in her chair. Then, he went around the table to claim the chair across from her. She asked, Did you enjoy the rest of your afternoon? As she placed a white linen napkin on her lap. He nodded. He replied, I did. I read in my bedchamber. 2 footmen stepped forward and placed a bowl of soup in front of them. Josie picked up her spoon and began eating. After she would had her fill of soup, she put her spoon down and glanced around the rectangular room. The walls were papered in a striped pattern, alternating maroon with white and gold accents. A large golden chandelier hung above the table. How did you occupy yourself this afternoon? Lord Dudley asked as he wiped the edges of his mouth with a napkin. Josie met his gaze. I also read. Anything interesting? With a grin on her face, she replied. Shakespeare, he said. We know what we are but know not what we may be. Josie stared at him in amazement. You have read Shakespeare. He nodded. I believe I said that I wasn't interested in Shakespeare. I never said I hadn't read it. In fact, I was forced to endure Shakespeare while I was a midshipman. I had just assumed. Assumptions are presumptuous and are rarely correct, he asserted. She eyed him thoughtfully. That is true. 2 footmen came and cleared their bowls as another one brought out a tray of venison, setting it down in the center of the table. Allow me to serve you, Miss Josie, Lord Dudley said as he pushed back his chair. He came around the table and placed some venison onto her plate. Thank you, she murmured. A hint of a smile was on his lips as he acknowledged her gratitude. You are most kindly welcome. What would it take to see him smile a genuine smile that would light up his eyes, she wondered. After Lord Dudley sat back down, Josie asked, What was your childhood like? Eventful. Josie remained silent, hoping he would elaborate on his response. She didn't have to wait long. My brothers and I ran my parents ragged with our mischievous behavior, he shared. In what way? The right side of his mouth lifted into a grin. We built boats, swam in the lake on our property, climbed trees, rode entirely too fast on the roads, and collected bugs and frogs to torment our tutors. Why would you want to torment your tutors? Lord Dudley reached for his fork. Ree had a slew of irritating tutors. In what way were they irritating? A twinkle of amusement came to his eye, something that she had not seen before. Thee wanted us to learn. Was that so bad? He nodded. It was when the weather was warm, she said. You poor thing. Smiling, Lord Dudley took a bite of his meat, chewing thoroughly before swallowing. We were constantly putting bugs, frogs, or snakes in our tutors' satchels, in hopes that they would quit. Did it work? Sometimes. I imagine your antics did not amuse your parents, she mused. He shook his head. He replied, They did not. The majority of the time. My parents counted down the days until we turned 13. Why 13? Because that is the youngest age that Eton College would accept. He shared. I think I would side with your parents on this one, she teased. It sounds like you were quite unruly in your youth. Traitor, he joked. She asked. Did you get into trouble at Eton? As she reached for her glass, his lips twitched. Define troubled. Josie smiled. I take it that the answer is yes, he said. When I turned 14, I became a midshipman in the Royal Navy. That is when I started to behave. I learned navigation, astronomy, and trigonometry from the ship's schoolmaster. I also stood watch on deck. You didn't buy your commission into the Royal Navy. He shook his head. In the Royal Navy, you cannot buy a commission. That is only in the Army regiments. However, midshipmen are trained to become commissioned officers. In order to achieve a higher rank, we were required to sit for exams. Did you enjoy being a part of the Royal Navy? Lord Dudley grew silent as his hand rose to touch his eye patch. I did, he murmured. It was supposed to be my whole life, she said. I am sorry. Knowing her words were utterly inadequate. Lord Dudley gave her a weak smile. My entire identity was stripped from me the moment I lost sight in my left eye. Are you blind in your left eye? He said. No. With a shake of his head. But I cannot get it to focus. When I don't wear my eye patch, I get horrible headaches. That sounds awful. Lord Dudley shifted his gaze away from her. I don't need your pity, Miss Josie. She replied. Good. That is not what I was offering. Surprise registered on Lord Dudley's features. I beg your pardon, she said. You lost sight in one of your eyes. But you still have another eye which works. He frowned, but she decided to press on. There are many people that have returned from the war missing limbs. The frown remained, he asked. Your point being? You are lucky to be alive. Lord Dudley pounded his fist on the table, causing her to jump in her seat. You think I want this life? He demanded. To be a cripple? You, sir, are no cripple, she countered. You have only lost partial sight in one eye. He shoved his chair back and tossed his napkin onto his plate. Because I lost sight in one of my eyes, I was honorably discharged from the Royal Navy. They considered me an invalid. Josie could practically feel the anger emanating off his person. Perhaps it would be best if she didn't press him. Lord Dudley rose and pushed in his chair. You have no idea what I have lost, he exclaimed. I lost everything when that blast went off. I disagree. No, he interjected. You don't get to have an opinion on the matter, he declared vehemently. This is my life, not yours. Before Josie could utter another word, Lord Dudley stormed out. It was evident that he was angry, and she was starting to get a sense of why. He was hurting. Deeply. And she was going to find a way to help him. Dudley sat alone in the dark. He hadn't been able to sleep a wink all night, so he would finally given up, and poured himself a drink. Now, that glass sat empty in his hand. Miss Josie was wrong. He was an invalid. A cripple, and everyone knew it. Everyone except her. Why didn't she see him the same way? He wore an eye patch, for heaven's sake. It was evident to all that he had lost his sight. What was even more confusing was the fact that Miss Josie didn't pity him. In fact, she wanted him to be grateful that he was still alive. But he wasn't. He wanted to be dead, with the other members of his crew. Why was it fair that he lived, and they died? Dudley hung his head in shame. He was miserable. He had no reason to be grateful. His future looked bleak. He felt so alone. Lost. He hardly recognized the man that he had become. Bringing his head up, he looked out the window and stared up at the night sky. The twinkling stars mocked him. His eye patch was off, and he attempted to focus his left eye on the stars, but it was futile. His vision was never going to come back. He was destined to wear the eye patch for the remainder of his days. He grabbed it and flung it away as hard as he could. Curse that patch. Curse his life. The world now viewed him as only half of a man. And, frankly, so did he. Dudley rose and stepped closer to the window. The faint sound of the waves crashing against the shore met his ears. He placed his hands on the sill and leaned in. He missed his friends, his crew, his previous life. He was about to turn away from the window, when he looked down and saw Miss Josie carrying a longbow as she hurried through the gardens. Again, she wore a white shirt, trousers, and black boots. "Blasted woman," he muttered under his breath. Miss Josie was going to get herself killed. Dudley retrieved his eye patch before he left his bedchamber. He rushed down the steps and entered the study, where he unlocked the window and exited the manor. With quick steps, he raced through the gardens, in hopes of intercepting Miss Josie. As he stepped onto the footpath leading down towards the sand, he saw Miss Josie race down the beach. He had to assume that she was heading towards the cove they would scouted out earlier. Dudley was able to keep her in his line of sight as he increased his stride. In his haste, he forgot to put his jacket over his waistcoat and shirt. He watched as Miss Josie climbed an outcropping of rocks near the cove and disappeared from his view. When he finally arrived at the outcropping of rocks, he climbed them and looked for any sign of Miss Josie. But there was none. She was gone. Blazes! He ran a hand through his tousled hair as he frantically scanned the cove. Where could she have gone? Dudley heard a noise in the distance. It sounded like boots grinding against loose rocks. He turned his head towards the noise and saw a flash of white near another outcropping of rocks about 10 yards back. It had to be Miss Josie. He crept closer, his eyes scanning where he had seen the flash of white. Unexpectedly, a voice from behind him stopped him in his tracks. "Stop where you are, or you are a dead man," Miss Josie ordered in a steely tone. Dudley put his hands up and slowly turned around. He didn't want her to shoot him with an arrow, so he needed to proceed cautiously. Miss Josie was using the shadows from the rocks to her advantage, but he could clearly see that she had an arrow nocked and the string pulled back. He said, "It is me, Dudley," in a hushed voice. Miss Josie lowered her longbow. She asked, "Dudley," taking a step closer, "what are you doing down here?" He brought his hands down to his sides. "I could ask you the same thing," she replied. "If you recall, we had plans to stake out the cove this evening, but you never came to wake me up. That is because I felt rather perturbed with you because of our previous conversation," he admitted plainly. Miss Josie approached him with the longbow at her side. "I assumed as much. I wanted to apologize for what I said." She stopped and looked up at him. "I had no right to speak to you in such a forceful manner." He hadn't expected an apology from Miss Josie. Dudley pressed his lips together before admitting, "It is I that needs to apologize. Your speech may have been bold, but I had no right to lose my temper and storm out of the dining room, leaving you unaccompanied," she said. "I understand why you did. But you must understand that I do not view you as you view yourself. I have never once considered you a cripple. Why is that?" Miss Josie's eyes seemed to sparkle in the moonlight. "Frankly, you have never given me a reason to believe you are Gar," he said. "But I wear an eye patch," pointing at it. She shrugged one shoulder. "Lots of people wear eye patches for various reasons." Dudley stared at her in amazement. "How is it possible that you don't judge me based upon my appearance? Everyone else does." Miss Josie's face softened. She said, "I don't believe that is true. Has anyone treated you differently since you started wearing an eye patch?"
"Yes,"
he exclaimed. She asked, "Or do you perceive that they are treating you differently?" With a knowing look. Dudley shifted his gaze from hers. "Does it matter?" "It does." He turned to face the water. "No one understands what I am going through." Miss Josie came to stand next to him. "That may be true, but your friends and family want to help you." "Help me?" he scoffed. "They cannot restore my sight, nor can they force the Royal Navy to take me back into their ranks." She said, "That is true, but they can be there when you want to talk. Perhaps cheer you up, Bob." "No one can cheer me up," he declared. "I am angry." Miss Josie placed a comforting hand on his sleeve as she turned to face him. "Why are you angry?" Dudley stared at her for a long moment, unable to formulate a response. How could he accurately express how he was feeling? "I find myself angry at everything and everyone," he admitted weakly. "But my anger is the only thing that keeps me going." Her eyes were imploring as she shared, "I know I cannot presume to understand what you have had to endure, but I know what I have suffered." She paused. "I find myself angry that Harry was the one who died on the beach that night, leaving me all alone. I am angry because sometimes I wish it had been me who perished." "Oh, Josie," he murmured. "I am glad that you are here with me right now." Tears filled her eyes as she removed her hand from his sleeve. "I thought you hated me," he replied. "I don't hate you. Frankly, I consider you a friend." Her eyes widened. "You do?" Dudley chuckled at her response. "I do," Josie said. "You laughed," staring up at him in amazement. "I suppose I did." Josie smiled. "I am glad you followed me down to the shoreline tonight." Dudley's gaze left hers, and he scanned the cove. "I am glad there were no smugglers tonight. We would have missed them. We were rather preoccupied." Josie grew quiet for a moment. "Do you truly believe there could be smugglers in these waters?" "It is plausible, but—" His voice trailed off. "It is common knowledge that Napoleon allows English smugglers entry into the French ports of Dunkirk, which is just across the channel. The smugglers arrive on the coast with escaped prisoners of war, gold guineas, and English newspapers. They return to England with French textiles, brandy, and gin. Why would Napoleon allow English smugglers entry into France? Most likely, he needs additional money to finance the war, and his government receives a cut of the smuggled goods," he explained. "Furthermore, the smugglers are helping the French soldiers who escaped from prison." Josie watched him carefully as she asked, "But do you think smugglers visit these waters?" He sighed as he shook his head. "I do not," he admitted. "We have seen no signs that are consistent with smugglers." She averted her gaze from his. "I assumed as much. That doesn't mean we stop searching." "What is the point?" Bringing his hands up, he placed them on her shoulders and waited until she met his gaze. "Don't give up just yet," he encouraged. "This cove would be a good landing point for smugglers," she replied. "That is true. Many paths lead up the cliffs from this point." Dudley nodded. "Exactly." Her next words were so soft he almost missed them. "I just don't want to be wrong." "Why is that?" He watched the emotions flitter across her face. "Then I would be forced to admit that Harry's death was an accident." Compassion stirred deep inside of him. He would do all that he could to help Miss Josie, including spending sleepless nights searching for smugglers that might use these waters. Because they were friends, and he didn't have very many of those at the moment. He said, "Don't fret. We will keep searching for the smugglers, together." She pressed her lips tightly, as if attempting to control her growing emotions. "Thank you, Lord Dudley." "No, that would not do. I give you leave to call me Dudley, if you would like," he offered, hoping she would agree to his request. "Then you must call me Josie." With a slight smile, he replied, "I would like that." Josie. It was only then that he realized his hands were still resting on her shoulders. He immediately removed them and took a step back. Dudley glanced up at the sky. He said, "It is almost daybreak. I propose we head back and sneak into the manor before the servants wake up." "I agree." Dudley, hearing his name on her lips, caused him to smile genuinely for the first time in over 2 months. That was something he could become accustomed to. Dudley awoke to birds chirping outside his window, and he lingered in bed, enjoying the merry tune. This was the first time he had taken note of the birds, and he wondered how long they had been there. Surely, they hadn't been there since he would first arrived at Hartfield Manor. He threw off his covers and slid his long legs over the side of the bed. He rose and took a moment to stretch his back, hoping that Josie hadn't forgotten about touring the medieval ruins today. He truly hoped not. Because, for the first time in a long time, he was eager to start the day. After he changed into a green riding jacket, buff trousers, white waistcoat, and a white cravat, he slipped on his black Hessian boots and headed towards the family's private dining room. When he entered, he saw Evan sitting at the head of the table with a newspaper in his hand. Evan said, "Good morning, Dudley," turning towards him. "You overslept, And I was worried you would miss breakfast this morning. He asked. Did I? Glancing over at the table with food. Lowering the paper to the table, Evan replied. Luckily, you arrived just in time. The footmen were just about to clear the buffet. Dudley stepped over to the table and picked up a plate. He piled eggs, bacon, and toast on his plate before he sat in the chair to the right of his friend. He asked, How was Ipswich? Pulling in his chair. It was productive. Evan stated. We put in an offer for the land. Dudley reached for his fork as a footman filled his teacup. I am happy for you. Evan folded the paper and placed it on the table. He asked. Are you? Eyeing him carefully, he replied, I am. I hope your offer is accepted. I hope so as well. Dudley took a bite of his eggs and chewed thoughtfully. Was it as rich in timber as you were previously informed? Evan nodded. It was, and the chalk quarries are extensive, he explained. It is a valuable piece of land. That is good to hear. Leaning back in his chair, Evan asked, What did you do while I was gone? Nothing really, he shared. It was quite unproductive. Evan didn't appear convinced. Nothing. I read some, but mostly I spent the majority of time in my bedchamber. With a frown on his lips, Evan remarked, That is rather disconcerting. Why? Did you spend any time with my cousin? Dudley reached for his teacup. I did, in fact. We had an archery competition on the east lawn yesterday morning. Who won? He grinned, bringing the teacup to his lips. It was a tie. Evan asked. Truly. I haven't been able to compete with my cousin in ages. After taking a sip, Dudley returned the teacup to the saucer. My brothers and I spent many summers practicing archery. It was one of the few pastimes that my father approved of. Well, clearly, you didn't have any difficulty shooting with an eye patch. Evan commented. His hand instinctively rose and touched his patch. Evan winced. I apologize for my insensitive comment. I truly, no offense taken. Dudley responded, speaking over him. Evan glanced at the open door, then asked, Did you have a chance to speak to my cousin about what we discussed? I did. Dudley lowered his voice. I have a plan. A plan. Evan repeated. Is it a good plan? He nodded. It is brilliant. Evan smirked. That is not likely if it is coming from you, Dudley replied. You need to trust me. I do. Thank you. Dudley had just resumed eating when Josie glided into the room, dressed in a gray riding habit, with her hair tied at the base of her neck. He immediately pushed back his chair and rose. Good morning, Miss Josie. Josie offered him a private smile. Good morning, Lord Dudley. She approached her cousin and kissed his cheek. Welcome home, Evan replied. It is good to be back. Did you oversleep as well, or were you practicing archery on the east lawn? She stepped back. I overslept, I am afraid. Evan's expression grew worried. He said, You rarely sleep late. Are you feeling well? I am. She assured him as she stepped over to the buffet table. I just found my bed extremely comfortable this morning, so I decided to linger. Josie put eggs and a piece of toast onto her plate, then walked over and sat down next to Dudley. He pushed in her chair before he sat back down. A footman placed a cup of chocolate in front of her. Josie laid the napkin on her lap and shifted in her seat to face him. Did you still want to tour the medieval ruins today? He replied, I do. Josie nodded in approval. Shall we leave after breakfast? I think that is a fine idea. Evan spoke up. He asked, May I join you? I haven't toured those ruins in years. Dudley attempted to hide his disappointment. For some reason, he had been eager to spend additional time alone with Josie. He replied, Of course. Keeping his voice steady. The more, the merrier. Evan rose from his chair. I will have to change into my riding jacket, he announced. I will be down shortly. After Evan departed from the room, Dudley turned his attention towards Josie. How did you sleep? She replied, Well. And? You? I slept well, surprisingly, he admitted. Drat, why did he admit that? She reached for her cup of chocolate. Oh. And why is that? Ever since the blast, I have struggled with sleeping, he shared. Between the nightmares and my inability to relax, I usually spend most of the night awake. She replied, I am sorry to hear that, with compassion in her voice. May I ask what the nightmares are about? He hesitated, not wanting to share those details. It was too painful. Fortunately, Josie reached over and placed her hand on his sleeve. She said, "It is all right, Dudley," reassuringly. "I can tell by your expression that you are not ready to share." Dudley placed his hand over hers, deeply touched by the concern evident on her face. "Thank you for understanding." Josie smiled and slipped her hand out from under his, and he immediately felt the loss of contact. She replied, "That is what friends do. They support each other, Gar." "That they do," he agreed. A comfortable silence descended over them as Josie took a bite of her toast. "Tell me about the ruins," he suggested. Josie wiped her mouth with her napkin, then shared. "Walburg Castle was built by the Romans long ago. It originally served as a fort." "How much of it is still standing?" she said. "Not much, I am afraid," sounding disappointed. "The majority of Walburg Castle has deteriorated over time, and the south wall has even fallen into the sea. However, at the corners of the fort, there are forward projecting towers with Roman bricks that are still intact." "Fascinating. My interest is piqued." Josie grinned. "That was my intent." Dudley finished his meal and laid his fork and napkin on the plate. A footman promptly came and cleared it away. He asked, "How far is the ride to the ruins?" "Not too far." Josie took a long sip of her chocolate before setting it back down on the table. "I do so love drinking chocolate." Dudley suddenly had a desire to learn more about the woman sitting next to him. He shifted in his chair to face her. "What other desserts do you enjoy?" A playful smile came to her lips. "I have yet to discover a dessert that I don't enjoy." "Is that so?" She nodded. "So far, my favorites are Banbury cakes, apricot ice cream, baked apples, Shrewsbury cakes, and lemon cakes," she listed. "And, of course, jam tartlets," he pointed out. She laughed. "Wes, I adore jam tartlets. But not pudding," he teased. She said, "Oh, I love all kinds of pudding. Especially baked apple pudding, gooseberry pudding, and Christmas pudding." "At least you have good taste." "That I do." Dudley was so engrossed in his private interlude with Josie that he didn't even notice when Evan entered. Evan clasped his hands together. "Are you two nearly finished with your breakfast? I am anxious to tour the ruins before my meetings." Josie laid her napkin on her plate. "I am finished," she announced, rising. Dudley rose and offered his arm to her. "May I escort you to the stables?" She replied, "You may," sliding her hand into the crook of his arm. Josie sat primly in her saddle as they raced through the fields near Walburg Castle. The wind hit her face, and she closed her eyes for a brief moment, enjoying the feel of it. How she adored riding. It made her feel so free, so unconstrained. "We are almost there," Evan shouted over to Dudley. Josie glanced over at Dudley and took a moment to admire his muscular frame as he rode a black gelding. He seemed different today, lighter somehow. She couldn't explain it, but she knew something had shifted between them. He didn't seem as stiff around her anymore, and his stern expression seemed to soften just a bit. That was good. Perhaps she was getting through to him and helping him to see past himself. For someone to find true joy in life, they must actively seek to uplift others. At least, that is what her mother always told her. Her mother. A sigh escaped her lips as she recognized that she wasn't following her mother's advice, either. She had been so obsessed with obtaining justice for Harry that she hadn't looked past her own grief. "What a hypocrite I am," she thought. She pulled gently on her reins to slow her horse's gait. How she wished her mother was still alive to give her advice. Aunt Claire had been nothing but kind to her, but she wished she could grow old with her mother by her side. Dudley came to ride next to her. "Are you all right?" she replied. "I was just thinking about my mother." With a side glance at him. "Do you miss her?" he grimaced. "What a ridiculous question. Of course you miss her." Josie gave him a weak smile. "I was just thinking that my mother will never see me grow old," he said. "I understand. I couldn't imagine the grief I would feel if I lost my mother. She has been the one constant in my life." "You are very fortunate to have your mother in your life." Dudley adjusted the reins in his hand. He replied, "That I am," in a reflective tone. "Fortunate. Indeed, I have no right to complain, because my aunt has been nothing but gracious and kind to me," she shared. He gave her a knowing look. But still, she isn't your mother. Feeling a bit uncomfortable with the sudden seriousness of the conversation, she joked. You are quite astute today, he replied. People say that I am wise for my age, squaring his shoulders. Even chuckled as he rode closer to Dudley. May I ask who has been inflating your ego? An amused look came to Dudley's face. Many people, in fact. Is your mother one of them? Evan teased. Josie giggled, bringing her gloved hand up to cover her mouth. Dudley huffed, feigning outrage. Perhaps. But it wouldn't make it any less true. They continued to ride until the ruins loomed up ahead. Walberg Castle sat on a hill, overlooking the cliffs of Sussex. The fort was rectangular, but the south wall had collapsed and fallen over the eroding cliff. A single exterior ditch surrounded the site. They reined in next to the fort, dismounted, and secured their horses. As they walked closer to the ruins, Dudley extended his arm to her, and she graciously accepted. She said, I cannot wait to show you some of the pottery that was left behind. Leading him towards the interior of the ruins. When they passed the west wall of the fort, Dudley stopped and placed his hand on the brick. If I had to guess, this wall appears to be almost 3 meters thick. It does appear to be rather substantial, Josie admitted. Evan pointed towards the ruins of the castle in the northeast corner of the fort. Come, he encouraged. Let us go explore. As they approached the broken-down building, Josie stopped when she found what she had been looking for. She reached down and picked up a black, burnished ware jar that was chipped beyond repair. She asked, Isn't this lovely? Showing it to Dudley. He ran his fingers over the coarse, gritty surface. It is, he admitted. Josie placed it carefully back down onto the ground. She picked up the remnants of a black bowl with a wavy line design. I find the construction of these items fascinating, she mused. They are primitive but beautiful in their design. You must excuse my cousin, Evan interjected with a smile on his face. She finds the most unusual things fascinating. Dudley said, I must admit that I find the pottery interesting as well. Josie flashed him a bright smile. She replied, Thank you, Lord Dudley. There are pieces of pottery all around this fort, but... Very briefly, Dudley's eye darted towards her lips, causing her smile to dim. Then, he cleared his throat and shifted his gaze towards the ruins of the castle. Shall we tour the castle now? I think that is a grand idea, Josie remarked as she leaned down and carefully placed the pieces of the bowl back on the ground. Evan turned his attention towards Dudley as they resumed their walk. Do you recall the ruins of that castle by Eton College? How could I forget? Dudley responded in an amused tone. We used to tour that castle whenever we had the chance. Evan grinned. Even though the headmaster specifically forbade any of the students to go there. Josie asked. Why? Dudley chuckled. Because it was a ramshackle castle, completely unsafe to enter. Josie lifted her brow. Yet that didn't stop you too. It did not. Evan declared proudly. We would sneak out whenever the opportunity presented itself. We would pretend that we were defending the castle from pirates. Josie asked. Pirates? Dudley playfully puffed out his chest. We were 13-year-old boys, he defended. We either were defending the castle from pirates, or we were playing the part of a pirate ourselves. I wasn't pleased when Dudley left to become a midshipman in the Royal Navy. Evan confessed. Not only did I lose my closest mate, but none of my other friends were willing to risk the wrath of the headmaster by visiting the ruins. Your other friends were weak, Dudley joked. Evan laughed. No, they just didn't want to take the chance of receiving a birching on the bare posterior. Dudley said, I don't blame them. Wincing. The headmaster was rather harsh in his discipline. Josie asked, How long did you serve in the Royal Navy? With a side glance at Dudley. 11 years, he sighed. Josie heard the heartache in his words. I am sorry they discharged you against your will. But he pressed his lips together. I am, too, he murmured. I would plan to make a career out of it. What are you going to do now? Josie questioned. Dudley's eyes grew sad and pensive. Frankly, I don't know, he answered. I am afraid I don't have very many options at the moment. Why is that? I am the third son of a marquess. I have only received a small inheritance from my grandmother on my mother's side. He shared. Furthermore, I trained from a young age to become a commissioned officer in the Royal Navy. I intended to give my life for king and country, but now I have nothing to show for it. Josie was about to step up onto a rounded step of the ruins, when Dudley extended his arm towards her. She accepted his unspoken offer, and he assisted her up the steps. "Thank you," she murmured, enjoying the feel of his taut muscles under his jacket. Even spoke up from next to them. "As I have suggested on multiple occasions, you could take your inheritance and buy an estate." Dudley replied, "Perhaps," as he fixed his eye patch. "I must admit that it doesn't seem as awful as it did before." "That is good," Even remarked, keeping his alert eyes on the ruins. "I am meeting with my pig farmer later this afternoon. Would you care to join me?" Dudley hesitated for only a moment, then said, "Believe I would." Ivan nodded in approval. "That pleases me immensely." As Josie stepped over a small pile of broken bricks that had fallen off the wall, her booted foot slipped on some loose rocks. Before she could even react, Dudley slipped his arm around her waist and held her tight against him. He asked, "Are you all right?" in a concerned tone. "I am," she breathed. "Thank you." Being this close to Dudley was intoxicating, and she found herself staring deeply into his blue eye. But his eye didn't hold as much pain and sorrow as it had once before. Instead, it held an intensity she didn't understand. Evan cleared his throat, breaking the spell that had come over them. "I believe my cousin has already thanked you, Dudley." "Wes, of course," Dudley muttered as he withdrew his arm and stepped back. Before Dudley could offer his arm to her, Ivan stepped between them and extended his arm. Josie slipped her hand into the crook of her cousin's arm, and they resumed their tour of the ruins. Weak up, Dudley's eyes flew open, and he saw the shadowy form of someone above him. He reacted quickly, albeit panicked, and reached out, grabbing the person by the throat. As he squeezed the thin neck, he heard the faint words, "It is me, Josie, ah." When he didn't immediately drop his grip, she continued, "You are hurting me, Josie." In his room, Dudley dropped his hand and shot up in bed. "What are you doing in my bedchamber?" Josie brought her hand up to her throat and rubbed it. "I am not here to rob you, if that is what you were thinking," she joked in a raspy voice. He said, "I am truly sorry," looking at her neck. "Did I hurt you?" She shook her head. "No, you mostly startled me." "Thank heavens for that." His eyes darted towards the closed door. "Again I must ask, why are you in my bedchamber?" She said, "I thought you intend to go with me to watch the cove tonight." Keeping her voice low, he replied, "I do." Bringing his legs over the side of the bed, Dudley was grateful that he preferred to sleep in his trousers and shirt rather than a regular nightshirt. It was a habit he would picked up in the Royal Navy. His shirt hung open at the top, and he noticed that Josie was staring at his broad chest. For some reason, that pleased him immensely. Josie said, "But you didn't wake me up. So I decided to venture into your bedchamber to see if our plans had changed." Bringing her gaze back up to meet his. "That was a foolhardy thing to do," he chastised. "What if someone saw you?" Josie smirked. "I can be surreptitious when the situation warrants it." He glanced at the darkened window. He replied, "Thank you for waking me up. I haven't slept that well since before the blast." "I am glad," she murmured with compassion in her tone. Rising, he tied the string to his shirt and walked over to the back of the settee, where he would draped his waistcoat. He pulled it on and reached for his Hessian boots. Josie fidgeted with the strings of her white shirt. "Thank you for accompanying me," he replied. "It is my pleasure, honestly." As Dudley looked over at Josie, using the moonlight as his source of light, he saw that her eyes were roaming his face. It was then that he realized he wasn't wearing his eye patch. He met her gaze, daring her to look away. However, to his surprise, she took a few steps closer, stopping in front of him. "I think you look better with the eye patch on." "You do." She nodded. "You have an air of danger about you when you wear it. You don't think I look like a pirate?" A playful smile came to her lips. She replied, "Oh, you do. Make no mistake about that." He frowned, displeased by her response. Dudley started to turn away but stopped when she placed a hand on his sleeve. She said, "I fear that I have offended you," in a worried tone. "I don't wish to be a pirate," he shared. "What do you want to be?" His voice was tight with emotion as he admitted, "I wish to be normal." But Josie looked at him with imploring eyes. "Why would you want to be normal when you are extraordinary?" Dudley huffed. "I am not extraordinary. I believe you to be." "Then you are mistaken." Josie shook her head. "I don't think I am." Taking a step back, he asked dryly, "May I ask why you think I am extraordinary?" "Because you fought valiantly for your king and country," she stated. "You are a hero," he said. "No." Forcefully. "I am just an unlucky bloke that was in the wrong place at the wrong time." "Do you truly believe that?" Dudley raked his hand through his hair. "Yes, I do. I was next to the main mast when the cannon hit, and the blast shot me nearly across the whole deck." He started pacing. "If I hadn't been knocked unconscious, I could have fought. Instead, I woke up 3 days later in a cottage." "But you are alive?" he asked. "Do you know how many of my crew died that day?" Cutting her off, Josie shook her head. 56 men were killed, including my captain." His voice hitched. 56. "I am sorry for your loss." Dudley swiped a hand in front of him, silencing her. "Don't you dare apologize," he declared. "You have no idea what I have endured these past 2 months." She said, "That is true," taking a step closer to him. "But I am here now, and I want to help you." He glowered at her. "I don't need your help, nor do I want it," she replied. "I think you do. It is evident that you are hurting deep inside." Dudley stared at her in disbelief. "And you think you can help me?" To his surprise, Josie reached out and encompassed his hand. She said, "You have a good heart, but you are attempting to bury it beneath your pain." Looking down at their entwined hands, Dudley felt an overwhelming desire to let Josie in, to trust her. But was he strong enough? He had yet to share the story of his injury with anyone. It was too painful. Josie's next words seemed to pierce his very soul. "You can trust me, Dudley," he replied. "Your opinion of me might radically change after I share this story." Bringing his gaze up, "I doubt it." Dudley led her over to the settee and waited until she sat down. Once she was situated, he claimed the seat next to her and shifted to face her. "My schooner, Penance, engaged the American ship, Freedom, off the waters of Canada. The battle was closely contested for hours, and my crew fought valiantly. It wasn't until another American ship joined the fight that we lost our advantage." He tightened his hold on her hand. "Our schooner was firing broadsides at the ships, but we were outgunned and outmanned. Their ships pummeled our ship with cannons, and, eventually, Penance was reduced to a defenseless wreck. I was on the deck, encouraging the crew not to give up the fight, when a cannonball sailed towards the mainmast," he revealed. "The blast tossed me across the ship, rendering me unconscious." He sighed. "My only regret is that I wasn't able to fight until my last dying breath, like so many of my comrades." Josie brought her hand up and cupped his right cheek. She said, "You are a good, honorable man." Her eyes searching his. "You fought heroically." "No," he argued with a shake of his head. "I didn't do enough. I wasn't able to stop the casualties." His voice trailed off. "I could have done more," she replied. "You did everything they expected of you and more." "You were injured." Dudley leaned into her hand. "I failed my crew," she said. "I see it differently. You fought until you could fight no more. You never gave up." His tense shoulders drooped, and he sighed. "After I woke up, they released me because of my familial connections," he admitted as he attempted to hold back the bitterness in his tone. "Whereas the rest of my crew wasn't so lucky. They had to wait to be released until a prisoner exchange could be coordinated." Josie lowered her hand to her lap. "You are the brother of a marquis." Dudley furrowed his brows. He said, "That is why I loved being in the Royal Navy. I was just Lieutenant Beauchamp. No one stood on ceremony around me, and I was treated no differently than the rest of the crew." A look of understanding crossed her features. How wonderful to be judged by one's own merit. It was, he admitted. Unfortunately, after I was released, I begged the Admiral to let me stay in the Royal Navy. He confessed. I pleaded with him, but he refused to make an exception. He stated I would be a liability if I remained because of my loss of sight. He pursed his lips. Even after my honorable discharge, it was still a month before I arrived back on English soil. Josie's face softened. I am glad that you are here with me, he asked. Are you? Softly. She bobbed her head. We are friends, and I don't have many of those. I find that hard to believe, he remarked skeptically. She replied, It is true. Ever since Harry died, I have withdrawn from society. I have focused more on weapons training than I have anything else. I find it admirable that you are trying to bring your half-brother's killers to justice. He shared. Do you? His lips curved up on one side. I do, however misguided it may be. Josie smiled as he hoped she would. We should probably go down to the shoreline before it is too late. I think that is a good idea. He rose, maintaining his hold on her hand. Dudley assisted Josie as she rose and noticed a lock of her hair had escaped the loose bun at the base of her neck. He couldn't resist the opportunity, so he reached over to brush the wayward strand off her cheek and tucked it behind her ear. He heard Josie suck in a breath, felt her stiffen as his hand lingered on the curve of her neck. But she didn't move away from him. Instead, she stared up at him, her eyes wide and full of uncertainty. Dudley had never had such an overwhelming desire to kiss a woman before, to feel her lips on his. But he stopped himself barely. He didn't dare take advantage of Josie, especially since they were in his bedchamber. Alone. He dropped his hand from hers and took a step back. He said, We should go, his voice husky with emotion. You go first and I will meet you in Evan's study. His words came out sterner than he had intended. Confusion crept into her expression as she nodded. She turned and exited his bedchamber without saying another word. Blast it. He had almost kissed her. He had wanted to kiss her. Dudley knew he needed to be careful around Josie from now on. He was in real danger of losing his heart to her. A heart that he had thought was impenetrable. Until now. Josie knocked the arrow and pulled back, feeling the tension coursing through her shoulder and down into her fingers. She closed her eyes and inhaled. As she opened her eyes, she exhaled and released the arrow, hitting the target nearly 75 meters away. A light fog hovered over the ground as she retrieved her arrows from the target. She had been out on the east lawn practicing for hours. She needed to clear her mind, and archery had always given her the solace she craved. But not today. Her mind was still reeling over how Dudley had almost kissed her 3 days ago. Almost. Why hadn't he? However, ever since that day, Dudley had gone out of his way to avoid her during the day. He still helped her scout out the cove in the early morning, but he did so with icy politeness. What had she done wrong? Perhaps it had been her imagination. Maybe she only thought that Dudley wanted to kiss her. What if he believed she was too brazen? After all, she did hold his hand and place her hand on his cheek. She stifled a groan as she returned the arrows to the quiver strapped to her back and walked back to the line. She hated questioning her actions, but she honestly did not know why Dudley was avoiding her. Clearly, she had done something to upset him. Josie removed an arrow from her quiver and nocked it. She aimed at the target and released it, hitting the center target. Why should it matter if Dudley was ignoring her? They didn't have an understanding between them. Nor did she want one. She had no interest in the handsome Lord Dudley. That was a lie. Her feelings for him were starting to deepen, but she knew he didn't feel the same. Not that she wanted them to. She had no interest in pursuing the boorish lord. Although she had seen a softer side of him, a vulnerable side which she found extremely attractive. Josie was tired of arguing with herself about Lord Dudley. He was just a distraction, and she didn't have time for those. With her decision made, she walked up to the target and removed the arrow. As she approached the manor, Clark walked out the main door to relieve her of her longbow and quiver of arrows. Clark asked, "Did you enjoy yourself, miss?" as he accepted the longbow. She nodded. I did. Thank you. I am afraid you have missed breakfast. The butler informed her. I am sure the cook would be willing to prepare something for you. She replied. I am sure she would. I intend to visit Mrs. Finch down in the kitchen anyway. Clark tipped his head. I will ensure that the longbow is put away for you, she said. Thank you, Clark. As she entered the main door, she strode across the entry hall towards the servants' hallway. Walking down the narrow set of stairs leading to the kitchen, she entered and saw Mrs. Finch standing next to the hearth, stirring the contents of a large pot. She seemed quite focused on her task. Josie said, Good morning, Mrs. Finch, in a cheery voice. Mrs. Finch gasped. Good heavens, child, she declared, bringing her free hand up to her chest. You gave me a fright. Josie stepped closer to the table in the center of the rectangular kitchen. I assure you that was not my intention. I know, Mrs. Finch said as she wiped her hands on her white apron. Are you here for the basket of treats that I prepared for Mrs. Knott? I am. Mrs. Finch pointed towards a basket at the edge of the table. Go ahead, she encouraged. It is ready, she said. Thank you, Mrs. Finch. I know Mrs. Knott will be extremely appreciative of the biscuits. There are biscuits, bread, and an assortment of fruit in that basket. Mrs. Finch shared. We had extra, so I thought she would enjoy the additional treats. I am sure she will. Josie picked up the basket. Do you, by chance, have any bread left from breakfast? Mrs. Finch looked at her knowingly. Did you miss breakfast again, because you were preoccupied on the east lawn? Perhaps. Walking over to a side table, Mrs. Finch removed a cloth to reveal a loaf of bread. She reached for a knife and cut off a generous piece. Here you go, Mrs. Finch said, extending it towards her. If you prefer, I can prepare some eggs for you. That will not be necessary. Josie took a bite of the bread and savored it. I am glad that you are with us. No one can make bread like you can. Mrs. Finch laughed. Stop trying to flatter me. I saved you some biscuits, as well. Josie smiled at the cook. It pleases me immensely to hear that. After you visit Mrs. Knott, stop by the kitchen, and I will serve them with some chocolate. Mrs. Finch remarked. Biscuits and chocolate? Josie questioned as she started backing out of the kitchen. Now you are just spoiling me. Josie turned and headed back up the stairs. She hurried through the entry hall and out the main door. She continued walking until she arrived at the stable. As she stepped inside, a groom approached her with her saddled gelding. Here you go, miss, she replied. Thank you, as she accepted the lead. Would you like me to assist you, or would you prefer a mounting block? She opened her mouth to request a mounting block when she heard Lord Dudley's voice from behind her. I shall assist her. The groom tipped his head. Very good, milord. Josie turned to face Dudley. Good morning, Lord Dudley. A slight frown marred his features. Good morning, Miss Josie. He glanced down at the basket in her hand. May I ask where you are going? I am visiting my old governess in the village, he asked. Alone? In a disapproving tone. With no escort. She lifted her brow at his gruff tone. I did not think one was necessary. The village is only a short distance away, and I have been going there without an escort for quite some time. He said. I will escort you, firmly. She shook her head. That truly is not necessary, my lord. It would be my privilege, he stated, his tone brooking no argument. Dudley intertwined his fingers and positioned them near her horse. Josie allowed him to assist her onto her horse, unable to think of a reasonable excuse to decline his offer. Once she was situated on her side saddle, she adjusted her skirt and the basket in her hand. A groom walked up with Lord Dudley's horse, and he quickly mounted. Putting his hand out, he asked, Shall we? Josie urged her horse forward and didn't slow until they reached the road leading into the village. Lord Dudley rode up next to her. I noticed you missed breakfast this morning, Lord Dudley said as he rode up next to her. I was busy practicing on the east lawn, he replied. I should have suspected. There was a small, awkward silence between them. Finally, Josie turned towards him. It is a lovely day today. It is, she said. I never asked how the meeting with the pig farmer went. Which one? She gave him a baffled look. "How many meetings have you had?" He replied, "3, with a grin. "Apparently pig farming is a serious business." Josie laughed. "I had no idea. Van's poor valet has been working extra hard to clean and shine our boots." Dudley's alert eye scanned the countryside. "How often do you visit your old governess?" "I try to visit at least once a week." "That is admirable of you." She shrugged off his praise. "Mrs. Knott is a dear friend of mine," she explained. "I should also warn you that she is blind." He glanced over at her. "She is," she replied, "for many years now. Fortunately, the village has rallied around her." "That is good." As their horses stepped onto the cobblestone street, Lord Dudley's eyes wandered over the small village. "This is quaint. That is what I love about it." She shared. "Everyone knows and cares for one another. It has been that way since I was a little girl." They rode in silence until Josie reined in her horse in front of Mrs. Knott's cottage. She slid to the ground, not bothering to wait for Lord Dudley to assist her. Dudley came around and frowned. "I would have been happy to assist you off your horse." "I am more than capable of dismounting my horse." He stepped closer, and she again smelled the aroma of orange on his person. "I have no doubt that you are capable, but it would have been my privilege to assist you." Josie tilted her head to look up at him. "Next time, I shall wait for your assistance." He gave her a lopsided grin. "Thank you, Josie." She turned her head to see if anyone else witnessed him calling her by her given name. But no one seemed to be giving them any heed. "You shouldn't be calling me by my given name in public, my lord," she chided in a hushed voice. He replied, "I don't like it when you call me lord." Watching her closely, "Do you prefer Lord Dudley?" He leaned closer and whispered, "I would prefer just Dudley." Josie felt a blush creep up her neck and onto her cheeks. She replied, "That would be completely inappropriate in public," gripping the handles of the basket tighter. "Petey," he remarked as he stepped back. Brushing past him, Josie walked up to Mrs. Knott's door and knocked. Dudley came to stand next to her. "She must not be home," she replied. "Well, she is," glancing over at him. "It just takes her a long time to answer the door." A long moment later, Mrs. Knott asked from inside of her cottage, Who is there?" "It is me, Josie," she answered. The door was immediately opened, revealing a smiling Mrs. Knott. "Come in, my dear," she encouraged, opening the door wide. Josie placed her hand on Mrs. Knott's sleeve. "I have brought a friend along with me." Mrs. Knott tilted her head towards her. "Is that so?" she said. "His name is Lord Dudley Beauchamp. He is a dear friend of my cousin's." Dudley bowed, causing Josie to smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Knott." "Please come in, Lord Dudley," Mrs. Knott greeted, stepping to the side. "Would you care for some tea?" Dudley replied, "No, madam. But thank you." Josie placed the basket on the table. "Mrs. Finch sent along biscuits, bread, and an assortment of fruit for you to enjoy." "She spoils me," Mrs. Knott said as she slowly walked over to the table, keeping her hands out in front of her. "Please send Mrs. Finch my regards." "Ooh, will." Josie placed her hand on Mrs. Knott's elbow and guided her towards the table. She said, "I wish you would accept my offer to come live at my estate. There is an entire household staff residing there, and it is silly for you to live on your own." "I wouldn't want to be a bother," Mrs. Knott pressed as she sat down. "Besides, I enjoy living on my own." "Well, if you change your mind," her words trailed off. Mrs. Knott cocked her head. "Lord Dudley," she started. "How are you enjoying Felixstowe?" Dudley shifted his gaze towards Josie and grinned. "I must admit that it is growing on me." "That is good to hear," Mrs. Knott said. Ignoring Dudley, Josie turned back towards Mrs. Knott. "Lord Dudley is returning to London in a few days. He was just here for a holiday. Aren't you traveling to London as well?" Mrs. Knott asked. Josie clasped her hands in front of her. "Yes, as of now. I will be joining Even in London for a short visit." "What fun you shall have," Mrs. Knott gushed. Dudley gave Josie an amused look, and she narrowed her eyes at him. He knew she was dreading going to London. Mrs. Knott's frail hand reached out for the basket, and Josie slid it closer to her. "Where are my manners?" Mrs. Knott asked, taking off the linen napkin on top. Would anyone care for a biscuit? No, thank you, Josie and Dudley murmured in unison. Dudley surprised her by asking, "Are you in need of any chopped wood, Mrs. Knott?" "That is sweet of you, but my neighbor just supplied me with enough wood for the next few months." Mrs. Knott shared. He asked, "Is there anything else you need?" "A repair, perhaps." Mrs. Knott's lips pressed together. She said, "There is one thing," reluctantly. "I have a loose floorboard," Dudley replied. "Who can fix that? Do you have a hammer and nails? If not, I can purchase what I need at the general store." "I do," Mrs. Knott said, rising. "If you will follow me." Before Mrs. Knott had taken a step, Dudley was by her side and placed her hand into the crook of his arm. "Allow me to escort you." A bright smile came to Mrs. Knott's face. "Thank you, Lord Dudley." "I prefer being called Dudley, if you don't mind." Josie leaned back in her chair and watched as Dudley escorted Mrs. Knott towards a back room. The way he treated Mrs. Knott with such compassion endeared him to her even more. Drat! Who knew Dudley could be so charming? Dudley exited his bedchamber, quietly closing the door behind him, and crept down the hall towards Josie's room. For the past 3 days, he had gone out of his way to ignore Josie during the day. He always ended up escorting her to the shoreline in the early morning hours, though. He couldn't in good conscience allow Josie to search for the smugglers alone. At least, that is what he told himself. He looked forward to spending time with Josie, being alone with her. No matter how hard he tried to create distance between them, he found himself drifting right back. Dudley stopped outside of Josie's door and knocked softly. Almost immediately the door opened, and Josie stood in front of him. She wore dark trousers and a white shirt. A smile was on her lips. "You are late?" he asked. "Am I?" Finding himself captivated by her smile. Josie stepped out of her room as he took a step back. She said, "We had better hurry if we want to catch the smugglers tonight," in a hushed voice. "You are in a rather optimistic mood this morning." Her smile grew as they walked towards the stairs. "The moon is dark tonight," she pointed out. "It would be a perfect time for smugglers to come ashore," he replied. "Thought it would," as he increased his stride to keep up with her. They remained quiet as they proceeded to Evan's study. After Dudley stepped through the window, he reached back to assist Josie, and she slipped her ungloved hand into his. She withdrew her hand once her feet were on solid ground. A sliver of moon cast almost no light as they headed towards the cliff and down the footpath to the shoreline. A light fog hung over the water as they walked to the cove. "It is lovely out here," Josie murmured. He nodded. "It is. I adore the sound of waves crashing on the beach." "As do I." Josie glanced over at him. "What else do you do for fun?" She smiled. "Besides helping damsels in distress look for smugglers." Dudley huffed in amusement. "You are a damsel, but I have never considered you to be in distress." His alert eyes roamed the shoreline. "To answer your question, I enjoy the usual pursuits of a gentleman, I suppose." "Such as?" "Fencing, riding, attending the theater, boxing." His voice trailed off. Josie glanced over with a mischievous look in her eye. "Not needlework?" He chuckled. "No. Definitely not needlework." Their shoulders brushed against each other, but Josie quickly moved to the side, creating an appropriate distance. Not that there was anything proper about what they were doing. There would be dire repercussions if they were caught walking the shoreline at night, alone together. Josie's voice broke through his musings. "What is London like?" He replied, pretentious, quickly. She grew silent. He asked, "What is it?" After a moment, "She does nothing." Softly, he stopped and placed a hand on her sleeve, turning her to face him. "Clearly, it is something." Josie kept her gaze averted as she answered, "It is nothing to concern yourself with." Dudley stepped closer. "Let me be the one who decides that." She brought her gaze up to meet his. "I worry that I will not fit in when I am in London." "Make no mistake about that," he stated. She frowned. Realizing that she had misunderstood his meaning, he rushed to clarify. "You will not fit in," he paused, "because you will outshine every other person in town." A line between her brow appeared. "But you said," he said. "Ignore what I said before," speaking over her. "No one will speak out against you in London. I guarantee it, Ba." "How can you be so sure?" he said. "Trust me," leaning closer. "I do." "Good," he murmured, enjoying their nearness. "Perhaps we could go riding through Hyde Park together." She smiled. "I would like that very much." "As would I." Dudley stepped back. "Should we take up our post and watch for smugglers?" Josie glanced over at the outcropping of rocks. "What is the point?" "Are you giving up?" she said. "Every night we come down to the shoreline, and every night we are disappointed." Dejectedly. "True," he agreed. "But isn't the fun in the adventure?" "What adventure?" He lifted his brow. "We are searching for smugglers. Isn't that fun?" His lips twitched. "Besides, we have used this time wisely, getting to know one another," she replied. "That is true." Dudley reached for her hand and held it. He said, "Come. Let us man our post and look for smugglers," in an authoritative tone. He led her towards the outcropping of rocks surrounding the cove, and they found their usual spot near the cliff, overlooking the water. Neither of them spoke, but it wasn't an uncomfortable silence. It was peaceful. It was perfect. Dudley glanced at Josie and couldn't keep from admiring the elegant curve that ran from her ear to her chin. She offered him a tentative smile, and he found it charming the way her lips cocked higher on one side into the beginning of a dimple. Josie averted her gaze towards the water. She asked, "What is that?" Pointing towards the sea, he sat up straighter as he focused his one eye on the large object that had crashed on the shore. "No, it couldn't be. It was a barrel." Within a few moments, he counted 5 more barrels that were drifting back and forth in the surf. Josie leaned closer to him. "Should we investigate?" "No," he whispered. "We will stay where we are." More barrels arrived on the shoreline, and Dudley braced himself for the inevitable. He did not doubt that the smugglers would be showing up next. In the distance, he could hear the distinct sound of men's voices coming from the water. Then, he saw rowboats coming towards the shore. He counted 3, each carrying 2 men, 6 smugglers. As they came closer, the men jumped out into the shallow part of the water and pulled their rowboats onto the rocky shore. A smaller man, who appeared to be in charge, directed them all with the wave of his cutlass, and gruffly shouted instructions. The smugglers retrieved the barrels from the surf, hoisted them onto their shoulders, and started walking across the sand, directly towards them. "Jet down," Dudley ordered as he ducked his head below the outcropping of rocks. He reached behind him and pulled his pistol from the waistband of his trousers. He was pleased to see that Josie had her overcoat pistol in her hand already. The smugglers walked right past them as they continued on a footpath leading up the cliff. Dudley asked, "Where does that path lead?" After the last man had passed them, Josie replied, "To Yvonne's hunting lodge." Dudley said, "We need to get out of here now," reaching for Josie's hand. She yanked her hand back, giving him a defiant look. "No, we need to follow them and see where they go." Dudley looked at Josie like she was daft. He asked, "Are you mad? Did you not notice that they outnumber us?" Josie rose to her feet but remained crouched low. "I am going after them." She hesitated. "With or without you?" "You sure as hell aren't going alone," he muttered, rising. Without waiting for him, Josie started up the narrow path with light steps. Dudley didn't like this. Not one bit. They were too out in the open, too exposed. If the smugglers started back down this path, they would have nowhere to hide. They would be caught and killed. He gripped his pistol tighter against his side. He may die tonight, but he would do whatever it took to ensure that Josie lived to see another day. As they approached the top of the cliff, he saw that it was overgrown with trees and shrubs. He nearly sighed in relief. There were ample places they could hide now. Once Josie stepped into the cover of the trees, she veered off the path and hid behind some shrubs. The moment he crouched down next to her, she turned to him and whispered, "My cousin's hunting lodge is about 100 yards up the path." It is tucked away in the trees on the right, so you have to look for it. What else is on this path? She frowned. Nothing really. No other structures. Josie shook her head. No. Dudley peered over the shrubbery and noticed an eerie silence. He said, "Let us assume that they are using Ivan's hunting lodge as a place to store the barrels. In a few hours, we can inform the constable." Josie said, "We need to know for sure." Dudley crouched down next to her. "We cannot risk getting any closer." "You cannot, but I can," Josie asserted, turning away from him. He reached out and gripped her arm. "You are going to get yourself killed, Josie," she said. "No, I will not," as she turned back to face him. "You need to trust me." Loosening his grip on her arm, he replied, "I am not sure I can." "Trust goes both ways," she asserted. Dudley knew she had a point. Reluctantly, he dropped his arm. "What is your plan?" She smirked. My plan is simple. I plan to approach Ivan's hunting lodge and confirm that they are storing the barrels there." "That plan is awful," Dudley groaned. "It might very well get us both killed." "It will not," she responded confidently. Remaining low, Josie started weaving through the trees with impressive agility, and he hurried to stay close behind her. She stopped short and put her hand up when they were a few yards away from a two-level building with a thatched roof. 4 of the smugglers exited the cottage and started walking down the path back towards the beach, but he couldn't see where the other 2 smugglers had gone. Dudley turned towards Josie, but to his horror, he saw that she was gone. He frantically searched for her, then he saw her exit the safety of the trees and approach the hunting lodge, peering into a side window. The main door of the lodge was flung open, and the other 2 smugglers stepped out onto the porch. They appeared to be having a conversation, but he couldn't hear what they were saying. His gaze shifted towards the side of the cottage, and he saw Josie edging closer to them. What was she doing? Perhaps she had a death wish. Josie stopped at the side of the cottage, and she appeared to be listening to their conversation. Dudley heard booted footsteps and saw the 4 smugglers approaching, each with a barrel on their shoulders. He shifted his gaze towards Josie, but saw that she had already returned to the safety of the trees. Within a few moments, she came to stand next to him and whispered, "Someone is picking up the smuggled goods in 2 days, but I didn't hear who. Furthermore, that person is bringing goods for them to smuggle out of England." Dudley nodded his understanding. "Now can we depart?" "I propose we walk around rather than return to the beach," Josie suggested in a hushed tone. "For once, we are in agreement." He had barely finished his thought when Josie started leading him deeper into the cover of the trees. The sun was rising over the horizon as they approached Hartfield Manor. Josie had no doubt that the servants would already be awake, preparing for the day, and she had an uneasy feeling about returning home. Josie glanced over at Dudley and noticed that his back was rigid. Perhaps he was as anxious as she was. She said, "I am sorry," he asked. "For what in particular?" Keeping his gaze straight ahead, she replied, "The going around took longer than I anticipated. And now the sun has risen." Dudley met her gaze and then quickly looked away. "It couldn't have been helped," he remarked calmly. "We couldn't have very well returned to the beach with the smugglers." "About," she said. "That is true," softly. A frown came to Dudley's lips. "With any luck, we can sneak back into Evan's study, and no one will be the wiser." "Let us hope so." They continued in silence until they arrived at Evan's study. Dudley opened the window and held out his hand to assist her. She had just stepped through the window when Evan's voice came from the far side of the room. "What in the blazes?" Josie froze as she saw her cousin's face become distorted with anger. He was sitting next to Walford, his steward, with a pile of ledgers open in front of them. She had never seen Evan so angry, and she found it almost frightening. "Watch your language," Dudley's stern voice ordered from behind her. "There is a lady present." Evan's eyes narrowed as he rose from his seat. He asked, "Are you in earnest, Dudley?" In disbelief, Dudley came to stand next to her, providing her with immediate reassurance. "I am." Walford cleared his throat. Rising awkwardly, he said, "If you will excuse me, this appears to be a family issue." before ducking out of the room. Evan advanced towards them. Do you want to explain to me what is going on between you two? Nothing is going on between us, Josie declared. Nothing, Evan repeated as he stopped in front of them, his nostrils flaring. You expect me to believe that? It is true, Dudley asserted. He asked, then why are you two sneaking into my study after being out all night? Crossing his arms over his chest. We weren't out all night, she defended. We only snuck out a few hours ago. Evan furrowed his brows. Explain, he ordered in a steely tone. Now, mustering her courage, she met his gaze. We snuck out to look for smugglers along the shoreline and smugglers. Not this again, Evan shouted. You risked your reputation because you were looking for smugglers. Wes and Evan interrupted her again. You are a foolish, naive girl, he spat out. I have indulged your every whim, but this is too much. You cannot sneak out in the middle of the night to look for smugglers. You just cannot, she sighed. If you would just listen, Evan said. No. I will not. All you have talked about these past few months are smugglers. He turned his heated gaze towards Dudley. And you. He hesitated. You went along with this harebrained scheme. Dudley didn't seem cowed by his anger, his tone remained calm. He replied, I did. To keep your cousins safe. Safe. Evan repeated, dropping his hands to his sides. Because of you, her reputation is ruined. I don't believe that to be the case, Dudley contended. Evan stared at him, disbelief evident on his features. And why is that? He replied. No one saw Josie or me along the shoreline. Furthermore, only Walford and you witnessed us enter the manor. Evan clenched his jaw. He asked, Josie, is it? Since when did you two start calling each other by your given names? Dudley replied, only recently, in fact. Evan asked, and you expect me to believe that nothing is going on between you two? Glancing between them, Josie said, Wes. Nothing is going on between us, her voice rising. Dudley has been kind enough to escort me to the beach when I search for the smugglers. Evan tossed his hands up in the air. Smugglers, he shouted. This is ludicrous. You are standing in my study, dressed as a boy. Don't you see the precariousness of your situation? If you would just listen. Evan waved his hand dismissively in front of him. He said, No, I will hear no more about smugglers. Cutting her off, is that clear? Josie squared her shoulders and met his gaze defiantly. She replied, in a steady, firm tone. No. Evan's brow bent in a frown. I beg your pardon. She took a step closer to him. I will not stop speaking about the smugglers because we saw them this morning. Who? These smugglers? She shared. Evan's eyes widened as he glanced between them. You saw smugglers. Here on the beach. She nodded. We saw them row ashore and carry barrels up to your hunting lodge, she informed him. Evan asked, They are using my hunting lodge to store smuggled goods. His voice full of uncertainty, Dudley spoke up. How often do you use that lodge? Very rarely, Evan admitted. In fact, the gamekeeper has been using it for storage. Evan started pacing back and forth. Are you sure you saw smugglers? Perhaps you were mistaken. Dudley replied. We were not mistaken. Dryly. We will need to inform the constable right away. He stopped pacing and said, I am not sure if that is the best course of action. Dudley asked, We not? Because I worry how the smugglers would react if they discovered Josie tipped off the constable. Evan pressed, his voice strained. Josie stepped closer to her cousin. Regardless, I am going to the constable. Evan said. No, you aren't, with a shake of his head. You will remain at home. Do I make myself clear? She replied. I will not, returning his ire. Evan pursed his lips. You are infuriatingly the most obstinate girl that I know. His eyes glanced over to the opened ledgers on the table. Fine. I have enough work to do, he declared. You two go to the constable. But don't say I didn't warn you. A smile came to her lips at the small victory she had just achieved. Thank you, Evan. But, he pointed his finger at her. You need to put on a gown before you meet with the constable, he ordered. And Josie. His voice trailed off. Now that you have discovered the smugglers, what do you intend to do? Josie glanced over at Dudley before saying, I intend to let the constable do his job, and then I do plan to go to London, as per our agreement. Good, Evan sighed. I am glad to hear that. I was afraid you were going to do something foolish, duh. Dudley was gracious enough to inform me that smuggling is a hanging offense. She shared. So, you see, there is no need for me to exact my own revenge. Evan looked pleased by her admission. I am glad, cousin. He paused. Do you truly believe these are the men that killed Harry? I do. Evan considered her for a moment. I understand your compulsion to blame someone for Harry's death, but I still believe that it was a horrific accident that killed him, she said, and I contend that Harry would not have gone for a late night swim. Tilting her chin up. Is it just a grand coincidence that smugglers are, in fact, using our beaches? Evan gave her a sad smile. I hope the arrest of these smugglers will give you the peace that I believe you deserve. Her cousin was looking at her with something like pity. She didn't want his pity. Josie said, If you will excuse me, I need to go upstairs and change. With a parting glance at Dudley, Josie left Evan's study and hurried up to her bedchamber. She did not doubt that once the constable arrested the smugglers, a great weight would be lifted off her shoulders. She would finally be free from the burdens of her past. She would be free to move forward with her life. Dudley watched as Josie fled from the room, and he had an undeniable desire to follow her. He could tell that Evan's words had affected her deeply, and he wanted to be the one who comforted her. He took a step towards the door when Evan spoke up. He said, I am not finished with you, Dudley, in a steely tone. Dudley turned towards Evan with an expectant look. Evan stiffly stepped closer to him. What in the blazes do you think you are doing with my cousin? Nothing. Nothing, Evan repeated in an exasperated voice. Do you truly expect me to believe that? I do, because it is the truth. Evan eyed him suspiciously. I am trying to discern if you are mad or you truly believe the lies you are saying. Dudley stepped back. Miss Josie and I are friends. Nothing more. You are back to calling her Miss Josie, I see, Evan remarked. I am not sure what you want me to say. Dudley responded. You were the one who asked me to look after your cousin. Evan's brow shot up. Are you implying this is somehow my fault? Dudley crossed his arms over his chest. In a way, yes. Is this somehow part of the so-called brilliant plan you mentioned before? It is. You asked me to help Josie, prove to her that revenge is not the answer, and that is what I did, Dudley defended. Furthermore, I convinced her to let the constable arrest the smugglers. Evan muttered something incoherent under his breath before asking, How long have you been sneaking out with her? Since the night you asked me to help her, he answered. Evan stared at him in disbelief. Please say that you are not in earnest. If I did, would it help you sleep better? Evan raked his hand through his hair. Blazes, he muttered. What if someone had seen you? Didn't you think about Josie's reputation? Or your own? Frankly, I was too busy ensuring that Josie didn't do something foolhardy which could have gotten her killed. Evan walked over to the drink cart. And I thank you for that. He removed the stopper from the decanter and poured himself a drink. Would you care for a drink? Dudley shook his head. No, thank you. Evan took his glass and held it up to his lips. I am still debating about challenging you to a duel. Dudley replied. That would be unwise. I would win, confidently, dropping his arms to his side. Evan said, I am well aware of that fact, but I am still worried about Josie's reputation. Everyone knows how servants talk. Then I will marry her, if it comes to that, Dudley declared. Evan blinked. You will what? I said. I will marry her. Evan tossed back his drink and set the empty glass on the tray. He said, I see. Do I have your word on that? Dudley nodded. You do, but only if Josie's reputation suffers because of this mishap. Let us hope that it doesn't. I agree. Evan dropped down onto the settee. Can you kindly explain to me what happened tonight? There is a rocky cub between your and Josie's properties. Dudley explained. On a previous occasion, I had determined it would be the perfect place for smugglers to come ashore due to its isolated location. Dudley crossed the room and sat across from Evan on an upholstered armchair. Yeah. Early this morning, Josie and I went to the cove and saw the smugglers come ashore. We watched as they hurried up the path leading to your hunting lodge. Your reckless cousin decided to follow them. Of course. She did. Even mumbled. After we arrived at the lodge, Josie went and confirmed that the barrels were being stored in the lodge. She overheard two of the smugglers talking. Evan leaned forward in his seat. What did they say? In 2 days, someone is coming to remove the barrels from the lodge and provide them with goods to smuggle out of England. A frown came to Evan's face. Did they say who? Dudley shook his head. He replied, she wasn't able to hear what they were saying. Then we were forced to take the long way around to Hartfield Manor. We didn't dare return to the beach. Evan said, that does make logical sense. Leaning his head back on the settee, I should be grateful to you that Josie didn't try to kill the smugglers with her arrows. Dudley grew solemn. I informed her that I would only help her on the condition that there would be no killing. And she agreed to that. Willie nodded. He replied, she did. Although, she is still mourning her half-brother's death deeply. I am aware of that. Evan glanced over at the open door, but I am at a loss as to how to help her. I would initiate a conversation about Harry and speak openly about how much you miss him, as well. Dudley suggested. It has been my experience that the more you talk about someone who has passed on, the more you prove that they are never far from your mind. Do you think that will help? Dudley gave a slight shrug of his shoulders. It couldn't hurt. Evan studied him for a moment. And what of you? He tensed. What of me? Are you ready to speak of the comrades you lost? Dudley rose swiftly. Don't make this about me, Evan said. I was just asking. Raising his hands in surrender. His gaze shifted reflectively to the window as he found himself admitting, I miss my comrades every day. Tears came to his eyes, but he blinked them away. You don't know the guilt associated with being alive, while so many of my crew perished. Evan replied, I do not. In his mind, Dudley heard the cannon blast and smelled the acrid smoke. He strode over to the drink cart and removed the stopper from the decanter. He needed something to help him forget his pain, his endless torment. But as he went to pour himself a drink, the image of Josie came to his mind. Josie. With a sigh, he put the decanter down and replaced the stopper. He didn't need a hard drink when he had a friend like Josie in his life. She provided him with comfort, reassurance, and hope. Hope that he could rebuild his shattered life and begin anew. Dudley turned back towards Evan. Am I free to leave, or is this interrogation going to continue? Evan rose from the settee. He replied, it is over. Are you sure that you want to take Josie along with you when you meet with the constable? He replied, I do. Evan bobbed his head. I will trust your instincts on this one. Dudley said, thank you. As he walked out into the entry hall, the butler was standing next to the stairs, and Evan directed his comment towards him. Will you ready my horse? I have an urgent errand I need to attend to. Clark said. Wes, Millard? Tipping his head, Dudley hurried up the stairs. He was anxious to change and ride into town. He had no doubt that the constable would be interested in what they had to say. Josie said, we found the smugglers. As her lady's maid brushed her brown tresses, Judith's hand stilled. You did. We did, she confirmed. They came to the cove, just as Lord Dudley predicted they would. That was clever of him. Josie nodded. She replied, it was. Meeting Judith's gaze in the dressing-table mirror, we followed them up the path towards Evan's hunting lodge. Judith asked, you followed them. Wasn't that dangerous? She shrugged one shoulder. Perhaps, but I wanted to confirm where they were storing the smuggled goods. Judith asked, now that you know for sure. As she placed her hair into a tight chignon, Josie reached for the bottle of lotion on the dressing table. She replied, now we go to the constable, as she rubbed lotion onto her arms. Walking over to the bed, Judith picked up her blue riding habit. Were you truly out with Lord Dudley all night as the servants are saying? No, she answered, rising. We only snuck out a few hours before the sun rose. Do you sneak out with Lord Dudley often? She replied, nearly every night. Feeling that she could trust her lady's maid, Judith gave her a disapproving shake of her head. That is not wise, miss. I know. But I found the proof I needed to ensure the smugglers are captured and hanged for their crimes. Josie pressed. Judith said, I hope you know what you are doing. Josie walked closer to the bed. I do. Good. Judith perused the length of her. Let me help you change into your riding habit for your ride into town. A short time later, Josie gracefully walked down the stairs to find Dudley waiting in the entry hall. His back was to her, and he was looking at her great-grandmother's portrait. She stepped down the last step, and Dudley turned to face her. He smiled, and Josie knew she was in trouble. At some point, completely unintentionally, she had fallen in love with him. Stupidly, dreadfully in love with him. No good could come from that. Dudley took a step closer to her, and she took a step back. He cast her a questioning look. Are you all right, Josie? She replied, I am. I was just wool gathering. He looked amused as he asked. About what in particular? Drat. Josie turned her gaze towards her great-grandmother's portrait. I was just admiring the portrait. Dudley turned back towards the portrait. He replied, I see your likeness in her. Who was she? Taking a step closer to Dudley, she replied, my great-grandmother. Tell me about her, he encouraged. A smile brightened her face. She didn't marry my great-grandfather until she was nearly 30, she explained. She refused to marry for anything less than love. And did she? Josie nodded. According to my father, they were deliriously happy. Dudley's eyes roamed the painting. He said, I am happy for them. Finding love is rare in our circles. That is true, she agreed, which makes it so much more meaningful when you do find it. Dudley turned to face her. I couldn't agree more, she said. Good. Smiling. A minuscule smile hinted on his lips as he murmured, whoever loved that loved not at first sight. The breath hitched in her throat. You quoted Shakespeare. His smile grew. He said, I don't know why you are surprised. I have quoted Shakespeare before, she replied. Wes, but you quoted about love. You have been rather cynical about that topic. He took a step closer to her and lowered his voice. True, but I am beginning to believe that is not quite as unattainable as I once thought. Josie met his gaze and held it. I am glad to hear that. Are you? She said. Why am? It means you are teachable. He chuckled. I am most definitely teachable. He hesitated. Assuming I have the right teacher bar. I am glad that you are not a lost cause. Yet. Dudley extended his arm towards her, and she graciously accepted it. I hope you never give up on me, Josie. I don't intend to. He replied. Good. Because you are one of the few people that I find tolerable. She gave him a side glance. Really, is that a compliment? I assure you it was the highest compliment that I could give anyone. A footman opened the main door for them. We need to work on your compliments. Josie joked as they exited the estate. He laughed, a deep chuckle that warmed her heart. He replied, There is nothing wrong with my compliments. Leading her towards the stable. I disagree. Before Dudley could reply, a groom brought out their horses from the stable and extended them the reins. Without seeking permission, Dudley came to stand next to her and intertwined his fingers. She placed her booted foot into his hands, and he assisted her as she mounted her horse. Thank you, she murmured as she adjusted her skirts. Dudley mounted his horse and turned him towards the main road. Would you care to race towards the village? That hardly seems fair, Ba. In what way? A mischievous smile came to her lips. I hardly ever lose, he said. We shall see, kicking his horse into a run. Not one to back down from a challenge, Josie leaned forward in her saddle, urging her horse to go faster. How she loved the sound of the pounding hooves beneath her. It didn't take long for her to overtake Dudley and his black gelding. They raced side by side until the village loomed ahead. Spotting children playing in the field, Josie knew she should begin to slow down. She pulled gently on the reins and slowed her horse's gait. Dudley said, I believe that was a draw. As he rode next to her, Josie adjusted the reins in her hands. That is what losers say. He chuckled. May I ask where you learned how to ride like that? She said, I learned to ride at a young age. My father was insistent that I become a proficient rider. He succeeded. Josie nodded. I am also proficient at riding astride. Dudley glanced over at her with amusement in his eye. I must admit that I am not surprised. You aren't, he said. Very little surprises me when it comes to you, Josie. Josie sat straighter in the saddle, finding herself immensely pleased by his words. I take that as a compliment. He replied, You should. It was meant as one. A child's voice interrupted their private interlude. Miss Josie. Amy shouted as she ran up to the side of the road. Are you going to visit Mrs. Not today? Josie reined in her horse. Not today, she responded. I am afraid we have urgent business in the village. John ran up to the road and in between breaths asked, Do you want to play football with us? She replied, I am afraid I cannot. Not to Dudley arched an eyebrow. You play football, she said. Wes. Not deterred by his disbelieving tone. And I am quite good at it. Are you now? Amy answered for her in enthusiastic tone. Miss Josie is brilliant at football. John bobbed his head. It is true, Josie said. Thank you, children. But I am afraid we must be on our way. Lord Dudley and I are in a hurry today. Amy and John stepped back and waved. They said, Bye, Miss Josie, in unison before running back towards the group of children playing in the field. Josie urged her horse forward onto the cobblestone path leading them into the village. As they proceeded down the main road, she was greeted with warm hospitality by many of the people walking down the footpaths. She reined in her horse in front of Constable Welker's cottage, and was about to dismount when she heard Dudley say, Allow me to assist you off your horse, Miss Josie. It was more of a command than a request, but she decided to comply. Dudley dismounted, secured his horse, and came around to assist her. She leaned forward, placing her hands onto his shoulders. His hands rose to her waist. Once her feet were on solid ground, she removed her hands from his shoulders and stepped back. Thank you, she murmured. He took her hand and placed it into the crook of his arm. You are welcome, Miss Josie. The door to the cottage opened, revealing Constable Welker's tall frame in the doorway. He stepped out onto the porch. Miss Josie. What an unexpected pleasure. He glanced over at Dudley. And who, may I ask, is your companion? She held her hand out towards Dudley. Lord Dudley Beauchamp. Allow me to introduce you to Constable Welker. But Dudley tipped his head at the constable. May we have a moment of your time, Constable? You may, Millard, Constable Welker said, glancing between them. Is everything all right? I think this conversation would be best away from prying ears, Dudley remarked as his eyes scanned the crowded pavement. Constable Welker nodded his understanding. He replied, Of course. Please come inside. He led them towards a small room off the main hall. A desk sat in front of the window, and two settees faced each other. Constable Welker pointed at a settee, indicating she should sit. This room will grant us some privacy in case my Lucy comes home. Josie sat down on the settee, and Dudley came to stand behind her. How may I help you? Constable Welker asked, leaning back onto the edge of his desk. Dudley glanced down at her before saying, Earlier this morning Miss Josie and I saw smugglers come ashore near Hartfield Manor. You did? Constable Welker asked.
How many did you see? 6 star.
Did they see you? Dudley shook his head. They did not. Constable Welker sighed in relief. He said, That is good. What were they smuggling? Josie spoke up. We saw barrels in the water before the rowboats came ashore. Where was this exactly? She replied. There is a rocky cove between Lord Ludlow's and my property. A trail leads from the beach to Lord Ludlow's hunting lodge. Dudley placed his hands on the back of the settee. We followed them, and saw them store the smuggled goods inside the lodge. Constable Welker rubbed his long white beard thoughtfully. And do you believe that Lord Ludlow is harboring these smugglers? Heavens. No, Josie cried. My cousin had no knowledge that the smugglers were using his hunting lodge. He was just as surprised as we were when we informed him. I see, Constable Welker said, but his tone implied he didn't. I will have to speak to Lord Ludlow regarding this matter. Dudley removed his hands from the settee and stepped back. Miss Josie overheard the smuggler's plan. Someone is picking up the barrels in 2 days and providing them with items to smuggle out of England. Not if I can help it, Constable Welker said determinedly. Thank you for coming to me. I will assemble a local militia, and we will deal with the smugglers. Josie spoke up. We will be happy to help you round them up and... The constable interrupted her. Absolutely not, Miss Josie. It is not safe for you to be anywhere near them. He straightened from the desk. I assure you that I will take care of this matter, discreetly of course. Josie pressed her lips together, attempting to hide her displeasure. I understand. Good, good, Constable Welker said. Josie rose from her seat. Thank you, Constable. Constable Welker smiled kindly at her. If what you are saying is accurate, I should be thanking you and Lord Dudley. He glanced between them, and his smile dimmed. I will not ask why you were on the beach so late at night, and I intend to keep that between us. Dudley replied, I appreciate your discretion. A word to the wise. The constable started in a warning tone. Stay off the beaches at night. No good can come from it. Dudley came to stand next to her and said, Understood, sir. Constable Welker bobbed his head approvingly. I shall be in touch, Millard. He tipped his head at her. Miss Josie. As they stepped onto the constable's porch, Dudley asked, Would you care to call on Mrs. Knott, since we are already in the village? She replied, What a fine idea. Deeply touched by his thoughtfulness. In response, Dudley gave her a curt nod before extending his arm towards her. It is only a short distance to her cottage, he commented. Shall we walk? She placed her hand on his sleeve and replied, I would very much enjoy that. Dudley was on his way to the dining room for breakfast when he heard the sound of music. His steps faltered as he listened to someone playing Mozart on the pianoforte with expert precision. Finding himself curious about who was playing, he walked across the entry hall and peered into the drawing room. Josie sat at the pianoforte with her eyes closed. Her hands raced along the keys. She wore a white gown with a green ribbon tied around her waist, briefly drawing his attention to her comely figure. He watched in fascination as she played the last note and dropped her hands idly into her lap. He was about to make his presence known when she opened her eyes and began to play another song, one that was unfamiliar to him. To his great astonishment, Josie opened her mouth and started singing along. Her voice was superb, and he leaned his shoulder against the doorframe. Dudley found himself bewitched by her lovely singing voice. It felt as though it penetrated his very soul. He watched her beautiful face as she sang and saw the intensity there. He knew, in that moment, that he would never tire of hearing Josie sing. He didn't dare move until the last passionate, quivering notes had died away, and she brought her hands back to her lap. The silence had never been so unwelcome before. Dudley said, That was beautiful, as he straightened from the wall and walked further into the room. Josie looked over at him in surprise. I didn't realize anyone was listening. Dudley came and stood next to her. I was on my way to breakfast, but I wanted to see who was playing the pianoforte so splendidly. He paused. I recognized Mozart, but I was unfamiliar with the piece you just sang. That is because I wrote it myself. Dudley's brow lifted. You wrote that? I did, she answered proudly. He said, You are a woman of many hidden talents, his eye roaming her face. A barely discernible blush came to Josie's cheeks, but he caught it nonetheless. Josie reached up and arranged the sheet music. She replied, I should say not. Every young lady is expected to play the pianoforte and sing. Being able to play the pianoforte and being proficient at it are entirely different, he pointed out. I have sat through far too many bad recitals, so I know that you are truly gifted. Josie shifted on the bench towards him. You are being exceptionally complimentary this morning, she teased. And I haven't even had my breakfast yet, she tossed. You overslept. I have been up for hours, he replied. I must admit that I am surprised myself. I woke up to Evan's valet coming into my bedchamber and opening the drapes. Josie smiled up at him. I am glad to know that you slept so well, I am not. You aren't. He shook his head. I had been hoping to join you for some early morning archery practice. Perhaps had another go at a competition. She asked. Why? Her face remaining expressionless. You would have only lost. Dudley chuckled. You are rather confident about your abilities. If you are not opposed, we could practice our shooting later. He glanced over at the door before answering. He said, That sounds brilliant. Know that we have caught the smugglers. I find that I have nothing else to occupy my time. Josie's whole face lit up. Isn't that a wonderful feeling? Dudley found himself drawn to her eyes, losing himself in their sparkling green. You seem cheery this morning, she replied. I am. By now, the constable has most likely arrested the smugglers, and they are in prison, awaiting their sentences. They will finally pay for their crimes. Would you care to watch their hanging? She shook her head. That seems rather gruesome, don't you think? I am afraid that it is rather common for people to witness a public execution. He explained. They always draw large crowds outside of Newgate. How distasteful. But Dudley grew silent as he thought about the last hanging he had been forced to endure. She asked, What is it? Rising from the bench. He said, It is nothing, attempting to brush off her concern. She gave him a knowing look. She replied, I don't believe you. Your face just paled. As an officer in the Royal Navy, I was obligated to watch and participate whenever the captain punished one of the crew, he explained. What did that entail? He sighed. He replied, The least severe, and most common, was flogging. But, on occasion, we would be forced to watch a hanging at the yard arm. Josie's hand flew to her mouth. How terrible. That was reserved only for desertion or mutiny against the fleet, Dudley explained. I am sorry that you had to witness that. Dudley's brows drew together. As a lieutenant, I would listen to them plead their cases to the other high-ranking officers. In almost every case, they were found guilty and sentenced to death. Ah! Josie reached out and touched his sleeve. That must have been hard on you, he said. It was. It was hard on everyone, but the Royal Navy couldn't risk having a mutiny aboard one of our ships. He grimaced. The captain would then order the body to hang from the yard arm for 3 days, as a deterrent to the rest of the crew. Josie remained silent, but her eyes filled with compassion. He found himself becoming choked up and shifted his gaze away from hers. It was difficult to watch, to pass by every day. I have no doubt. That was undoubtedly my least favorite part about being in the Royal Navy. I can see why. Dudley asked, How do you do that? As he met her gaze, she gave him a baffled look. Do what? Get me to confide in you. Her face softened. Because I listen to you, he replied. That you do. And I am immensely grateful for that. A knock came at the door, and Josie slipped her hand off his sleeve. Clark entered. He said, Constable Welker is here to call on Lord Dudley. Are you available, my lord? Dudley nodded. I am. The butler tipped his head. I shall show him in then. A few moments later, Constable Welker strode in with a stern expression. Good, you are both here. He glanced between them. I don't have time to exchange pleasantries, I am afraid. Josie asked, Whatever is the matter, Constable? Placing her hand on the side of the pianoforte. Constable Welker frowned. There is no easy way to say this, so I will just go ahead and say it. He took a deep breath. Last night, I organized a militia, and we went to arrest the smugglers at Lord Ludlow's hunting lodge. Only when we arrived, there was no one to be seen, and the smuggled goods were gone. Josie gasped. Where did they go? The constable shrugged. Frankly, I am not sure, but we confirmed their rowboats were still stashed in the cove, which means wherever they went, it was on foot. You have to go search for them, she declared urgently. Have no doubt, Constable Welker said. But this raises a ticklish question. Dudley asked, Which is? Constable Welker glanced over at the open door and lowered his voice. Who did you speak to about the smugglers? Josie said. Just my cousin and my lady's maid. Constable Welker turned his expectant brow towards him. And you, Millard? I only spoke to Lord Ludlow. The constable had a pensive look on his face. He said, We believe that someone may have tipped off the smugglers. From the appearance of the hunting lodge, it seems they left in a hurry. Josie asked. But who would have done such a thing? That is what I aim to find out, Miss Josie, Constable Welker said. Meanwhile, I would encourage you to use caution until we have caught them. Dudley replied. We will. Good, the constable said with a bob of his head. I had hoped to speak to Lord Ludlow, but the butler informed me that he is away. That is correct, Josie shared. He is touring the farm with his steward. Constable Welker shifted his gaze over to the window, and his brows were drawn together in a frown. I am afraid I have a few questions I must ask him. Dudley said. I can assure you that Lord Ludlow has no knowledge of the smugglers. Constable Welker gave him a look which implied he didn't believe him. Regardless, I need to speak to him. Dudley replied. Of course. The constable bowed. Good day to you both. Dudley watched the constable leave the room, before he turned his gaze back towards Josie. She had a frown on her lips, and she had wrapped her arms around her waist. He asked. Are you all right, Josie? Concerned. A sudden look of determination came into her eyes. Josie said. We need to go search for the smugglers, in a firm tone. We cannot leave it up to the constable to find them. His brow shot up. You cannot possibly be serious. We cannot let them get away with this. Dudley ran a hand through his hair and attempted. Pray tell, where would we even start looking? We start at Evans' hunting lodge, and we will search for any clues. Josie started walking purposely towards the door. Wait, he called out. Where are you going? She stopped and turned to face him. To change, of course. I cannot very well wear one of my finer gowns to search for the smugglers. This is madness, he declared. A mischievous smile came to her lips. No, this is an adventure, he said. No, we will stay here and let the constable deal with the smugglers, in a steely tone. I am putting my foot down. She arched an eyebrow. She asked, You are putting your foot down, my lord? In an incredulous tone. Yes. She stared at him for a long moment before saying, Fine. You can stay behind. But I am going. She turned on her heel and departed from the room without saying another word. Blazes, he muttered under his breath. She had called his bluff. Josie raced her hordes towards her cousin's hunting lodge with a longbow in her hand, and a quiver draped over her shoulder. She was now more comfortably dressed in a white cotton gown and black Hessian boots. She glanced over and saw Lord Dudley riding tall in his saddle, his expression stern. He had spent a good portion of the morning arguing with her about coming. But in the end, he decided to join her, although he didn't appear pleased by his decision. As they neared the lodge, they reined in their horses. We should proceed the rest of the way on foot, Josie called out to him. Dudley just grunted as he dismounted. Josie slid off her horse and secured him to a low branch. She tilted her face towards the brilliant shafts of light breaking through the tree. The woods were alive with activity as she watched squirrels running along the leaf-covered ground and listened to the birds warbling overhead. Dudley came to stand next to her. I still contend this is a bad idea. You didn't have to come along. He frowned. I couldn't very well let you go alone. And why is that? Because you are in need of a protector. She turned to face him. Just so we are clear, I don't require your protection. But you do. He took a step closer to her. Your thoughtless actions are going to get you killed. I am stronger than I look, he said. Just to be clear, it is not your strength I am worried about. It is your intelligence that I am calling into question. Josie tilted her head to look up at him, taking a brief moment to admire his strong jaw and the straight profile of his nose. I think I preferred you this morning when you were complimenting me. His jaw clenched. I am serious, Josie, she replied. I know you are. But that doesn't change my desire to find the smugglers. We found them once, and we can do it again. Have you considered what will happen if we do find them? He questioned. There are 6 of them and only 2 of us. Josie held up her longbow. This will even the odds. I admit that you are a good shot, but do you understand the implications of taking another's life? I do. He stepped closer to her and grabbed the longbow out of her hand. Their deaths will haunt you every single day for the rest of your life. He grew solemn. Taking someone's life is always the last resort. Her words came out weaker than before. I understand. He replied. I don't think you do, gruffly. You are so focused on revenge that it is clouding your judgment. She asked, what would you have me do? Just let them walk free. Or better yet, should I help them with their smuggled goods? Help line their pockets with gold? Dudley cast her a frustrated look. He replied, no, but I want you to understand that there is more at stake than just smuggling. We are talking about your life, your future. I don't have one. Not as long as they are roaming free. What if these smugglers had nothing to do with half-brother's death? Josie reached out and grabbed the longbow. Frankly, I don't care. They are guilty by association. You are a stubborn, vexing woman, he declared. She took a step closer to him, challenging him. And you are a cantankerous lord. His eye narrowed as it roamed her face. What did I ever agree to help you? Now that no distance was between them, Josie had a hard time finding her voice, much less formulating a response. However, Dudley didn't appear affected by her nearness. His gaze only intensified. He asked, well, deciding to take control of this serious conversation, she took a step back but maintained his gaze. She replied, just go home, Dudley, dejectedly. I never needed or asked for your help, he said. No, I will not leave you alone. Why? She questioned. Why do you care so much? He jabbed his fingers through his hair, then said, I shouldn't, I know that. But heaven help me, I do. Unsure of his meaning, she remained silent. He let out a deep sigh as he shook his head. Fine. Let us proceed to the hunting lodge, and perhaps our untimely death. Her lips twitched in amusement. Aren't you being overly dramatic? Just follow me, he ordered before he turned towards the lodge. Josie remained close as they weaved in and out of the trees, being mindful not to slip on the green moss that now covered the ground. They approached a stream, and Dudley was by her side to assist her, placing his hand on her arm. The warmth of his hand permeated the fabric of her sleeve, and she felt as though she should pull away. Before she could react, he released her arm and proceeded to take the lead. The hunting lodge came into view, and Dudley ducked behind a large tree. His alert gaze roamed the area as he waited for her to approach. Dudley asked, Did you see anything? Her as she came to stand next to him. She shook her head. I didn't. Did you? Nope. Josie peered out from behind the tree and looked at the lodge. No movement came from within, and it appeared empty. She said, I will go first. Not bloody likely, he muttered as he removed a pistol from the back of his trousers. You stay here until I give the all clear. I can agree to that. Dudley smirked as he brought the pistol to his side. Thank heavens for that. The smile dropped from his lips. Your job is to cover me. Josie removed an arrow from her quiver and knocked it. Can do that. Good. She watched as Dudley crept closer to the lodge, and her eyes scanned the surrounding areas. A deer was eating some leaves from a bush, and it froze when their gazes met. Josie turned her attention back towards Dudley and saw that he was approaching the porch. He continued until he was able to peer into the side window. After a moment, he turned back towards her and waved her closer. Keeping the bow nock, she covered the distance in a few strides and came to crouch down next to him. There is no one inside, he informed her. She said, Then we should enter by the front door, rising. Josie walked over to the main door and opened it. An eerie silence and the smell of stale air greeted her. She stepped further into the hall and skirted around the sofas draped with dusty, white sheets. A large fireplace was along the back wall, and a narrow staircase ran along the length of a side wall. Dudley followed her inside and closed the door behind him. He was still holding the pistol in his right hand. She walked up to the fireplace and saw that it was full of ash. Someone didn't clean out the fireplace after they used it, she pointed out. Dudley said, Look at the ground, pointing at the dust-covered floor. There are boot prints all over the place. Josie continued to walk around the hall, looking for any other signs of the smugglers. When she found none, she approached the stairs and placed her foot on the first tread. Careful, Dudley encouraged, following close behind. She nodded her understanding and slowly crept up the stairs. On the top level, there were 3 bedchambers. She entered the first room and saw a 4-poster bed where someone had obviously slept recently. The blanket was pushed back, and the sheets were wrinkled. She cautiously walked around the room, looking for any clue that could help aid in their search. Dudley asked, "Did you find anything?" as he stepped into the room. She replied, "Not really." "How though? The bed has been slept in." He nodded. "The other beds have been slept in, as well." He walked over to the bed and crouched down to look under it. There is nothing in these rooms to indicate who tipped off the smugglers, but it is evident that they left in a hurry, just as the constable stated. "Drat!" she muttered under her breath. Dudley looked up at her amused. "Perhaps we can find a clue outside." "I doubt it," she grumbled. He lifted his brow. "Now you are the naysayer." Ignoring his question, Josie walked out of the room and down the stairs. She stepped out onto the porch and started to look for boot prints. It didn't take long for her to find dozens of them. Dudley asked, "Did you discover anything?" Coming to stand next to her, Josie pointed at the ground. "I can make out boot prints, but they are all going in different directions." Dudley's eye scanned the trees. "Are there any other buildings on Evans' property?" She shook her head. "None that are currently unoccupied." Dudley asked, "What about your property?" "The only property that is currently vacant is the Dowager House on the south side," she informed him, "but it has been boarded up for years. We know that the smugglers didn't return to their ship, so they would need to find another place to hide," Dudley stated. "Somewhere close, because they probably traveled on foot. Furthermore, it needs to be large enough to house 6 men and the barrels of smuggled goods," Josie said. "The Dowager House would easily accommodate 6 men, and it is isolated from the manor." Gripping the longbow tighter, "Shall we investigate?" Dudley shook his head. "I propose we ride into town and notify the constable of our suspicions. If the smugglers are residing at the Dowager House, we don't want to tip them off." "I suppose you make a good argument," Josie reluctantly admitted. Dudley replied, "Good. And perhaps we don't mention our suspicions to Evan." Josie furrowed her brows. "You cannot possibly think that Evan has anything to do with the smugglers, do you?" "I don't, but I think we should still keep this between us." He hesitated before adding, "At least until the constable has had time to investigate the Dowager House." She bobbed her head. "I can agree to that," Dudley smiled. "If we hurry, then we might have time to go shooting later this afternoon." "That sounds delightful." "You and Dudley appear close," Aunt Claire commented as she pulled the needle and thread through the fabric. Josie jabbed the needle into the handkerchief, then paused to stare at her aunt. "Why would you say such a thing?" "Because I saw you 2 laughing this morning as you practiced archery." She brought the white handkerchief down to her lap. "Lord Dudley hardly laughs." Her aunt grinned. "He does when he is around you. I must admit that he seems less stiff than when he first arrived," she shared, "and he smiles much more frequently." With a knowing look on her face, Aunt Claire asked, "What do you suppose that is?" "I couldn't even presume to guess," Josie responded, hoping to shift the conversation away from her. "You 2 have been spending an exorbitant amount of time together," her aunt said as she placed her handkerchief on the table. "We get along nicely." "Interesting." Bringing the handkerchief back up, Josie pushed her needle through the fabric. She replied, "There is nothing interesting about it. We are friends." "You are friends now." Her aunt leaned forward in her seat. "I thought he was boorish and stubborn." "Oh, he is. Make no mistake about that," she responded. "But he is also kind and considerate." "I see." Josie brought the handkerchief back down to her lap and glanced over at the open door. She lowered her voice. "Lord Dudley asked if I wanted to go riding in Hyde Park once we arrived in London." "What did you say?" She replied. "I said yes. I have never been riding in Hyde Park before." Is that the only reason? Aunt Claire asked with an uplifted brow. She blinked. What other reason could there be? Her aunt rose and came to sit down next to her. Is there a chance that you have started to develop feelings for Lord Dudley? Josie shook her head vehemently, causing the curls framing her face to swish back and forth. Absolutely not. She lied, not wanting to admit her true feelings. We are just friends. But is that what you want? Placing the handkerchief on the table, Josie replied. It doesn't matter what I want. I am afraid that Lord Dudley barely tolerates me. Why do you say that? Because we are constantly bickering, and at the most inopportune times. You must be patient, Aunt Claire said, patting her knee. These things take time. What things? A smile came to her aunt's face. Matters of the heart. Her brow lifted. Are you implying that Lord Dudley and I are falling in love? Aunt Claire nodded. No, she rushed out. You have it all wrong.
Do I? Yes,
Josie exclaimed, jumping up from her seat. Lord Dudley couldn't possibly love me. That is preposterous. Is it? Her aunt asked.
Yes.
Because we are just friends. If you say so, Aunt Claire said with a twinkle in her eye. I am serious. Aunt Claire rose and stood in front of her. She said, I couldn't love you any more if you were my own daughter. I only want what is best for you. You know that, right?
I do.
Good. Good. Her aunt embraced her, then stepped back. I just want you to be happy. Clark entered and announced, Constable Welker has come to call on Lord Dudley and Miss Josie. His gaze shifted towards her. Are you available for callers? She replied, I am. Can you inform Lord Dudley that his presence is requested in the drawing room? Clark nodded. Yes, miss. Aunt Claire placed a hand on her shoulder. I shall see you for dinner. I have a meeting at the hospital with the other patrons. Josie watched as Aunt Claire walked out of the room. Then she took a moment to smooth the wrinkles out of her pink gown and fluff up her puffed sleeves. It didn't take long for Lord Dudley to step into the room, and his eye lit up when it landed on her. Or had she just imagined that? He said, I heard the constable is here to see us. As he approached her, she replied, That is what Clark informed me of, as well. As she noticed his eye patch was slightly askew, she reached up to adjust it, but Lord Dudley took a step back. What are you doing? Your eye patch is askew, she explained. May I? Dudley nodded, but she sensed his whole body tense. Josie reached up and adjusted the eye patch, but she didn't drop her hand right away. She noticed white scars near the eye, and she ran her fingers along those. Did you get these scars in the blast? I did. Her fingers stilled on the scars and she met his gaze. You are handsome, not in spite of these scars, but because of them. His eye widened. You think I am handsome? Warmth crept up her cheeks as she lowered her hand to her side. I am telling you nothing that you don't already know, he said. That doesn't answer my question. In a soft tone, a clearing of a throat came from the doorway, causing them to jump apart. Constable Welker stood at the doorway with his top hat in his hand. Is this a bad time? Dudley said. Of course not. Shaking his head. Please come in and have a seat. Josie gracefully lowered herself onto the red velvet settee and was pleased when Dudley claimed the seat next to her. The constable sat across from them and placed his top hat next to him. I have come bearing good news. He smiled. After you left my cottage yesterday, I organized another militia, and we went and investigated the Dowager house. Josie asked. You did? Did you find the smugglers? Constable Welker bobbed his head. We did. We also found 12 barrels of gin, gold guineas, English newspapers, and 2 escaped French prisoners of war. That is wonderful news, Josie exclaimed. It is, the constable confirmed. And it is all thanks to you too. Dudley shifted in his seat, uncomfortable with such praise. I didn't do much, he admitted. It was Miss Josie who was adamant about smugglers using the shoreline. Constable Welker gave her a weak smile. He said, I know in the past that you have approached me about your suspicions, and I dismissed you rather quickly. I would like to apologize for that. Josie had tears in her eyes as she said, Thank you for that, Constable. With your permission, I would like to reopen the investigation into your half-brother's death and interview these smugglers. she replied. Wes, please, in an eager voice. The constable grew serious. I cannot promise anything will come from it, especially since so much time has passed since Harry's death. I understand, but it is a start. Constable Welker bobbed his head. That it is. He rose from his seat. Because of you two, Felixstowe has been made a bit safer, Josie said. It has been our pleasure. Rising, Dudley rose. Thank you for looking into the matter. Constable Welker put his hat on his head. The whole village has been talking about the smuggler's arrest. Dudley asked. When did everyone find out? The constable chuckled. He said, It was fairly obvious when we carted them into the village this morning. We raided the Dowager house in the early morning hours, and as luck would have it, all of the smugglers were still in bed. Not one shot was fired, Josie said. How fortunate. Constable Welker smirked. Not for the smugglers, he stated. We will be transporting them to the magistrate where they will most likely hang for their crimes. A punishment befitting the crime, Dudley remarked. That it is, the constable agreed. I have also received permission from the mayor to post guards at the cove for the next week, just as a precaution. However, we both feel it is highly unlikely that additional smugglers would risk coming ashore there. Dudley replied, I agree. Constable Welker started walking towards the door. I will keep you posted on my investigation. Josie replied, Thank you. After the constable left, Josie felt so overjoyed that she spun in a circle. I cannot believe it, she declared as she came to a stop. The smugglers have been arrested. Dudley smiled at her. All because of you. You helped as well, she insisted. He took a step closer to her. We make a good team, you and I, she said. That we do, returning his smile. Perhaps we should start solving crimes together. He chuckled. Let us not get carried away. Josie met his gaze as an incredible feeling washed over her. I just feel, she hesitated, free. That is a remarkable feeling. It is, she admitted. I did what I set out to do. I brought my half-brother's murderers to justice. Dudley took a step closer, making them an arm's length apart. Now what do you intend to do? Now that the smugglers have been apprehended, I intend to go to London with Ivan and allow my aunt to host a ball for me. It is time to start a new chapter in my life. Well, you save a dance for me, she said. I will. Although, it will not be the cotillion ba. She put a hand close to her mouth as if sharing a secret. I am awful at it, and I would most likely step on your feet. He replied. That is good to know, in an amused tone. Are you a good dancer? All humor disappeared from his expression. What used to be? What changed? After the blast, I didn't find joy in frivolous activities, he admitted in a strained voice. I just wanted to return to fight alongside my crew, she said. There is a season for everything. I believe fate intervened on your behalf. For what purpose? She shrugged one shoulder. I cannot answer that. Only you can. Dudley grew silent as his gaze shifted to over her shoulder. He said, I believe fate led me to you. Bringing his gaze to meet hers. You have helped me to see past myself, past my injury, and hope for a brighter future. That is kind of you to say. He replied. There is nothing kind about it. It is merely the truth. Josie glanced over to the window and asked, Would you care to go riding? He asked. With you. Always. Dudley asked, Which book would you like? As he stepped onto the first rung of the ladder leaning against the shelves. Josie pressed her lips together. Surprise me. Surprise you. He repeated, waving his hands over the books. There are literally thousands of books in this room. She replied. Exactly. I haven't read even half of them. Dudley ran his hand along the spines of the books until one caught his eye. What about one on physics? She shook her head. I would prefer something lighter. A Winter's Tale by William Shakespeare. I have already read that book. He continued his search until he saw a familiar book. He asked, What about Don Quixote? As he pulled it out. She replied, Brilliant. I have wanted to read that one. He jumped off the ladder and extended the book to her. I hope you don't plan on me reading this book with you, she asked. Why not? Perhaps I could read it to you. I would rather not, she asked. Would you prefer if I read Romeo and Juliet to you? clutching the book to her chest. "No, absolutely not," he declared. She laughed. "You are no fun, Dudley." Hearing his name from her lips did odd things to his heart. He took a step closer, feeling drawn to her. "How can you say that?" he bantered back. "We just spent hours riding through the countryside." "I suppose that is true," he said. "And this morning, we practiced archery. Although it might not have been fun for you since you lost." We each lost one round," she corrected lightly. "I recall it differently." Josie smiled, causing her whole face to light up. "Why am I not surprised?" When she looked at him like that, Dudley had to fight the urge to step forward and pull her into his arms, and it was becoming increasingly hard to resist. He wanted to hold her, to kiss her. Realizing that he still had not responded, he opened his mouth but stopped when Evan stormed into the room with a murderous look on his face. Dudley instinctively stepped in front of Josie, shielding him from her view. Evan stopped in the center of the room and exclaimed, "What in the blazes did you think you were doing, Josie?" Josie stepped out from behind him. "I beg your pardon. I just spoke to the constable, and he informed me that he has arrested the smugglers because of a tip that he received from you." "That is true," she confirmed. Evan put his hands out in front of him. "Do you have any concept of the repercussions that could come because of this?" Josie looked unsure as she answered, "But they have all been arrested." "Those smugglers have," Evan shouted. "But what about the other smugglers on the ship? Don't you think they will seek revenge?" He hesitated. "Couldn't you?" She squared her shoulders. "They wouldn't dare." Evan took a commanding step towards her. "They will kill you without hesitation," he declared. "They have been known to kill entire families in retaliation, burning their estates to the ground in their wake." Dudley put a hand on Evan's chest, stilling him. "We will not let any harm come to Josie." "No, we will not," Evan argued. He looked pointedly at Josie and continued, "I want you to pack your trunks immediately. I am sending you to London tomorrow morning, along with my mother." Josie asked, "Do you think that is necessary?" Nibbling her bottom lip, Evan pursed his lips. He said, "You have no idea what you have done," in a steely tone. "The people you angered." His voice trailed off. "Just go. I will send a tray up to your room." Her lips parted in disbelief. You are punishing me for having smugglers arrested," Evan said. "These smugglers will come looking for you, and I cannot protect you. You need to leave Felixstowe and never come back." "I think not," she countered. "This is my home." Evan shook his head, anger sparking in his eyes, and deliberately he turned his gaze away from Josie. "I told you to forget about the smugglers," he started, "but you didn't listen. You became obsessed with trying to find them." Josie tilted her chin determinedly. "You know why. Your logic is faulty and foolhardy." Evan turned his gaze towards Dudley. "And you," he paused. "You helped sign her death warrant." Dudley frowned. "Aren't you being overly dramatic?" "No, I am not," Evan stated. "The smugglers have been arrested, and they are awaiting sentencing. Furthermore, the constable has posted guards at the cove in case other smugglers return." Dudley commented. "No one would dare to make a move against Miss Josie at this time," Evan said. "I agree," his eyes narrowing. "But what is going to stop them from coming after her next week, next month, or even a year from now?" "You could hire guards," Dudley suggested. "That will not stop them." Josie spoke up. "Why are you so afraid of the smugglers? Why aren't you?" Evan placed his hands over his face and took a deep breath. "Because of your meddling ways I am ruined," Josie said. "I am afraid I don't understand." "Cousin, how did I ruin you?" Evan dropped his hands to his sides. He replied, "It doesn't matter. Let us hope we can get you safely out of Felixstowe before it is too late." Dudley stepped closer to Josie. "I will escort Miss Josie and Lady Ludlow to London to ensure their safety, as will I." Even huffed, along with 10 footmen. "That seems rather excessive," Josie began. Evan spoke over her. "I assure you that it is not." With a shake of his head, Evan spun on his heel and left the library. Josie stepped over to the table and placed the book down. "I have never seen Evan that angry before." "He is just worried about you," she replied. "I am not so sure about that." What did Even mean when he said that I ruined him? Dudley frowned at her downcast expression. I am not so sure. But he appeared rather adamant about that fact. She grew silent as she fingered the book on the table. Dudley attempted to think of something to say to comfort her, but nothing came to his mind. Josie began edging towards the door. I should go and change for dinner. He took a step towards her and said, Allow me to escort you. That is not necessary, she insisted, putting her hand up. I am more than capable of walking to my bedchamber unescorted. He bowed. As you wish. But, thank you for the offer, she added tentatively. Dudley watched as she exited the library, and he reached for Don Quixote on the table. He would have preferred to read this book with Josie. He had just sat down on a settee by the fireplace when he heard a woman scream. His heart dropped. Josie! Dudley dropped the book, jumped up from his seat, and raced out of the library. He ran down the hall and approached the stairs. He skidded to a halt at the top of the stairs and shouted, Josie! At the foot of the stairs, Josie's body lay unmoving. He raced down the stairs, fell to his knees, and immediately checked for signs of life. He put his hand in front of her mouth and felt her warm breath against his hand.
She was still alive!
He gently pushed a lock of her brown hair back from her face and sighed with relief when she groaned slightly at his touch. In some part of his consciousness, Dudley was aware of the staff's concerned voices around him. But it didn't matter. None of it mattered. All that mattered was Josie. Ivan's voice came from the top of the stairs. What happened? He demanded as he raced down the stairs. He replied, I don't know. I heard a scream and found her at the bottom of the stairs. Evan crouched down next to Josie, the concern evident on his features. He asked, she alive? Hesitantly. She is. Clark. Evan shouted. Send for a doctor at once. The butler's voice came from behind them. Wes Millard. Evan said. We need to take her to her bedchamber. Rising, without asking for permission, Dudley stood and scooped Josie up in his arms. I will take her. Evan put his hands out. I will do it. He replied, no, firmly. I have her. It isn't appropriate for you to be in her bedchamber. Evan remarked. He clenched his jaw. Blast it, Evan. I could care less about propriety at a time like this. Evan dropped his arms and conceded, all right. Follow me. Tightening his hold on Josie, Dudley followed behind Evan as they strode up the stairs and down the hall. He didn't dare mention that he already knew which bedchamber was Josie's because he had been inside numerous times. Evan opened the door to Josie's bedchamber and stood to the side. Dudley entered and placed her on the bed. As he started to pull a blanket over her, Evan cleared his throat and shook his head. You should allow Josie's lady's maid to complete that task, Evan stated. Dudley glanced up and only then noticed the young lady standing next to the dressing table. She was wearing a uniform and had her hands clasped in front of her. The refusal was on the tip of his tongue. He didn't dare leave her, Evan said. Dudley, in a warning tone. I promise you can come back later to see Josie, escorted? Fine.
Or?
He took a step back and turned his pleading gaze towards the lady's maid. You will take care of her, will not you? The young woman nodded, and he couldn't help but detect the compassion in her eyes. I promise, Millard. With a final glance at Josie's bruised face, Dudley walked out of the room and headed towards his bedchamber. He wanted to be alone right now. That wasn't entirely true. He wanted to be by Josie's side, but he had no right to be. And that irked him for some reason. Josie woke up feeling disoriented and groggy. As someone placed a cool cloth on her forehead, she groaned. Her whole body ached. Miss Josie. The familiar voice of her lady's maid said. Are you waking up? She closed her eyes tighter. The last thing she wanted to do was to wake up. Her greatest desire at this moment was to fall back into oblivion and keep sleeping. Josie heard soft, hurried footsteps leaving her bedchamber. She reached up and placed her hand on the cool cloth. At least that was providing her with some relief. With great reluctance, she blinked her eyes and noticed that sunlight flooded her bedchamber. The windows were open, and the drapes were flowing gently in the breeze. How long had she been asleep? She turned her attention towards the door when she heard her aunt's voice in the hall. With a relieved look on her face, Aunt Claire rushed into the room. "My dear, you are finally awake. How long was I sleeping?" Her aunt frowned. She said, "I am afraid you weren't sleeping. Do you recall falling down the stairs last night?" No. She had been pushed. But she couldn't admit that to her aunt. Josie dropped her hand from her forehead. She replied, "I do. I must have slipped." Aunt Claire placed her hand gently on her shoulder. "I am so relieved that you only suffered minor injuries. Mostly bumps and bruises." She sighed as she tried to sit up, causing her aunt and Judith to begin fussing over her. "I am fine," she assured them as she removed the wet cloth from her forehead. With their help, Josie managed to sit up, leaning her back against the wall. She grimaced as her lady's maid plumped a pillow and placed it behind her. "Are you thirsty?" Aunt Claire asked. She nodded. "I am." Judith stepped over to a side table and picked up the pitcher. After she poured her a glass of water, she extended it to her. Josie brought her hand up to accept the glass, and she immediately regretted the action. Even her fingers seemed to hurt. After she drank the water, she handed the glass back to Judith. "Thank you," she murmured. Aunt Claire gave her a kind smile. "Are you hungry?" Josie replied, "I am famished. Honestly. I am not surprised. After all, you have practically slept the day away." Her aunt winked to let her know she was teasing before turning towards Judith. "Go ask Clark to send for the doctor." "I don't need a doctor," Josie insisted. That didn't stop Judith from rushing out of the room to do her aunt's bidding. Aunt Claire didn't appear convinced as her eyes roamed her face. "I would feel more comfortable if we had the doctor examine you again." "Again?" "Wes, Dr. Waite was summoned right after you fell, and even was insistent that the doctor return this morning to check on you. Is that so?" Her aunt nodded. She said, "Ivan has been worried about you. He spent most of the night in that chair," pointing to the chair by the bed, "watching over you." Josie pressed her lips together. She said, "How kind of him," begrudgingly. Frankly, she was reasonably sure that it was her cousin who had pushed her down the stairs. "Wasn't it, though?" Aunt Claire said, oblivious to her hesitation. She asked, "Would it be possible for me to speak to Lord Dudley?" fingering the collar of her white nightgown. Aunt Claire gave her a disapproving look. She replied, "It wouldn't be proper for Lord Dudley to visit you in your bedchamber. In a few days, you should be out of bed, and you will be able to speak to him in the drawing room." "In a few days?" "Wes, you had quite the fall, and your body needs time to recover." Her aunt reached out and brushed her hair away from her face. "Furthermore, the doctor recommended you remain in bed for at least 3 days." She shook her head. "I am afraid I cannot wait that long to speak to him." "Perhaps you can write him a letter, and I can deliver it to him," her aunt suggested. "Please, Aunt Claire," she pleaded. "It is vital that I speak to Lord Dudley immediately." Her aunt lifted her brow. "May I ask why you need to speak to him so urgently?" She lowered her gaze to the bed. She couldn't very well tell her aunt that she suspected Ivan was trying to kill her. I suppose I will allow it this one time, but only because I love you dearly." Aunt Claire leaned forward and kissed her on the head. "I will inform Lord Dudley that you wish to speak to him, but Judith will remain in the room to chaperone." Josie smiled. She said, "Thank you," as she saw Judith slip back into the room. Her aunt turned towards her lady's maid. "Lord Dudley will be up shortly, and I would like you to chaperone." Judith curtsied. "Yes, milady." Aunt Claire brought her attention back to her. "Ivan will be so relieved to hear that you are finally awake." She stifled her disbelieving huff. "May I ask where he is?" "He is meeting with his steward in the village," her aunt shared. "He asked me to send word the moment you woke up." "Did he now?" Aunt Claire gave her a tender smile. "He did," she confirmed. "Wasn't that thoughtful of him?" "It was. I will be back shortly to check on you. Why don't I send up your needlework to occupy your time?" her aunt suggested before turning towards the door and exiting. Judith approached her. "May I get you something, miss?" Yes. A pistol. But she couldn't say that to her lady's maid. Instead, she replied, "No, thank you." Judith nodded and walked over to a chair in the corner. Before she sat down, she picked up a piece of fabric and thread. Josie's eyes remained on the door as she waited for Dudley to arrive. It seemed like hours but was probably only minutes, when she finally heard booted footsteps outside her bedchamber. Dudley stepped into the room, and his frantic gaze met hers. She saw him visibly relax. He started to take a step closer but stopped himself. "Miss Josie, you are looking well," he commented stiffly. She smiled at him. "A's are you, Lord Dudley?" He returned her smile and Josie felt her breath hitch. How she adored this man. "How are you faring?" "I hurt all over," she admitted. "That is to be expected," he remarked. "You did fall down the stairs." Her smile vanished as she glanced over at her lady's maid. Judith had her head down, and she was engaged in her needlework. Josie waved Lord Dudley closer and was pleased when he quickly closed the distance between them. She lowered her voice. "I didn't fall. Someone pushed me." Dudley's brows shot up. He asked, "You were pushed?" in a hushed but urgent voice. "Did you see who did it?" "No, I didn't. I was walking down the hall, and someone came up from behind me." Her gaze shifted towards Judith again, before confessing, "I think it might have been Evan." Dudley wiped his hand over his mouth. He asked, "Why would you even say that?" incredulously. "Need I remind you, prior to my fall, Evan was furious about me tipping off the constable about the smugglers, and had been yelling at me in the library," she explained. "That may be true, but it couldn't possibly have been him," he stated. "He is your cousin, and he loves you." "Who else could it have been then?" she questioned. Dudley ran a hand through his hair. "I don't know," he sighed. "Furthermore, he left the library only moments before I did," she continued. "He most likely was still in the hall." With a shake of his head, Dudley pressed, "I don't believe Evan would have done such a thing."
Why?
"Because he is my friend." "He is my cousin," she countered. Dudley glanced over at the open door. "If what you are saying is true, then you are in danger here," she replied. "I agree. Which is why I intend to start sleeping with a pistol under my pillow." He brought his gaze back to meet hers. "I don't like this, not one bit." He grabbed the chair near the bed, repositioning it closer, and sat down. "Evan is one of my dearest friends. I trust him with my own life," she said. "I have never had a reason to question Evan's loyalty until now. But who else could have pushed me?" Dudley leaned closer and asked, "Have you done something to anger the household staff?" "Not that I can think of." "Perhaps you were mistaken, and you tripped over a carpet." Josie stared at him in disbelief. "I believe I know the difference between tripping and being pushed." "Of course, my apologies," Dudley muttered. Josie said, "Until we know for certain that Evan was not behind this." Keeping her voice low, "I propose we use caution when we are around him." "I still think this is ludicrous," he declared. "This is Evan we are talking about." "I know. I don't like it either." Dudley's eye lingered on her face before saying, "You have a bruise on your right cheek?" she asked. "I do." Bringing her hand up, he nodded. "It looks painful." "I will live," she joked. Dudley chuckled. "I am glad for that," she said. "The doctor recommends I stay in bed for at least 3 days." Bringing her hand down, "I concur." "Well, I don't," she huffed. "I intend to be out of my bed after supper." To her surprise, rather than argue with her, Dudley smiled wryly. "Why am I not surprised to hear you say that?" Josie laughed. "I am relieved to hear that we are finally starting to see eye to eye." "I never agreed with you," he argued. "I am just pointing out that you are quite a stubborn thing." "Just stubborn. Not vexing," she teased. He replied, "Perhaps a little of both," his eye twinkling. Josie had to admit that she enjoyed this playful side of Dudley, although she loved everything about this man. A maid walked into the room with a tray of food, stopping near the door. "I have your supper, miss," she announced. Dudley said, "I should let you eat," rising. "Don't leave yet," she surprised herself by saying. He arched an eyebrow. "Careful, it almost sounds as if you will miss me." "Hardly," she joked, unable to resist the opportunity to tease him. "However, I would much rather talk to you than practice my embroidery. He chuckled as he tugged down on his waistcoat. Fair enough. Will you come back to visit me? I will, assuming Lady Ludlow will allow it. Perhaps we could play a card game. His gaze intensified. I am willing to play whatever game you are interested in playing, Miss Josie. She watched as he departed from the room, and she wondered what he meant by his last statement. It was evident he wasn't talking about cards. Maybe, just maybe, he was starting to develop feelings for her as well. Dudley stood outside of Josie's door, fuming mad. He couldn't seem to process what she had told him. Someone had pushed her down the stairs, and she thought that person was Even. Could Even have been behind it? It made logical sense, but he still had some reservations. He trusted his friend and didn't think he was capable of harming anyone, much less his cousin. Frankly, he had more questions than answers at the moment. He could hear Josie speaking to her lady's maid, and her lovely voice warmed his hardened heart. He had been so worried about her that he would hardly slept a wink last night. He couldn't. Even when the doctor assured them that she would survive, he still had his doubts. Never had he been so afraid. The thought of losing Josie was too great for him to bear. He would retreated to his bedchamber, where he had remained for the whole night alone. He couldn't lose Josie. He would do whatever it took to keep her safe, but how would he accomplish that? It wasn't as if he could follow her around everywhere she went. Even if he could, she wouldn't let him. What a conundrum he was in. How could he keep a woman safe who was determined to do it herself? Suddenly, a thought came to him. A thought that he found didn't outright terrify him. He could marry her. If he married her, then he would never have to leave her side again. Besides, he and Josie did get along nicely, and he did care for the girl. No, it could never work. Josie had stated previously that she wanted to marry for love, and he refused to trap her into a marriage of convenience. Which it would be because he didn't think he was capable of loving anyone. When you loved someone, it made you vulnerable. Weak. And he was not weak. Banishing the thought, Dudley walked idly down the hall. He found himself at loose ends, not knowing what to do. He wished he could return to Josie's bedchamber. He missed her smile, her laugh, and her refreshing outlook on life. He would just pass the stairs when he heard Eddie drifting up from the entry hall. Feeling the rage build up inside of him, Dudley shifted his course and headed down the stairs. He walked right up to Even, who was speaking to his steward, and growled, "I need to speak to you." Evan gave him a curious look. "Cannot it wait?" He replied, "No," grabbing his arm. Without waiting for a response or acknowledging Walford, Dudley led Even into the drawing room before he dropped his arm. Even frowned. What is the meaning of this? Dudley stepped closer to Evan and narrowed his eyes. "Here were you when Josie fell down the stairs. I was heading towards my bedchamber, ba. Can anyone verify your story?" Evan eyed him suspiciously. "Why would anyone need to verify my story?" "Because Josie didn't fall down the stairs. Someone pushed her," he revealed in a firm tone. His friend's face paled slightly. "She was pushed." "She was? How do you know that?" "She informed me of that fact when I went into her bedchamber earlier," he revealed, crossing his arms over his chest. "You were in her bedchamber?" Evan chided, his voice rising. "Josie's lady's maid chaperoned us," he informed him. "Besides, your mother gave me permission to speak to her." Evan said, "I need to go speak to her," as he tried to brush by him. Uncrossing his arms, Dudley grabbed Evan's arm, stilling him. "I still have a few questions for you," Evan asked. "A few questions," in disbelief. "You don't think I had anything to do with Josie falling down the stairs, do you?" Dudley remained silent. Evan's mouth dropped open. "How could you even think that?" He replied, "I don't know what to think, honestly. You came into the library and yelled at her. Then you departed, only moments before she left, and Josie falls down the stairs shortly thereafter." "That is just a coincidence," Evan argued. "After I left the library, I headed straight for my bedchamber. I had barely opened the door when I heard Josie scream. I want to believe you, but I am afraid I cannot." "Why is that?" Dudley took a step back. You were so angry that Josie tipped off the constable about the smugglers. Why was that? Ivan glanced over at the open door before he lowered his voice. I had my reasons. Which were? His shoulders slumped slightly. I cannot say. Dudley considered him for a moment before saying, Then I shall personally escort Josie to London, where she will reside with my mother for the foreseeable future. Evan's gaze snapped to his. You cannot take Josie. I will not allow it, I plied. He replied, and I will. Firmly. I will do anything to keep Josie safe. But I am not a threat to my cousin. Aren't you? Ivan's eyes narrowed. I am not, he exclaimed. How can you even suggest such a thing? Dudley said. You are hiding something, Evan. Stepping closer to his friend. I just don't know what it is yet. Why do you say that? Don't insult me, he stated. I have known you for a long time. Evan glared back at him. You need to stay out of it. Stay out of what? Evan said. Trust me. No good will come out of you discovering the truth. Let me be the judge of that. Ivan shook his head. You don't know what you are asking of me. Reaching out. Dudley placed his hand on his friend's shoulder. We are friends. You can trust me. He watched the indecision cross Ivan's face, and for a moment, Dudley thought he was going to refuse his help. But then Ivan strode across the room and closed the door. Ivan said, This must stay between us, in a stern tone. I understand. Ivan walked over to the drink cart and removed the stopper from the decanter. He poured himself a drink, then revealed, I know what these smugglers are capable of because I have seen them firsthand. You have. His friend took a sip of his drink. Harry came to me and confided in me that he believed smugglers were landing on our shores. He did. Evan nodded. Before we went to the constable, we wanted proof. So, we did exactly what you and Josie did. We scoured the shoreline at night, he sighed. But we were not as lucky as you. The smugglers caught us spying on them. Dudley asked. What happened? Coming to sit down on the settee. Evan turned to face him with a solemn expression. They beat us to a bloody pulp and threatened to kill us if we went to the constable. Then how did Harry turn up dead? Ivan replied. Harry was incredibly stubborn, his hand gripping the glass tighter. He did not take kindly to the smugglers telling him what to do. I see stubbornness is a family trait, Dudley muttered. Evan said, Wes, it most assuredly is. Harry planned to speak to the constable about them, but the night before he planned to go into town, he was killed. Who knew that Harry was going to speak to the constable? Evan replied, Just me, as he placed his empty glass onto the drink cart. Dudley wasn't as convinced. He had to have told someone else. I don't believe he did. If that was the case, then why didn't you go to the constable yourself? Dudley questioned. Ivan winced. Because the day Harry died, I discovered a note on my desk. He moved to sit on the edge of his seat. What did it say? It was a threat, he confessed. They threatened to kill Josie and my mother if I ever went to the constable. Furthermore, I was instructed to leave £250 every 3 months in my hunting lodge, or they would burn my estate to the ground. You are being blackmailed, Dudley stated incredulously. Evan nodded. I am. He sighed. Which is why I was so adamant that Josie stayed as far away from the smugglers as she could. If I had thought for even one moment that she would be able to find proof that the smugglers were coming ashore, I would never have made that blasted deal with her. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Evan asked. For what purpose? There is nothing that you can do to help. But the smugglers have been caught and are awaiting trial. Evan clenched his jaw. You cannot possibly be so naive as to assume that we are not in danger, especially since someone managed to push Josie down the stairs, in our own home, no less. True, he muttered. Do you have any idea who could have done such a thing? Evan came to sit across from him. He replied, None. I have never had any reason to question my household staff's loyalty. Have you informed anyone about the payments? No, I haven't. Not even your man of business? Evan shook his head. I have told no one. Then how do you explain the loss of £250 every 3 months? My man of business believes I withdraw the money to gamble. Evan explained. Dudley sat back on the settee. Have you ever watched to see who comes to collect the money? No, because it is not worth it. If they caught me, then I could be killed. Or they could seek revenge on my mother or Josie. Dudley asked, good point. Were you the one who tipped off the smugglers at the hunting lodge? Evan frowned. I had fully intended to, but by the time I arrived, the smugglers were already gone. Did you know where they had gone? Evan replied, no. I had a guess, but I didn't care to find out. Frankly, I would hoped they had gone back to their ship and were far away from Felixstowe. If that was the case, then why did you encourage Josie to go to the constable in the first place? Evan frowned. He asked, what choice did I have? She was determined to go to the constable, and my refusal wouldn't have stopped her. That is true, he admitted. Evan abruptly rose from his seat and walked over to the window. As soon as Josie can travel, I intend to escort her to London with my mother. They will be safe there. Why haven't you told Josie or your mother the truth? Evan huffed. How do you suppose I go about that? I doubt my poor mother could take the truth that her nephew was murdered and that I am being blackmailed. Perhaps, but Josie has a right to know. If I had told Josie the truth, then she would have declared war on the smugglers. She would have gotten herself killed. Your cousin is more clever than you give her credit for. Evan lifted his brow. I have never questioned her cleverness, he started, but I was trying to keep her safe. I am not saying that you are wrong, but I believe you should have told Josie the truth. Ever since her half-brother died, Josie has been obsessed with bringing the smugglers to justice. I cannot even count how many hours she has spent on the east lawn practicing her archery. Evan leaned back against the windowsill. She wouldn't have accepted the truth and moved on. Frankly, I am surprised you can. Evan crossed his arms over his chest. He asked, what choice do I have? I firmly believe that the smugglers have someone who is watching me at all times. You must have some inkling of who that could be. Whenever I am in Felixstowe, I spend the majority of my time with Walford, he shared, putting his hand up. Before you say anything, Walford was Harry's trusted steward before he became mine. What about your butler? No. Clark has been with my family since my father was alive. It has to be someone who has access to your family. Evan shrugged. I have racked my brain, but I cannot figure out who it could be. Regardless, you cannot keep going on as you have been. Dudley remarked. You need to take a stand against this injustice. Evan uncrossed his arms. He replied, that hat is strong talk from someone who isn't in my position. If I went to the constable, then my loved ones could be murdered, and my estate could be burned to the ground. It isn't worth the risk. So, you intend to continue making the payments to the smugglers? He replied, I do. My hope is that my continued payments will pacify the smugglers so they will leave us alone. This is madness. Evan replied, no. This is the only way to keep my mother and Josie safe. There is too much at stake for me to toss caution to the wind. Dudley said, regardless, I contend you need to tell Josie the truth. Rising. No, I don't. Dudley spoke over him. She believes that you were the one that pushed her, Evan's mouth dropped. Truly. He nodded. She plans to sleep with a pistol under her pillow to protect herself from you. Evan replied. Then I suppose I must tell her? Reluctantly. I think it is for the best. Dudley walked over to the door. Have you considered hiring a Bow Street runner to investigate? I have already considered that, but I am unsure of how exactly I would explain his presence. Evan remarked as he straightened from the windowsill. He replied, that is a good point. Somehow, we need to lure this person out. How do you plan to accomplish that feat? Dudley said, no idea. Placing his hand on the door handle. Perhaps Josie will have an idea. I am sure that Josie will have many ideas on the matter. Evan muttered. He chuckled. You know your cousin well. Josie was bored. She was tired of sitting alone in her bedchamber. Her body didn't ache as much, and she wanted to get out of bed. She tossed off her blanket and adjusted her white nightgown. Judith spoke up in an urgent voice from the other side of the room. "May I get you something, miss?" She replied, "No, thank you," as she placed her feet over the side of the bed. Judith rose from her chair and rushed over. "You cannot get out of bed just yet. The doctor said you should stay in bed for at least 3 days. I assure you that I am fine." But Lady Ludlow would be furious. Josie spoke over her. She said, "My aunt doesn't have to know. I just want to walk over to the library to retrieve a book. I can retrieve it for you." Judith attempted. She replied, "That is not necessary. I am more than capable of completing the task." Josie was about to rise when Evan's authoritative voice came from the doorway. "Get back in bed, Josie," he ordered. "No." Evan's brow shot up. New Josie bobbed her head. "I am well enough to get out of bed. You are not," Evan contended as he took a commanding step towards her. "You took a nasty fall down the stairs last night. You are lucky to be alive." "Be that as it may, I am bored staying in bed." Evan stared at her. He replied, "Don't care. The doctor ordered you to remain in bed for 3 days. Josie rose. She said, "That is nonsense. I am not an invalid. You are being a horrible patient. I assure you that I am well enough to be out of bed." "And I contend you are not," he argued, narrowing his eyes. They continued to stare daggers at one another until she heard a deep clearing of a throat. She shifted her gaze and saw Dudley standing in the hall. Dudley had an amused grin on his face. "Perhaps I can help with the boredom." He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a book. I thought you might be interested in reading Gulliver's Travels." Josie said, "Thank you. That was extremely thoughtful of you." Evan stepped closer to her and pointed at the ground. "Get back in bed," she replied. "All right," sitting back down on the edge of the bed. "You don't have to be so cantankerous about it." Dudley stepped into the room and slowly approached her. He said, "I hope you enjoy it," extending the book towards her. She clutched the book to her chest. "Thank you, Lord Dudley," he replied. "You are welcome, Miss Josie," with a smile on his lips. "It is a little too light-hearted for my taste, but I assumed you would enjoy it." "It is actually one of my favorites," he replied. "I am not surprised. Although, I find his bawdy sense of humor to be inappropriate for a lady such as yourself," she said. "Duly noted. But I am afraid we must agree to disagree, my lord." Dudley chuckled. "We usually do." Speaking to her lady's maid, Evan ordered, "I would like a moment alone with my cousin and Lord Dudley." Judith curtsied. She said, "Wes. Millard," before slipping out of the room and closing the door behind her. Evan turned back towards her with a concerned look on his face. "How are you feeling, cousin?" She replied, "I am well," as she leaned her back against the wall. He gave her a weak smile. "That pleases me." She had to admit that even appeared believable. Perhaps he didn't have anything to do with pushing her down the stairs. But she still found herself asking, "Does it?" He replied, "Of course it does. How can you even ask me that question?" Josie glanced over at Dudley before saying, "My apologies. I suppose I am still out of sorts." Evan came and sat down at the foot of the bed. "Dudley informed me that you thought I might have been the one who pushed you down the stairs." She gasped as she snapped her gaze towards Dudley. How could he betray her confidence so easily? Dudley stepped closer to the bed. "I know what you are thinking," he started. "You think I betrayed your trust." Josie stared at him in amazement. How could he read her thoughts so perfectly? With compassion in his tone, he continued, "It would be in your best interest to hear your cousin out." "I suppose if you think I should." He replied, "I do." Josie reluctantly tore her gaze away from Dudley and turned to face Evan, who was watching them with a knowing look. She asked, "What is it that you want to say?" Evan grew serious. "My heart is saddened that you could even think I pushed you down the stairs." His eyes implored her to believe him. "I could never hurt you, cousin. I hope you know that." "Frankly, I don't know what to believe right now." Evan let out a sigh. He said, "That is disheartening to hear. But it is fair based on what I have put you through." She asked, What exactly have you put me through? Unsure of his meaning. With a side glance at Dudley, he shared, "The reason I have been adamant that there are no smugglers on our shores is that I wanted to keep you out of danger. I wanted to protect you from them." She asked, "You knew about the smugglers this whole time?" With wide eyes, he nodded. "I did. And I also know what they are capable of." "I know." She started. He said, "No, you don't know," speaking over her. "You couldn't even grasp the treachery that smugglers are involved in." "What does that mean?" He said, "What I am about to tell you could alter the way you feel about me." Then pressed his lips together. Unsure of how to best reply, Josie remained silent. Evan drew his brows into a line. "Harry first came to me when he suspected that smugglers were using our beaches to bring goods ashore. He told me he found a flurry of activity on the sand. Why didn't he go to the constable? Because Harry said he needed to garner proof, or the constable would dismiss his claims as unfounded. Furthermore, he knew his word wasn't good enough for the constable to start an investigation." Evan shared. "So, he recruited me to help." She couldn't seem to grasp what he was telling her. "You helped search for the smugglers," he said. "I did. But we were not as good as you were, and we were caught." Josie gasped, and her hand flew up to her mouth. "You were?" Evan winced. "They beat us, but spared our lives, fortunately." "Why didn't you go to the constable then?" "Because they threatened to kill us if we did." "Oh," she murmured. "Unfortunately, Harry could not leave well enough alone," Evan stated, avoiding her gaze. "He wanted revenge, much like you did. I told him that it was suicide to approach the smugglers again, but he didn't care. He wanted to prove that he was not afraid of them." Evan slowly brought his gaze back to meet hers, and his eyes were full of unshed tears. "And they killed him because of it." "Why didn't you tell me the truth?" he said. "I couldn't. These smugglers threatened to kill you and my mother if I ever went to the constable." "Ah, you are being blackmailed," she murmured knowingly. He nodded. "I am." "But how would the smugglers ever know if it was you who tipped off the constable?" "Because someone is keeping a watchful eye on me," he revealed. "I am being blackmailed by someone most likely under my employ." "Is there anyone that you suspect?" Evan shook his head. "I employ nearly 30 people at the estate. It could be a maid, a footman, or someone from the kitchen staff. The list of suspects is overwhelming." Josie nibbled her bottom lip. "We still need to go to the constable." Evan jumped up from the bed. "Are you mad? Didn't you hear what I just told you? If I go to the constable, we are all at risk." "Aren't we at risk now?" Her cousin started pacing. He said, "This is why I didn't tell you. There is nothing we can do about our current situation." "I disagree." Evan stopped pacing and looked at her in disbelief. "What would you have me do?" "We set a trap for whoever this person is that is watching over you," Josie declared, leaning forward on the bed. Dudley spoke up. "How do you propose to do that?" Glancing between them, Evan asked. "You two cannot possibly be serious." "I have no doubt that whoever this person is will make good on his promise and kill you or my mother, especially after he brazenly shoved you down a set of stairs. That is why I was angry with you for going to the constable." He took a deep breath and sat back down on the bed. "I knew there would be retribution for your actions. I was scared for you, for us." His eyes turned pleading. "We need to get you to London, where you will be safe." "How can you ask that of me?" she questioned. "This is my home. I will not give in to the smugglers' demands so easily." Then I shall have no choice but to lock you in your bedchamber until you depart for London." Evan threatened. "I will climb out of the window. I will board up your windows," he countered. Josie gave him a smug smile. "I will find a way to sneak out." Evan's shoulders drooped. "I know you will, because you are just as foolhardy as your half-brother, and I cannot protect stupid." Josie frowned. "I am not stupid," Evan replied. "Your actions suggest otherwise. You should have left well enough alone and not sought out the smugglers." "You know I couldn't do that," she pressed, challenging him. Dudley said, "I don't believe insulting Josie is the best course of action," stepping closer to the bed. "Perhaps we should just hear her out." Evan sighed. "Fine. What asinine plan are you formulating in your head? I propose you and Dudley speak at great length about how I am going to go to the constable to report that someone threw me down the stairs," she explained. "Hopefully the person overhears you and decides to try and silence me." "Blazes," Even shouted. "You intend to use yourself as bait," she replied. "Precisely. That is suicide." Unperturbed by her cousin's outburst, Josie continued. "Most likely, this person will underestimate me and will not be prepared for my counterattack." "Absolutely not," Even exclaimed, rising from the bed. "This is much too risky. We have no idea of when this person will attack you." Josie said. "Then I will need to be prepared at all times." Firmly. "Besides, I am already sleeping with a pistol under my pillow. I will add a dagger, as well." Ivan jabbed a hand through his hair. "I will not be a part of this," he declared. Josie replied. "You must. That is the only way we can catch this person. I cannot, knowing that this plan, and I use that term loosely, might kill you." Evan turned his gaze towards Dudley. "Why are you not fighting with Josie on this one?" Dudley glanced at her before saying, "I find that I must side with Josie." Evan's brow shot up. "You what?" "You cannot continue with the way things are now," Dudley pressed. "Furthermore, I believe the person who is blackmailing you always intended to kill Josie. We will just be forcing him to play by our rules." "You are both mad," Even declared. A mischievous smile came to her lips. She said, "Just hear me out. I think my plan will solve all of our problems. My cousin is mad." Dudley chuckled as he followed Evan down the hall towards his study. "She appeared rather sane to me," he replied. "No, she is going to get herself killed if she keeps insisting that we go to the constable. I think her plan had merit." "No, her plan is foolhardy and reckless." Evan stepped into his study and walked over to the drink cart. "Would you care for something to drink?" he replied. "Wes, I would." As he stepped further into the room, Dudley watched as Evan removed the stopper from the decanter and poured 2 glasses of brandy. He picked up the glasses and walked one over to him. "This is the first time I have seen you drink in several days," Evan commented. Dudley accepted the glass. "I find I don't rely so much on drinking anymore." "Why is that?" "Because I am not as miserable as I once was." Evan brought the glass up to his lips. He asked, "Is it because of my cousin?" Knowingly. He nodded. "She has helped me find clarity in my life." Evan replied, That is good. Your previous outlook on life was faulty, at best." "I will not argue with you there." Dudley walked over and sat down on the settee. "I am starting to see things differently," he shared. "My disability does not define who I am." "You only lost sight in one eye," Even huffed. "It is not as if you are a cripple." "But I feel that way." "No one else looks at you that way." Dudley took a sip of his drink. He said, "I disagree. I have seen the pitying glances, and the disgust in their eyes. I think you might be imagining it, perhaps, but I have never seen pity or disgust in Josie's eyes. I have only seen acceptance. She is unlike any other woman I have ever known." Evan glanced over at the open door. "Then why are you going along with this idiotic plan?" he argued. "She wants to go to the constable and risk everything that I hold dear. It is not as if you can stop her." "I could lock her in her bedchamber." Dudley chuckled. "She will find a way out." "This is not a laughing matter," Even pressed, taking a sip of his drink. "If Josie goes to the constable, then he will come and investigate the household staff." Dudley remarked, "That isn't necessarily a bad thing. But what if the constable doesn't find who was responsible for pushing Josie down the stairs?" Dudley leaned forward and placed his empty glass on the table in front of him. "Then, she at least tried. I just want to put Josie and my mother into a coach and send them to London. Josie will not go willingly, not before talking to the constable." Evan tossed back the rest of his drink. "I wish she would just let it be," he grumbled. "Then you don't know your cousin very well." With a deep sigh, his friend asked, "Why is my cousin the most contrary woman in all of England?" "I have asked a similar question about Josie. Only I called her vexing and infuriating. Both are accurate when talking about my cousin." Rising, Evan walked back over to the drink cart. He said, Now that we have a moment alone, as he reached for the decanter, I have been meaning to ask what your intentions towards my cousin are. He asked. Pardon. Hoping he misheard his friend. Your intentions? Blazes. He had heard even correctly. Dudley grimaced. I don't have any intentions towards your cousin. Evan slowly poured his drink, and the silence was rather unnerving. Once his friend had placed the decanter down, he slowly turned towards him. Do you truly expect me to believe that? I may have asked Josie to go riding in Hyde Park when we returned to London. I see. He replied. No, you don't see. We would go riding in Hyde Park as friends. Only friends. Wes, that is what I said, isn't it? Evan took a sip of his drink. I know you care for Josie. I do, very much. Then why don't you offer for her? Dudley's brow lifted. I couldn't possibly offer for Josie. Why? For many reasons, he pressed. Name one. First, Josie wants to marry for love, he shared. Evan leaned back, his shoulder against the wall. That will not be a problem since you already love my cousin. Right? His lips parted in disbelief. I do not. Come on now, Dudley. Evan started. I have seen the way you and Josie look at each other. Your looks of love are rather nauseating. I fear that you may need spectacles, he quipped. Evan brought the glass up to his lips. What is another reason? Dudley shifted his gaze away from Evan's. My reasons don't matter because, frankly, I don't deserve her. Why do you say that? He tossed up his hands. I have nothing to offer her. Evan gave him a pointed look. You have yourself. He replied. That is not good enough. I only have a small inheritance to my name, and I was only recently discharged from the Royal Navy. I will not be able to support her in the way she is accustomed to. Evan pushed away from the wall. You seem to forget that Josie is an heiress. I will not marry her for her money. Good, his friend declared. If I even suspected that was the case, then I would never have introduced you to her. Dudley leaned back and rested his head against the back of the settee. He looked up at the ceiling. None of this matters, because Josie doesn't love me. I dare say that my cousin is harboring deep feelings for you, Evan stated, coming to sit down next to him. He brought his gaze to meet his friend's. Do you truly believe that? Evan nodded. I do. Hope swelled in his heart at that unexpected news. Could Josie care for him, and dare he believe, love him? Evan's voice broke through his musings. I recommend you offer for her before we leave for London, he encouraged. Why? Because I believe that Josie will not have a shortage of suitors once she arrives. He had to admit that his friend had a point, and he found his mood soaring. At first, he had found Josie's quirks to be irritating, but now those same traits were what endeared her to him. Evan said, I see that look in your eye. You are contemplating it, Dudley frowned. I am not worthy of your cousin. Evan said, I agree, placing his empty glass onto the table. No one is good enough for her. He paused, smirking. But I wouldn't mind having you in the family. I will think about it. Evan nodded. That is good enough for me. Josie woke up suddenly and wondered why she had. Her curtains were open along with the windows. A gentle breeze made the curtains sway, and the only light was from the moonlight streaming in through the windows, casting shadows around the edges of the room. An eldritch silence had descended, which made her shiver involuntarily. She sat up and peered into the eerie light. Her hand slipped under the pillow until she felt the hilt of the dagger and her small pistol. At least she still had her weapons, she asked. Is anyone there? Silently hoping that her plea would go unanswered, a shadowy form of a man emerged from behind one of the curtains. He was holding a pistol in her direction. If you scream, I will shoot you, he informed her in a hushed voice. Josie felt like smiling at this small victory. The man had come to her bedchamber, just as she had planned. What are you doing in my room? I have come to reason with you. About what? The man kept part of his face hidden behind the curtain as he explained. If you insist on going to the constable, then I will have no choice but to kill you, just me. Pardon. Josie adjusted the sleeve of her white nightgown, appearing uninterested. "Aren't you going to threaten to kill my cousin and my aunt?" "You are an impertinent little thing," he growled. "I have been called worse. Go to London and stay there or else." "Or else what?" He cocked his pistol. "Or else you are a dead woman," she said. "How right," holding her hands up in front of her. "I will go to London with my aunt." The man relaxed his hand. "Smart girl." He turned to depart out the window. Before he could exit, she called out, "Before you go, I have a question to ask you." The man stopped and said over his shoulder, "About what?" she asked. "Did you kill Harry?" Feeling bold. A pause. "Wes." "Why?" "Because he knew too much." "May I ask what he knew?" The man turned back around but continued to keep his face partially concealed by the curtains. "He discovered my identity. And he was killed for that. He was." "Don't you think that was a little harsh?" The man brought the gun back up. He said, "Enough questions." Irritably, "You are lucky to be alive." "Wait. La. That fall down the steps should have killed you." She replied, "I am more resilient than I look." Proudly. Clearly. He turned to leave but stilled when she said, "This is my home, and I will not stop going after the smugglers. I will ensure that every last one of them is arrested. Then, I will have no choice but to kill you." "Must you?" she mocked. The man pushed the curtain away and stepped forward. As the moonlight hit the man's balding head, she recognized him as Evan's steward. She gasped. "Mr. Walford." A twisted smile was on his lips. "It is I," she asked. "How could you betray my half-brother?" "He considered you a friend." He shook his head. "No, he treated me like the help. He let you live at our estate," he replied, "only so he could work me harder. Your cousin is no different." Her lips parted in disbelief. "I don't understand how you could kill Harry. He confided to me that he thought smugglers were coming ashore, and I tried to convince him otherwise. He shared, but he refused to give me any heed. So, you killed him because of that." Mr. Walford waved the gun towards her. The night that he died, Harry confronted the smugglers and attempted to arrest them. He shared. He was so preoccupied with them that he didn't even realize when I came up behind him. "So, you shot him in the back?" "No," Mr. Walford replied. "I wanted my face to be the last thing Harry saw before he died." She asked, "How could you be so cruel?" Rearing back, Mr. Walford took a step closer to the bed, keeping his pistol steady. They tried to warn him to stay away, but he failed to listen. He smirked. "Harry begged for his life," he said. "He couldn't die because of you? But you killed him anyway." "Of course I did," he responded. "You should know that you were the last thing he spoke about before I knocked him unconscious and tossed him into the water." Tears came to her eyes. "You are a monster." "No, I am a wealthy man." "So, you sold your soul to the devil," Mr. Walford tossed. "You may see it that way, but I don't. I'm tired of watching men like Harry and Lord Ludlow getting rich, while I am paid such a small wage. I have been working with the smugglers for years, and no one was the wiser until Harry caught on. It was his fault that he died. He just couldn't leave well enough alone." "No, it was your fault," Josie declared. "You killed Harry." Mr. Walford ignored her declaration. "You may have succeeded in getting the smugglers arrested, but in time, another band will use these shores for their nefarious purposes. When they do, I will be waiting for them, and I will continue to get rich off them. I hope the smugglers kill you." Mr. Walford chuckled. "They wouldn't dare. For without me, they wouldn't have the resources they need to be profitable." "Are you the one blackmailing Ivan?" He replied, "I am," proudly. "It was an ingenious idea on my part. I knew your cousin would go along with it, since he wouldn't dare risk his mother's life or yours. He is so predictable." Josie slid her hand back to retrieve her pistol from under her pillow. "You will not get away with this." Mr. Walford chuckled dryly. "I already have." She pulled out her pistol and pointed it at him. "Wrong. You have lost, Mr. Walford." The steward looked amused as he took a step closer to the bed. "You will not shoot me, Miss Josie," she said. "Wes, I will," gripping the pistol tighter. Walking to the side of her bed, Mr. Walford kept his pistol leveled at her. You don't have the strength to take another's life. I do, she asserted as she attempted to keep her hand from shaking. No, you don't, he contended, especially if that person is unarmed. But you are armed. Mr. Walford made a showing of pointing his pistol towards the ceiling before he placed it onto the side table. Not anymore. Unsure of what game he was playing, Josie maintained her aim at his chest. She said, "It doesn't matter. I intend to arrest you for the murder of my half-brother. It will be your word against mine." He sneered. "You are just a woman. Your word doesn't mean much. Constable Welker will believe me." "I wouldn't be so sure. The constable is weak and stupid. If it wasn't for you, he would have never discovered the smuggler's hideout." Walford shared. "Then, I am glad I could be of assistance." Walford narrowed his eyes. "You should be aware that most of the pitiful villagers consider you eccentric." Do." He nodded. "I have watched you spend countless hours practicing archery on the lawn, and it has all been for naught. Hasn't it?" Josie watched as Mr. Walford picked up a pillow from the table and held it in front of him. He asked, "Any last words?" Before she could reply, Mr. Walford lunged forward and shoved the pillow in her face, causing her to fall back against her bed. Josie attempted to fight out of his hold, but she wasn't strong enough. She couldn't breathe. No matter what she did, she couldn't get him to release the pressure of the pillow. She was getting weaker by the moment, and she wasn't sure how much longer she would remain conscious. She heard a gunshot, and almost immediately, the pressure of the pillow lessened around her face. She grabbed it, tossing it away. Josie gulped in fresh air as she saw Dudley was standing by the opened armoire. He was holding a smoking pistol in his hand, and it was pointed at Mr. Walford's back. Dudley didn't take his alert eye off Mr. Walford as he asked, "Are you all right, Josie?" "I am." He let out a sigh of relief. "I am glad to hear that." Josie retrieved her pistol and pointed it at Mr. Walford. He was staring at her with wide eyes, and a red stain was rapidly increasing in the middle of his white waistcoat. He wobbled on his feet as he took a step back. The door to her bedchamber was thrown open. Evan and the constable stormed in, with pistols drawn. They stopped when they saw a pale-faced Mr. Walford drop to his knees. "Walford," Evan questioned. "You were the one blackmailing me." Blood trickled out of the sides of Walford's mouth as he started laughing. "You fool. You never even suspected it was me." "Why would you betray me?" he said. "For the money, of course." "I dare say I might be richer than you." Evan shook his head. "It will not matter. Not where you are going." Mr. Walford's smile dimmed as his head swayed. "When Napoleon arrives in England, my name will be remembered and praised." Dudley huffed. "Napoleon will never arrive on English soil. If smugglers can cross the channel undetected, then why not Napoleon?" Mr. Walford questioned, his voice growing weaker. Evan took a step towards him. "You failed, Walford, and so will Napoleon." They watched as Walford's eyes rolled into the back of his head before he fell face first onto the floor. It was over. Josie met Dudley's gaze, and behind the compassion in his blue eye, she saw something stir. The next moment she found herself wrapped up in his embrace. He asked, "Are you sure you are all right?" Then kissed the top of her head. "I am." She rushed to assure him. He leaned back and cupped her face in his hands. "Why didn't you scream out?" he demanded, his eyes roaming her face. "You were supposed to scream when you were in danger. That was the plan we agreed upon." She replied, "I know, but he took me by surprise." Leaning into his strong hands, "He tried to smother me with a pillow." He asked, "Why did I let you talk me into hiding in your armoire?" "I could have hidden under the bed and stopped Walford from attacking you to begin with." She replied, "True, but I had questions that I needed answered. I feared you would have intervened too soon." The constable crouched down next to Walford's body and confirmed, "He is dead." He shook his head. There were no indications that Walford was in league with the smugglers. Dudley was still cradling her face in his hands. He said, "I have never been so scared as when I saw Walford smothering you with that pillow." His voice low. "I thought I had lost you." "You could never lose me," she murmured. He asked, Do you promise? With a hint of a smile on his lips. I promise. Evan turned his gaze towards Dudley. Do I need to point out that we are not alone, Lord Dudley? Dudley lowered his hands but remained close. Will you be all right for the rest of the evening? She gave him a reassuring nod. I shall sleep in one of the guest bedchambers. I think that might be for the best. I agree. Evan stepped closer to them and growled. Thank you for consoling my cousin, Lord Dudley, but it is time for you to leave her bedchamber. When Dudley didn't move fast enough, he added, unless you want to be forced into a marriage. Josie shifted her gaze to over his shoulder and saw the alarmed faces of maids and footmen as they peered into the room to catch a glimpse of Walford's body. Dudley said, I shall see you tomorrow, Miss Josie. As he rose from the bed, she replied, Good night, Lord Dudley. Her aunt's concerned voice came from the doorway. Good heavens! She exclaimed in a shrill voice. Why is there a dead body in Josie's bedchamber? Evan approached his mother and replied, Why don't we adjourn to your bedchamber to discuss this matter? Aunt Claire's eyes focused on the dead body. Perhaps that might be best. She brought her gaze back up. Josie, are you coming? She replied, Wes. Aunt Claire, rising from the bed. The constable rose from next to Walford's body and said, I shall need to speak to everyone involved, including Miss Josie, but I would like to start with Lord Ludlow and Lord Dudley. As Josie walked past Dudley, he leaned closer and whispered, You did well tonight. I am proud of you. Tilting her head towards him, she murmured, Thank you, Dudley. His eyes crinkled at the corners, and a smile played at the corners of his mouth. I must admit that you are a formidable woman. That is better than being stubborn or vexing. He chuckled. Make no mistake that you are those, as well. Before she could respond, Aunt Claire ordered, Josie, come along now. The following morning, Dudley sat at the dining table with a morning paper in his hands. He was reading about the war with Napoleon, since he couldn't find a single article about the skirmish in America. The door opened, and Josie walked into the room. She wore the most alluring pale green gown, and her hair was piled high on top of her head. He asked, What do you think you are doing? Lowering the paper. She walked over to the buffet table and picked up a plate. What does it look like? She responded over her shoulder. I am having breakfast. Aren't you supposed to be in bed for another 2 days? I have decided that the doctor is a quack. Pardon. Holding a plate in her hand, Josie walked over to the dining table. My body doesn't ache anymore, and I find that I am well enough to be out of bed. A footman held out a chair for her, and she gracefully sat down across from him. Furthermore, I get dreadfully bored when confined to my bedchamber. Dudley folded the paper and laid it on the table, giving her his full attention. Well, I must admit that I am glad you are feeling well enough to be out of bed. Although I imagine that Lady Ludlow and Evan will not be as pleased. She replied, I have no doubt. Reaching for her napkin, my poor aunt was in hysterics last night when Evan explained all about the smugglers and Walford's role in Harry's death. I can only imagine. She was furious that Evan had kept that from her. Josie shared, but she was relieved that Walford would no longer be a threat. Dudley glanced at the line of footmen before asking in a hushed voice, How are you faring? I am well. She rushed out. Dudley knew that dismissive tone all too well, and he decided to press the matter. Watching someone die in front of you can be devastating and can have a lasting impact on your soul. In response, Josie lowered her gaze to her lap. He leaned closer to her. I am always here for you, Josie. I have been in your shoes, and I know the heartache associated with it. Josie brought her gaze back up. After the constable left late last night, I found that I couldn't sleep, she shared. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined that Walford was standing over me with a pillow. I am sad to say that you will have those nightmares for many months to come. He confessed, but just know that is normal. Josie sighed. How disconcerting. It will get better, he assured her. You will just need to take one day at a time, and eventually it will get easier. But I must admit that I am relieved that I was not the one who shot Walford. He grew solemn. Taking someone's life should never be done lightly, but I had no choice. He was smothering you, she said. Thank you for saving my life. With a weak smile, it was my pleasure. A footman came over and placed a cup of tea in front of Josie. She reached for the teacup and took a sip. I am glad our plan worked, he said. It wasn't our plan, it was your plan. And it worked splendidly. He smiled. That it did. Although I believe the constable said your plan was terrible, and he was surprised that Walford took the bait. She said, laughed. He did, I knew he would, smugly. I was confident that he would underestimate me. Why do you say that? She shrugged one shoulder. Most men do. I will not. Not anymore. That is good. A line appeared between her brows, her eyes drew downcast. He asked, what is it? She asked, do you consider me eccentric? Meeting his gaze. Where is this coming from? Last night, Walford told me that the whole village considers me eccentric. She murmured. He huffed. Why would you believe the person who was trying to kill you? I just... She stammered out as she lowered her gaze. Never mind. Rising from his seat, he came around the table and pulled out a chair next to her. Look at me, Josie. He waited for her to bring her gaze up before he continued. You are a unique young woman who brightens the lives of everyone around her. You are special, and I don't want you ever to forget that. She replied. Thank you, Dudley. Her eyes searching his. Without you, none of this would have been possible. Perhaps, but I believe we helped each other. We did. He nodded. I helped you track down the smugglers. And you helped me change my perspective on life. I am glad that I was able to help you. Evan's voice stopped her from finishing that thought. Why are you out of bed, Josie? He demanded as he walked into the room. She turned her gaze towards her cousin. I had no desire to spend one more minute in bed. But the doctor said. The doctor is a quack, she declared, speaking over him. I believe my actions last night proved I am well enough to be out of bed. You are an impossible person to contend with. Evan sighed. Fine. But I must insist you take a nap later today. Josie smiled victoriously. I can agree to that. But Ivan shook his head as he stepped over to the buffet table. If you are well enough, perhaps we can depart for London tomorrow. Josie asked, do I still have to go, in a hopeful tone? Ivan replied, you do, piling eggs onto his plate. We had a deal. Besides, Mother is already planning your ball. Josie pouted, looking sad, which tore at Dudley's heartstrings. He shifted in his chair to face her. London isn't all that bad, he shared. We could go riding in Hyde Park and attend the theater together. Josie perked up. That does sound like fun. I have never gone riding through Hyde Park. Have you ever been to London? I have. Josie confirmed. When I was little, I would go with my parents every season. Perhaps we could go to the Royal Menagerie. Josie bobbed her head. I would like that very much. Evan came and sat down at the head of the table. A footman placed a cup of tea in front of him and stepped back. He said, I will inform Clark that we shall depart tomorrow morning. As he reached for his teacup, Josie asked, how long will we be in London? Evan replied, for the rest of the season. Before setting the cup back on the saucer, Josie asked, would you care to go riding with me today? Turning towards Dudley. Dudley eyed her with concern. Are you sure you are up to it? I assure you that I am, Josie responded, straightening her shoulders. Besides, I would like to show you something before we leave Felixstowe, he asked. What is it? Curiously. A mischievous smile came to her face. You will just have to wait and see, he said. A woman of intrigue, amused, interesting. She laughed as he hoped she would. Evan glanced between them. Will you be remaining on our lands? We will be, she confirmed. Even though Walford is gone and the band of smugglers have been arrested, we must still be on our guard. Evan pressed. There is always a chance other smugglers could come back. Josie nodded. I understand, Evan said. Good, in approval. I would join you, but I have a stack of work that I must contend with. The first order of business is trying to find a new steward. I wish you luck with that, Dudley remarked. Josie wiped the sides of her mouth with her napkin and laid it on her empty plate. She said, allow me to go change into my riding habit. rising. Then, we can depart for the stables. Dudley and Evan rose from their seats. Josie walked over to the door and glanced over her shoulder at him, offering him a private smile. The next moment, she exited the room. Dudley's gaze remained transfixed on the door, where Josie had just exited. He was curious about what she wanted to show him. Evan cleared his throat, drawing back his attention. Are you going to offer for her before we leave for London? I am not. Leaning down, Evan reached for his teacup and said, Do you not love Josie? He sputtered. Who said I love the girl? Evan smiled. He replied, You didn't have to. I can see it in your eye. Dudley said, You are mad. I couldn't possibly love Josie. Why not? Because love is. His voice trailed off. I don't know, Evan chuckled. I shall leave you to figure that out. He walked towards the door, then spun back around. I had a feeling that you and my cousin would suit. That is why I was insistent about bringing you to Felixstowe. Ah, you did. Evan nodded. Did. I thought you two could somehow help each other. It worked, Dudley admitted. Evan said, I am glad. Now I hope you truly consider what you want out of life, and you think Josie should be a part of my life. He replied, I do. Don't you? As Dudley watched Evan depart from the room, he found himself evaluating how he felt about Josie. He cared for her immensely. He couldn't deny that. Furthermore, he loved watching her smile, hearing her laugh. And he didn't think he would ever tire of being in her presence. In a very short time, she had become the most important person in his life. Someone who he had an immense desire to protect. He wanted her to be happy. He needed her to be happy. Suddenly, it hit him, and he dropped back down into his chair. He loved Josie. But what was he going to do about it now? Josie was bored. She was tired of sitting alone in her bedchamber. Her body didn't ache as much, and she wanted to get out of bed. She tossed off her blanket and adjusted her white nightgown. Judith spoke up in an urgent voice from the other side of the room. May I get you something, miss? She replied, No, thank you, as she placed her feet over the side of the bed. Judith rose from her chair and rushed over. You cannot get out of bed just yet. The doctor said you should stay in bed for at least 3 days. I assure you that I am fine. But Lady Ludlow would be furious. Josie spoke over her. She said, My aunt doesn't have to know. I just want to walk over to the library to retrieve a book. I can retrieve it for you. Judith attempted. She replied, That is not necessary. I am more than capable of completing the task. Josie was about to rise when Evan's authoritative voice came from the doorway. Get back in bed, Josie, he ordered. No. Evan's brow shot up. New Josie bobbed her head. I am well enough to get out of bed. You are not. Evan contended as he took a commanding step towards her. You took a nasty fall down the stairs last night. You are lucky to be alive. Be that as it may, I am bored staying in bed. Evan stared at her. He replied, Don't care. The doctor ordered you to remain in bed for 3 days. Josie rose. She said, That is nonsense. I am not an invalid. You are being a horrible patient. I assure you that I am well enough to be out of bed. And I contend you are not, he argued, narrowing his eyes. They continued to stare daggers at one another until she heard a deep clearing of a throat. She shifted her gaze and saw Dudley standing in the hall. Dudley had an amused grin on his face. Perhaps I can help with the boredom. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a book. I thought you might be interested in reading Gulliver's Travels. Josie said, Thank you. That was extremely thoughtful of you. Evan stepped closer to her and pointed at the ground. Get back in bed, she replied. All right, sitting back down on the edge of the bed. You don't have to be so cantankerous about it. Dudley stepped into the room and slowly approached her. He said, I hope you enjoy it, extending the book towards her. She clutched the book to her chest. Thank you, Lord Dudley. He replied. You are welcome, Miss Josie. With a smile on his lips. It is a little too light-hearted for my taste, but I assumed you would enjoy it. It is actually one of my favorites, he replied. I am not surprised. Although, I find his bawdy sense of humor to be inappropriate for a lady such as yourself, she said. Duly noted. But I am afraid we must agree to disagree, my lord. Dudley chuckled. We usually do. Speaking to her lady's maid, Evan ordered. I would like a moment alone with my cousin and Lord Dudley. Judith curtsied, she said. Wes. Millard. Before slipping out of the room and closing the door behind her. Evan turned back towards her with a concerned look on his face. How are you feeling, cousin? She replied, I am well, as she leaned her back against the wall. He gave her a weak smile. That pleases me. She had to admit that even appeared believable. Perhaps he didn't have anything to do with pushing her down the stairs. But she still found herself asking, does it? He replied, of course it does. How can you even ask me that question? Josie glanced over at Dudley before saying, my apologies. I suppose I am still out of sorts. Evan came and sat down at the foot of the bed. Dudley informed me that you thought I might have been the one who pushed you down the stairs. She gasped as she snapped her gaze towards Dudley. How could he betray her confidence so easily? Dudley stepped closer to the bed. I know what you are thinking, he started. You think I betrayed your trust. Josie stared at him in amazement. How could he read her thoughts so perfectly? With compassion in his tone, he continued. It would be in your best interest to hear your cousin out. I suppose if you think I should. He replied. I do. Josie reluctantly tore her gaze away from Dudley and turned to face Evan, who was watching them with a knowing look. She asked, what is it that you want to say? Evan grew serious. My heart is saddened that you could even think I pushed you down the stairs. His eyes implored her to believe him. I could never hurt you, cousin. I hope you know that. Frankly, I don't know what to believe right now. Evan let out a sigh. He said, that is disheartening to hear. But it is fair based on what I have put you through. She asked, what exactly have you put me through? Unsure of his meaning. With a side glance at Dudley, he shared, the reason I have been adamant that there are no smugglers on our shores is that I wanted to keep you out of danger. I wanted to protect you from them. She asked, you knew about the smugglers, this whole time? With wide eyes, he nodded. I did. And I also know what they are capable of. I know. She started. He said, no, you don't know. Speaking over her. You couldn't even grasp the treachery that smugglers are involved in. What does that mean? He said. What I am about to tell you could alter the way you feel about me. Then pressed his lips together. Unsure of how to best reply, Josie remained silent. Evan drew his brows into a line. Harry first came to me when he suspected that smugglers were using our beaches to bring goods ashore. He told me he found a flurry of activity on the sand. Why didn't he go to the constable? Because Harry said he needed to garner proof, or the constable would dismiss his claims as unfounded. Furthermore, he knew his word wasn't good enough for the constable to start an investigation. Evan shared. So, he recruited me to help. She couldn't seem to grasp what he was telling her. You helped search for the smugglers, he said. I did. But we were not as good as you were, and we were caught. Josie gasped, and her hand flew up to her mouth. You were. Evan winced. They beat us, but spared our lives, fortunately. Why didn't you go to the constable then? Because they threatened to kill us if we did. Oh, she murmured. Unfortunately, Harry could not leave well enough alone. Evan stated, avoiding her gaze. He wanted revenge, much like you did. I told him that it was suicide to approach the smugglers again, but he didn't care. He wanted to prove that he was not afraid of them. Evan slowly brought his gaze back to meet hers, and his eyes were full of unshed tears. And they killed him because of it. Why didn't you tell me the truth? He said. I couldn't. These smugglers threatened to kill you and my mother if I ever went to the constable. Ah, you are being blackmailed. She murmured knowingly. He nodded. I am. But how would the smugglers ever know if it was you who tipped off the constable? Because someone is keeping a watchful eye on me. He revealed. I am being blackmailed by someone most likely under my employ. Is there anyone that you suspect? Evan shook his head. I employ nearly 30 people at the estate. It could be a maid, a footman, or someone from the kitchen staff. The list of suspects is overwhelming. Josie nibbled her bottom lip. We still need to go to the constable. Evan jumped up from the bed. Are you mad? Didn't you hear what I just told you? If I go to the constable, we are all at risk. Aren't we at risk now? Her cousin started pacing. He said, This is why I didn't tell you. There is nothing we can do about our current situation. I disagree. Evan stopped pacing and looked at her in disbelief. What would you have me do? We set a trap for whoever this person is that is watching over you, Josie declared, leaning forward on the bed. Dudley spoke up. How do you propose to do that? Glancing between them, Evan asked. You two cannot possibly be serious. I have no doubt that whoever this person is will make good on his promise and kill you or my mother, especially after he brazenly shoved you down a set of stairs. That is why I was angry with you for going to the constable. He took a deep breath and sat back down on the bed. I knew there would be retribution for your actions. I was scared for you, for us. His eyes turned pleading. We need to get you to London, where you will be safe. How can you ask that of me? She questioned. This is my home. I will not give in to the smuggler's demands so easily. Then I shall have no choice but to lock you in your bedchamber until you depart for London. Evan threatened. I will climb out of the window. I will board up your windows, he countered. Josie gave him a smug smile. I will find a way to sneak out. Evan's shoulders drooped. I know you will, because you are just as foolhardy as your half-brother, and I cannot protect stupid. Josie frowned. I am not stupid, Evan replied. Your actions suggest otherwise. You should have left well enough alone and not sought out the smugglers. You know I couldn't do that. She pressed, challenging him. Dudley said, I don't believe insulting Josie is the best course of action, stepping closer to the bed. Perhaps we should just hear her out. Evan sighed. Fine. What asinine plan are you formulating in your head? I propose you and Dudley speak at great length about how I am going to go to the constable to report that someone threw me down the stairs. She explained. Hopefully the person overhears you and decides to try and silence me. Blazes, Evan shouted. You intend to use yourself as bait, she replied. Precisely. That is suicide. Unperturbed by her cousin's outburst, Josie continued. Most likely, this person will underestimate me and will not be prepared for my counterattack. Absolutely not. Evan exclaimed, rising from the bed. This is much too risky. We have no idea of when this person will attack you. Josie said. Then I will need to be prepared at all times. Firmly. Besides, I am already sleeping with a pistol under my pillow. I will add a dagger, as well. Evan jabbed a hand through his hair. I will not be a part of this, he declared. Josie replied. You must. That is the only way we can catch this person. I cannot, knowing that this plan, and I use that term loosely, might kill you. Evan turned his gaze towards Dudley. Why are you not fighting with Josie on this one? Dudley glanced at her before saying, I find that I must side with Josie. Evan's brow shot up. You what? You cannot continue with the way things are now, Dudley pressed. Furthermore, I believe the person who is blackmailing you always intended to kill Josie. We will just be forcing him to play by our rules. You are both mad, Evan declared. A mischievous smile came to her lips. She said, Just hear me out. I think my plan will solve all of our problems. My cousin is mad. Dudley chuckled as he followed Evan down the hall towards his study. She appeared rather sane to me, he replied. No, she is going to get herself killed if she keeps insisting that we go to the constable. I think her plan had merit. No, her plan is foolhardy and reckless. Evan stepped into his study and walked over to the drink cart. Would you care for something to drink? He replied. Wes, I would. As he stepped further into the room, Dudley watched as Evan removed the stopper from the decanter and poured 2 glasses of brandy. He picked up the glasses and walked one over to him. This is the first time I have seen you drink in several days, Evan commented. Dudley accepted the glass. I find I don't rely so much on drinking anymore. Why is that? Because I am not as miserable as I once was. Evan brought the glass up to his lips. He asked, "Is it because of my cousin?" Knowingly. He nodded. "She has helped me find clarity in my life." Evan replied, That is good. Your previous outlook on life was faulty, at best." "I will not argue with you there." Dudley walked over and sat down on the settee. "I am starting to see things differently," he shared. "My disability does not define who I am. You only lost sight in one eye." Even huffed. "It is not as if you are a cripple. But I feel that way." "No one else looks at you that way." Dudley took a sip of his drink. He said, "I disagree. I have seen the pitying glances, and the disgust in their eyes. I think you might be imagining it, perhaps, but I have never seen pity or disgust in Josie's eyes. I have only seen acceptance. She is unlike any other woman I have ever known." Evan glanced over at the open door. "Then why are you going along with this idiotic plan?" he argued. "She wants to go to the constable and risk everything that I hold dear. It is not as if you can stop her." "I could lock her in her bedchamber." Dudley chuckled. "She will find a way out." "This is not a laughing matter," Evan pressed, taking a sip of his drink. "If Josie goes to the constable, then he will come and investigate the household staff." Dudley remarked, "That isn't necessarily a bad thing. But what if the constable doesn't find who was responsible for pushing Josie down the stairs?" Dudley leaned forward and placed his empty glass on the table in front of him. "Then, she at least tried. I just want to put Josie and my mother into a coach and send them to London. Josie will not go willingly, not before talking to the constable." Evan tossed back the rest of his drink. "I wish she would just let it be," he grumbled. "Then you don't know your cousin very well." With a deep sigh, his friend asked, "Why is my cousin the most contrary woman in all of England?" "I have asked a similar question about Josie. Only I called her vexing and infuriating. Both are accurate when talking about my cousin." Rising, Evan walked back over to the drink cart. He said, "Now that we have a moment alone," as he reached for the decanter, "I have been meaning to ask what your intentions towards my cousin are." He asked, "Pardon?" Hoping he misheard his friend. "Your intentions?" Blazes. He had heard Evan correctly. Dudley grimaced. "I don't have any intentions towards your cousin." Evan slowly poured his drink, and the silence was rather unnerving. Once his friend had placed the decanter down, he slowly turned towards him. "Do you truly expect me to believe that? I may have asked Josie to go riding in Hyde Park when we returned to London." "I see," he replied. "No, you don't see. We would go riding in Hyde Park as friends. Only friends." "Wes, that is what I said, isn't it?" Evan took a sip of his drink. "I know you care for Josie." "I do, very much." "Then why don't you offer for her?" Dudley's brow lifted. "I couldn't possibly offer for Josie." "Why?" "For many reasons," he pressed. "Name one." "First, Josie wants to marry for love," he shared. Evan leaned back, his shoulder against the wall. "That will not be a problem since you already love my cousin. Right?" His lips parted in disbelief. "I do not." "Come on now, Dudley." Evan started. "I have seen the way you and Josie look at each other. Your looks of love are rather nauseating. I fear that you may need spectacles," he quipped. Evan brought the glass up to his lips. "What is another reason?" Dudley shifted his gaze away from Evan's. "My reasons don't matter because, frankly, I don't deserve her." "Why do you say that?" He tossed up his hands. "I have nothing to offer her." Evan gave him a pointed look. "You have yourself," he replied. "That is not good enough. I only have a small inheritance to my name, and I was only recently discharged from the Royal Navy. I will not be able to support her in the way she is accustomed to." Evan pushed away from the wall. "You seem to forget that Josie is an heiress. I will not marry her for her money." "Good," his friend declared. "If I even suspected that was the case, then I would never have introduced you to her." Dudley leaned back and rested his head against the back of the settee. He looked up at the ceiling. "None of this matters, because Josie doesn't love me. I dare say that my cousin is harboring deep feelings for you," Evan stated, coming to sit down next to him. He brought his gaze to meet his friend's. "Do you truly believe that?" Evan nodded. "I do." Hope swelled in his heart at that unexpected news. Could Josie care for him, and dare he believe, love him? Evan's voice broke through his musings. I recommend you offer for her before we leave for London, he encouraged. Why? Because I believe that Josie will not have a shortage of suitors once she arrives. He had to admit that his friend had a point, and he found his mood soaring. At first, he had found Josie's quirks to be irritating, but now those same traits were what endeared her to him. Evan said, I see that look in your eye. You are contemplating it. Dudley frowned. I am not worthy of your cousin. Evan said, I agree, placing his empty glass onto the table. No one is good enough for her. He paused, smirking. But I wouldn't mind having you in the family. I will think about it. Evan nodded. That is good enough for me. Epilogue. 7 years later. Is my eye patch crooked, father? Dudley crouched down to his 6-year-old son's eye level. He said, Allow me to fix that for you, Harry, reaching out and adjusting the eye patch over his left eye. Harry said, Now I look just like you. Clean replied, That you do, amused. His son scrunched his nose. I cannot see anything out of my left eye. He chuckled as he rose. That is the point of an eye patch. How do you stand wearing an eye patch all the time? I have gotten used to it. Picking up his wooden sword off the ground, Harry asked, Do you want to play pirates with me? He said, I do very much, but I still have work to do. Waving his hand over his desk that was piled high with ledgers. Would you like to help me balance the ledgers? That does not sound fun. He picked up a ledger from the desk. I disagree. I find great enjoyment in it. Harry didn't appear convinced as he glanced down at the book. I would much rather pretend to be a pirate. Perhaps Charles would want to play pirates with you, he suggested as he placed the book back down on the desk. Harry swiped his sword in the air as he said, Charles isn't very much fun. He just follows me around, and sometimes he hits me with his wooden sword. Well, Charles is only 4, he pointed out. His son turned to face him. Can I have a cutlass? Absolutely not. What about a pistol? He furrowed his eyebrows. Why would you need a pistol? Everyone knows that pirates carry pistols and cutlasses in their trousers, Harry explained. How can I fight with a wooden sword? He said. I think you can manage for now, holding back a smile. Perhaps when you are older. But Harry tucked the sword loosely into the waistband of his trousers. How old were you when you got a real sword? I was 14, he admitted proudly. I was given one when I became a midshipman for the Royal Navy. Shan't I join the Royal Navy? You can, but who would take care of our estate? Harry looked at him like he was a simpleton. You would, father. Placing a hand on his son's shoulder, Dudley said, That is true for now. But one day, this estate will belong to you. Truly. He nodded. But with it comes great responsibility. Harry puffed out his little chest. I can handle it. Dudley replied, It pleases me to hear you say that. As he withdrew his hand. Removing the sword out of his trousers, Harry held it to his side. And I will ensure that no more smugglers ever come to our shores again. I know you will. Son. Will you tell me the story again about how you stopped a band of smugglers from coming ashore? Dudley leaned back against the edge of his desk. It was a dark and stormy night. And I was walking the shoreline. By yourself. What about mother? His son interrupted. He replied, Of course I was by myself. Your mother was home, tucked safely in bed. Harry nodded. In the distance, I saw rowboats coming closer to shore, and I pulled out my sword. Josie's amused voice came from the doorway. I don't recall you having a sword that evening. Dudley smiled. I may have changed the story up a little. Josie asked, A little. Harry glanced between them. Mother told me that she also helped with the band of smugglers. He shrugged. Your mother was too busy embroidering. Harry giggled. Mother hates needlework. Everyone knows that, he replied. That is true. Josie walked further into the room, wearing a yellow gown. I have come to inform you that you had better change now, or we will be late for the dinner party at Evan's Manor. Can I go, Mother? Harry pleaded. She shook her head. No, you will stay behind with Charles. But I want to go and see Uncle Evan, he pouted. Josie came and crouched down next to her son. If you hurry, I am sure Mrs. Thrupp will give you some biscuits. Harry's eyes lit up. He said, I love biscuits. Running out of the room, Dudley walked over to his wife and placed his arms around her waist. You are looking especially lovely today. Thank you, she murmured. He leaned forward and brushed his lips against hers. He said, I must admit that I am looking forward to speaking to Evan this evening, remaining close. Why is that? I find that I require his advice on the Norfolk four-course system. She smiled. You have truly embraced being a landowner, Ba. That I have. He leaned his forehead until it rested against hers. I find that being a landowner hasn't been as tedious as I once thought it would be. Why? That pleases me immensely. He felt her smile. I have some other news that might please you as well. What is it? Josie leaned back and reached for his hand. She placed it on her stomach and said, I am increasing. He grew silent as he let her words sink in. She asked, Are you displeased? In a worried tone. No, he stammered out. Are you sure? After all, we have waited so long. She spoke over him. I am sure. A wide smile broke out onto his face. Just when I thought I couldn't love you more, you go and prove me wrong. You had me worried for a moment, she breathed. He cupped her right cheek. There is nothing that you could ever do that would displease me, my love. She laughed. I dare say that isn't true, he said. Fair enough, smiling. But I am overjoyed that you are expecting again. I am glad. Would it be selfish of me to admit that I am hoping for a little girl? She shook her head. Not at all. Tears came to his eyes as he looked at his wife. I love you more today than I ever thought possible. You took a broken man and made him whole again. I love you, too, she murmured. He said, Every day is a little better with you by my side. Please don't ever leave me. A tear rolled down her cheek as her eyes implored his. Why would I ever leave you when I have everything I could ever want right here? He leaned closer until his lips hovered over hers. You are my everything, he whispered before he kissed her firmly on the mouth. The end.